Hollywood Stories. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 51, The Halo of the Boss. Please recommend. However, just as Roland suppressed his excitement, bent his body, and trembled, David, who had finished telling the inside story, misunderstood. He thought Roland was angry for his transgression and for his concealment. So, when he found that Roland had turned into a shrimp and refused to look up for a long time, this rough man chose to apologize. "I'm sorry, Roland. I shouldn't have concealed these things from you. These things determine your life. You should have the right to know. But I hope you can understand. Concealment is the result of my and Ganetta's serious consideration. Because, if you want to keep working in this business, agreeing to Stephen may be the best choice at the moment." The sincere words made Roland, who was extremely excited, stunned for a moment. When he reacted, the little guy who wanted to continue to bury his head and smile silly suddenly raised his body. Without saying much, he opened his arms. When Roland turned sideways and hugged this thoughtful man tightly, the words of true feelings had already appeared. "Uncle David, thank you for considering the issue from my perspective. You don't need to blame yourself. Not only will I not blame you, but I'm very happy. Just like when you asked me why I took home alone. You didn't doubt the reasons I gave you at that time, and I won't question your motives now. It is said that hesitation will lead to failure, and decisiveness will lead to failure. In Roland's opinion, the Olsens made a very correct decision. Because the olive branch thrown by Spielberg may be like the price of Red Dead Redemption 2. In less than one night, the two numbers of 249 and 329 were completely eliminated by Rockstar. No one can guarantee that the other party's attitude will be the same as Square Enix's attitude towards the price of Nier Automata, which will suddenly rise. No one can be sure whether his feelings about Roland will be the same as Ubisoft's operating philosophy: buy early and enjoy early, buy late and get discounts, and don't buy for free when they cannot decide what the other party thinks. Seizing this opportunity in the shortest time is of course the most correct choice they can make at the moment. You know, Leo, even with the ship in hand, still lowered his status and tried his best to get into the Jewish gang. He would rather reduce his salary and take on Scorsese's Gangs of New York to officially enter this circle. And at the beginning of the new century, Tom Cruise, who wanted to seek transformation, also found Coppola and Martin, who had worked with him in the past, hoping to get Spielberg's project and get rid of his identity as a cream boy. Everyone knows that partnering with Spielberg is a sure win business. If the movie fails, he will definitely be the one who suffers the most criticism, and if the movie becomes popular, the attention will increase exponentially. Faced with this choice, if David pushes the opportunity, then Roland will be confused and angry. As for David's self-blame, in Roland's view, this is just a way of education for the Olsen family. Tell the younger generation that you are an independent individual and be honest with each other among family members. These ideas are the life philosophies that David wants to instill in his children, and at the root of it, isn't it for your own good? Although Roland didn't care about David's words, he appreciated his actions. This kind of teaching by example is much better than saying you can't do this, you can't do that, I'm doing this for you. When he hugged David and said those comforting words, David, who wanted to continue to admit his mistakes, shut up. Since Roland could understand his intentions, he didn't need to say more. He raised his hand and patted Roland's back a few times, and a relaxed smile appeared on his face. While the two were communicating, Samantha, who Roland didn't know, also finalized the contract with Mario, the producer of the Terminator 2 project team. The total time was not even more than 30 minutes. The reason is also very simple. Everyone is in the industry, and all kinds of terms are familiar to each other. What's the point of cheating each other? Besides, Spielberg, the big boss behind Samantha, is chatting with his own big boss Cameron. Since the two of them had already finalized the matter and were waiting on the side, if the subordinates delayed the boss's time just to make a few more dollars, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? So, when Roland and David were called in to sign the contract, they only stayed in there for less than half an hour before coming out with a freshly baked contract. Not only that, Roland also saw for the first time how awesome the aura of a big boss was. Although there was a supplementary agreement on bonuses in the contract for Home Alone, that was also the final benefit, that David had to spit out funds and cut flesh and bleed before negotiating. If you only look at the salary, Roland only got more than $5,000. This is not even as much as David paid Mohammed. But now, there was no dispute, no fuss, no lawyers, no conversations. In this silent negotiation, Roland got a reward of $100,000. If the sudden increase of 20 times in basic salary made Roland very satisfied, then the bonus clause in the contract really made him dumbfounded, because he had never thought that he could get a bonus contract in the Terminator 2 project. If the global box office of the film exceeds 300 million, a one-time bonus of 1 million will be given. If it exceeds 400 million, the upper limit of the one-time bonus will be increased to 2 million. If it exceeds 500 million, you can get the full bonus of 3 million. When Roland raised his head with a confused look on his face, Samantha, who heard this sigh, "Look normal. There is no problem with the clause. I only talked to them after seeing the agreed bonus clause of Home Alone. Don't add psychological pressure. The bonus after the box office is released is equivalent to nothing for the production team. This money will not interfere with the filming of the film. You don't have to worry about it." Samantha didn't mean to say more. After a few simple words of comfort, she waved and said goodbye to them. The way she turned and left was extremely free and easy, but the light words made Roland's eyelids jump. Of course, he knew that this bonus would not interfere with the film production, but this clause was negotiated when most people were optimistic that the film would be a big hit. To put it bluntly, this was simply the project team giving away money. Is the producer of Terminator 2 so stupid? It shouldn't be. With Samantha's departure, when David found that Roland was determined to stick to this clause, he patted the little guy on the shoulder after reading the contract and whispered, "Okay, Roland, don't worry about these things. This contract represents not only you, but also Samantha and the value behind her. The contract stipulates that, if the distributor requires it, you have to participate in the promotion and marketing throughout the process. This is actually a gamble. After Home Alone is released, someone will definitely find out that your routine is exactly the same as Spielberg's. In this case, even if Spielberg does not publicly admit it, they can still skirt the issue in terms of promotion and marketing. What's more, you still have a contract for Hook. At that time, if Home Alone is successful, you can become a point of publicity." Spielberg personally recommended the little boy to participate in Cameron's film project. The combined value of these two people's names is far more than the value of the 3 million bonus. Yes, Cameron is not stupid. After reading the copy, he also found problems with Roland's performance. Since everyone is smart, there is no need to say more nonsense. The expected bonus of 3 million is not for Roland, but for Spielberg, who may be involved in the joint publicity. Roland is definitely not worth 3 million now, but at the same time, 3 million can definitely not buy the name Spielberg. Then how much is their commission? Roland understood when David mentioned the whole process of publicity, but at the same time, he also wanted to know how much money this agent led by Spielberg would take from him. In response to his inquiry, David did not hide it. 20% of the project's salary, 10% of the endorsement contract. Even if you can take away the 3,100,000, 620,000 of it will be taken by her. You may think that 20 points is a bit too much, but for them, it's just a symbol. Besides, we only signed for 2 years, and we can renegotiate after 2 years. 20% and 10%? When Roland heard these two numbers, he was relieved. Although this number is several times higher than the normal agency contract, Roland doesn't care. If the other party needs it, it doesn't matter if the 20% and 80% split is reversed. No matter how much money you make, isn't it still for spending? If money can buy the status of Zemeckis' apprentice and Spielberg's grandson, then countless people will pay out of their own pockets and rush to him. Not to mention, less than a month after the agency contract was signed, the other party had helped him get Terminator 2. Compared with these opportunities, that can't be bought with money. What is money? The point is that the other party only signed with him for 2 years. After 2 years, there are 2 epic projects as a foundation. When signing again, the price will naturally not be this price. Moreover, $620,000 is really a symbol for guys like Spielberg. Take the money as a token of your appreciation and prove to others that you are my man. As for really using it, you tell the guy with a net worth of over 100 million that you can make more than 600,000 in about a year or 2 after completing this order. Are you kidding? Their projects are all in the tens of millions. So what is more than 600,000? After sorting out the key points, Roland didn't bother about these small things. He didn't even ask David what his economic company was, because the only agency related to Spielberg was CAA. He gave the contract to David for safekeeping, and he went into Cameron's office, wanting to lick his face and ask for an autograph. However, when he ran over, he learned that Cameron and Spielberg had left when David arrived. This result disappointed Roland a little, but he was not discouraged. After the filming of the film started, he had plenty of time to pester Cameron. Although everything he got now can be attributed to the time loop, isn't it still humble and studious? In this case, squeezing Cameron dry is Roland's latest goal. After getting the role and signing the contract, David, who had nothing to do, left first. Roland and Miami returned to the previous restaurant and shared their joy with Charles, who had been waiting for a long time. After learning that Roland had completed all the procedures at the speed of light, Charles smiled and congratulated him, congratulating him on his dream coming true. That night, Roland treated him to dinner as he said. When he and Charles parted, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening. But even so, when he returned home, he was still greeted with laughter. 2 little ones who had not slept rushed up and hugged Roland, wanting to hear him tell about his experience today. After seeing that his 2 sisters were about to empty Roland, James, who was holding a comic book, suddenly felt that the little spider in his hand was not fragrant anymore. This is my cabbage. Why are they pushing the pig? When Roland came to play before, they were not as excited as they are now. James didn't know that this was actually the difference in the circle. No matter how young Ashley and Mary were, they were also people in the circle, dealing with cameras every day. Under the influence of what they heard and saw, of course they were interested in the gossip in the circle. Even though they still don't understand a lot of things, it's still okay to listen to Roland's experience as a story. Unfortunately, maybe Roland's storytelling ability is not good. Before he could say a few words, the 2 little lolly couldn't stand it. After handing the sleeping little guy to Ganetti, Roland was also ruthlessly driven out of the house by James. Oh my, it's really unfair. I'm just chatting with your sister. Is it necessary to treat me like this? I also bought you a comic book. Really? How could Roland not see James's little thoughts? If he wasn't in a good mood today, he would definitely have a few words with the other party. After casually complaining about a few words that the other party couldn't hear, Roland took a bath and washed his face when he returned home and then climbed onto the bed swiftly. He had been studying non-stop for almost 2 months before, and he didn't want to face those oral things anymore. From now on, he wants to give himself a 3-day vacation, just as a reward for himself and a celebration. Unfortunately, the idea is beautiful, but the reality is cruel. It's not that easy to take a break. Early the next morning, Roland received a congratulatory call from Chris Columbus. In addition to him, Joe Pesci and others who heard the news also called one by one to congratulate him on getting the role. Even John Hughes, who he rarely contacted, sent him a text message. Listening to those congratulatory words, Roland certainly understood that these were all the influence of Spielberg. Of course, if his social circle was wider, then now, there might be dinner invitations and party invitations. If Roland could still cope with the changes in his social life, then the sudden courses made him a little confused. After answering the phone, before he could climb back into bed, Ganetti told him regretfully that he might have to accept pre-training arranged by the crew in the next 3 months. Terminator 2 is a science fiction action film. Even though the script did not design many fighting scenes for John Connor, Cameron did not want the kid he found to be out of breath after running a few steps. Moreover, if he had professional training, he could pick up a gun and go to the shooting if he had any special inspiration. So, from basic boxing and kicking courses to fencing and horse riding that had nothing to do with the movie, all of these were arranged for him. Looking at the dense schedule, Roland even suspected that Cameron had found a teacher for him because the crew had too much money. After all, it was too common for producers to embezzle the crew's funds. The guy next door named Ronan cheated the Arabs in this way. However, when thinking of Cameron, Roland felt that the possibility of embezzlement was not high. Compared with Spielberg, who liked to overspend, Cameron, who always overspent, was actually more hated by investors. Of course, even if Roland was confused, he did not refuse these courses. It's a good deal if you don't spend any money. But even so, there is one course that still puzzles him. He can understand that the crew asked him to learn boxing and fencing, hoping that he can deal with Cameron's sudden wild ideas during filming. But, what the hell is fitness training? Although the 71-year-old Schwarzenegger can still withstand a kick from others, but Roland doesn't want to become such a devil muscle man. Because if he gets into a dispute with others in the future, he will have to kneel on the ground and cry and beg the other person not to die after getting angry and punching him. Note, at the beginning of the new century, Tom Cruise was indeed seeking transformation. When he first debuted, he did work with Coppola and Martin Sr., but it was not the two of them who really hooked him up with Spielberg, but the director of Mission Impossible, Brian Palmer, who recommended Tom Cruise to shoot Minority Report. At that time, Tom Cruise was shooting Vanilla Sky, so after Spielberg watched it, he took a cameo role in the film. Spielberg's economic contracts have always been represented by CAA, but it is said that CAA only takes 1 or 2 percentage points from the contracts of their Jewish gang, and even no commission for some projects. At the 25th anniversary of Terminator 2, Cameron revealed why John Connor did not have any fighting scenes in the movie, because if a child pointed a gun at someone, it would be classified as NC-17, and the Child Protection Association would never allow such a scene to appear. But without a gun, John could not beat T-1000. This is why, except for the high school student Spider-Man, there are very few movies that describe children fighting. No one will go against money. Thanks to book friend 160,417,205,418,266. Relief Man, KO90, Dark, for the reward. Chapter 52, Different Fitness Training, please recommend. To be honest, Roland doesn't dislike those professional trainings. After all, if you want to get into this industry, you have to learn a lot of things. Take equestrianism for example. Whether it was Elizabeth Taylor's The Queen of Horses, Clint Eastwood's The Dollar Trilogy, or Spielberg's War Horse, which tells the story of horses in war, the horse riding scenes in these movies were all real shots. They won't make a fake horse run on the track for you, and then let the staff wave branches to create the illusion of a galloping horse. If you don't know how to ride a horse, then go and learn. If you get hurt, we'll wait for you, but if you can't learn, we are sorry. Because we have to say goodbye to you. In the contract of every Hollywood actor, it will be clearly marked that, after signing the contract, you have to master what skills within a certain period of time. If you already knew it before, the crew will only test it and let you maintain it after confirming that you have met the standards. But if you don't know it, the crew will also pay for a teacher and let you go within a limited time. If you don't complete it on time, it will be considered a breach of contract and you have to pay compensation. There is no way the actor's contract is equivalent to a contract of sale. During the contract period, the actor is under the control of the crew from top to bottom, from inside to outside. Henry Cavill's beard is the best proof. Million-level beards are rare in the world. Of course, these rules and regulations are actually for the service of the work and the training before the filming of TV series such as Saving Private Ryan, Band of Brothers, The Bourne Supremacy and Pirates of the Caribbean is also to make these works better. Under the constraints of the contract, no actor will say no. Even Tom Hanks will abide by the requirements of the crew. So, after getting the schedule notified by the crew, even though Roland was surprised, he did not choose to resist, but went to the destination on time to report. But this time, the guy who sent him there was David's assistant. Muhammad, who had been with Roland for half a year, had no time to care about him now. After confirming that Roland had won the Terminator 2 project, Muhammad also calmed down and worked on the company with his companions. Is it here? When Roland, who was standing on the street, raised his head and looked at the huge advertising sign, the door with black background and gold letters appeared in his sight. Not only that, there was also a bodybuilding logo on the sign. In response to his inquiry, the male assistant standing next to him took out the form in his briefcase, scanned it for a few times, and then said in a positive tone, "Yes, the address on the schedule is here." "Then why is the door closed?" Looking at the sign hanging on the inner door handle with the word "Sorry, we are closed," Roland frowned. "It's broad daylight now. Why is the door of the fitness club closed?" This question stumped the accompanying assistant. Just as he was wondering whether he should lie on the door and try to peek through the glass, acting like a fake thief who might get shot at any time, or take out his phone and call for help, a figure suddenly appeared. The uniformed staff member opened the door and said to Roland with a smile, "Roland Allen. Nice to meet you. Sorry, I misunderstood you. Because it is an internal training, our gym will not be open to outsiders during the training period, so I followed the boss's instructions and hung up the sign of closing. Please come in, the boss is here." "What? Internal training? Boss?" When Roland followed the other party into the gym, he kept repeating the other party's words in his mind. In order to shoot a movie, Cameron specially asked the crew to open a gym? This seems a bit too much, right? Compared with Nolan's side job as a corn farmer, is it possible that the truck driver's side job is actually the owner of a gym? It's no wonder Roland would think so. Who makes Hollywood guys more weird than each other? Let's talk about Leonardo, who likes to ride a bicycle. He doesn't get married and hangs out with supermodels every day, but what's the result? He is a daughter slave. The point is that little Lali Ruby is not his own child, but his good friend Maguire's. He is so excited to help others take care of their children, which really makes people doubt his motives. When Roland followed the staff to the second floor with a strange idea, the sound of lifting irons due to metal collision immediately attracted his attention. Looking in the direction of the sound, a mountain of meat appeared in his sight. "Is this your boss?" Roland asked. Although he didn't see the front, Roland had guessed the other party's identity. The only one who can make muscles attached to the body like a rock, except for Captain America's teammate Stone Man, is T-800. "Yeah." The staff nodded, and he turned around and wanted to leave after completing the task. However, just as he was going downstairs, he suddenly remembered something, stopped and warned, "Wait until our boss finishes this set. Before you go up, don't disrupt his rhythm, otherwise something will happen." Roland had already read the gym safety warning manual provided by the crew before he arrived. He nodded without objection, and as he responded, the staff member in charge of leading the way also disappeared tactfully. It seemed that he heard their conversation, but it was more like the exercise had been completed. Roland just looked around and casually looked at the venue. It took less than 3 minutes in total, and the future governor, who was sitting on the machine and stretching crazily, had already stopped. Looking at the red-faced man who looked like Guangdong, with bulging veins and a beard, Roland very consciously approached him. He did not speak immediately after reading all the instructions, but picked up the towel placed aside and wrapped it around the other party's right hand, then picked up the water bottle, opened the lid, revealing the stall inside, and directly put the straw to the governor's mouth. The governor raised his eyebrows at the neat movements. He opened his mouth to hold the straw and touched his head. "I didn't do exhaustion training, but you look like you must have finished reading the manual I gave you." Although the two met for the first time and didn't say hello, after hearing the governor's slightly brisk words, Roland smiled and shrugged his shoulders, as if talking to an old friend, and said directly, "I did read the manual, but I didn't know that my fitness coach was you." That's right. When Roland found out that the owner of this gym was Schwarzenegger, he guessed the other party's identity. There are countless fitness coaches in America, but for the Terminator 2 crew, no matter who they hire, Schwarzenegger is not as suitable. Compared with those coaches who need to be paid, Arnold can teach the class while training. Of course, it was strange to invite Schwarzenegger, who had won the Mr. Olympia title 7 times in a row, to teach Roland. especially since the teaching was conducted in the other party's own place. Roland found it even more difficult to understand. The point was that the other party was now a fitness consultant for the White House. However, before Roland could ask how Cameron had invited him to come out, the governor, who had already taken the water bottle, tilted his head and was very interested in the fitness coach Roland mentioned. "You mean the coach? Oh, come on. That's all a lie made up by James. You're only 10 years old. Just do normal exercise." "Why do you want to exercise?" "He asked you to come here because he wanted us to communicate more before the filming of the movie." In his words, it was Arnold. "In Terminator, you only have 17 lines. Do you know why? Because when you say the lines, I want to laugh." Schwarzenegger winked at Roland without any awkwardness when they first met. After hearing what the other party said, Roland was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. Yes, Roland is still growing at this age, and he can learn anything, but he can't lift weights like crazy. If he follows the governor to exercise at this age, it will probably be a long time before his body has problems. At that time, it will be fun. The reason why Cameron arranged fitness courses for him was just to let him follow Schwarzenegger for proper exercise, and the remaining time outside of exercise was for them to cultivate feelings. You heard it right. Even if they are two men, in Cameron's view, they have to cultivate feelings. Why? Because the governor has not filmed a love scene so far. Starting from the first movie that made him famous, Conan the Barbarian, to the subsequent Predator and Total Recall, the governor's acting skills have improved rapidly, and his Austrian accent has been completely abandoned. His tough guy style has captured many fans, but so far, he has rarely tasted emotions on the screen. Of course, the reason why the governor abandoned emotions may be that he could not handle these scenes, or it may be related to his wife Mariah, but no matter what the reason is, the devil robots in Terminator 2 must have certain emotions. This emotion is not generated with Sarah Connor, but with John Connor. In the last scene of the film, when the T-800 fell into the molten lava, the raised thumb was the embodiment of humanity. Before that, the adventure of T-800 and John Connor was the process of transformation of both parties. John Connor, who lives in a foster family, has no father. He regards the devil Terminator, who is controlled by the program and can only complete the master's orders, as his father, while the devil Terminator from the future breaks away from the program and eventually goes to self-destruction. The father-son relationship between man and machine cannot be explained in a few words. Instead of yelling at two guys who have never dealt with each other during filming, it is better to let them get along for a while and cultivate feelings before filming. Of course, emotional cultivation before filming is also the most commonly used method in Hollywood, only for children. Most children cannot understand the emotions described by the director in a short period of time. In this way, it is particularly important to spend time in advance to let children and the leading actors know each other. The most classic example is Tom Hanks and Michael Humphries. In order to shoot Forrest Gump, Tom Hanks deliberately spent some time with the other party. The purpose is to learn the other party's accent and understand the other party's movement habits. Although Terminator 2 is just a commercial movie, but in order to prevent his billion-dollar masterpiece from failing, Cameron must take every detail seriously. And this is actually the fitness class that Roland wants to learn. Oh, is that so? I thought I was going to train like you, facing these machines. When Roland understood the cause and effect of the matter, he was relieved immediately. Before coming here, he would get hairy all over when he thought that he might become a muscle stick. After learning that he was classified as one of Spielberg's own, he didn't want to follow the path of special actors like Dwayne Johnson. Although Johnson's eyebrow-shaking performance is cool, and Uncle Wolf's beard and big abdominal muscles are super handsome, but, like them, it is actually very physically demanding to maintain a strong body all year round. After all, not everyone is the governor, who can still lift weights like crazy after heart surgery. More people are actually like Hugh Jackman. When illness strikes, they will feel pain for continuing to maintain their figure. Of course not. Seeing the little guy's relaxed exhalation, the governor, who has recovered, covered the water bottle and smiled at Roland. "I won't let anyone train. If I train you into a tough guy, I will be in trouble." Although the governor's words were very vague, Roland could understand what he meant. Since he married Mariah Shriver and became a fitness consultant for the White House, he will no longer offend the Jewish gang. Not only that, for him, the Jewish consortium is the force he needs to fight for the most. In fact, when he learned from Cameron how Roland got the role of John Connor, he gladly accepted the position of fitness coach, because for him, with this identity, he could openly rub Roland and get into the crew of Captain Hook next door. And this is the real reason why he didn't say hello and talk directly with Roland with a smile. He wanted to reveal the unfamiliarity between the two parties as quickly as possible. If Roland was just a 10-year-old child, he might not understand Schwarzenegger's words. But now, even if he knew, he would subconsciously ignore the other party's hint. Okay, then how do we cultivate feelings? Roland changed the subject. Anyway, we have 3 months. How about we practice for a while first? I can play football and basketball, but I have never touched fitness. Oh, Roland, don't worry. Although Roland didn't continue to talk along with the governor's words, he didn't care about these details. Instead, he put down the water cup and said with a smile, "There is another person who hasn't arrived yet." "There is another person? Who is it?" Roland asked. "Of course it's Sarah Connor, the mother in your movie. Linda Hamilton." Note, explain the governor's ambiguous attitude in this chapter. After marrying Kennedy's niece in 1986, the governor chose to embark on a career in politics. Unlike Clooney and his son, the governor's first step was to enter the White House as a fitness coach, while disintegrating the hostility of those guys in the White House towards the Germans. The governor also donated money to the Jewish Association to build mausoleums, nursing homes, hospitals and other public facilities for them. Since marrying Mariah, he has always wanted to connect with the Jews. This is his motivation. On May 2, 2014, Spielberg announced in a speech at the United Nations that he would establish a center for the study of racial killing and racial issues at the University of Southern California, based on the original show Foundation. Many reports say that he prepared for Schindler's List for 10 years. Yes, he should be the most suitable director in the world to make this movie, because the predecessor of the Foundation was run by his father, which was specifically used to collect evidence of the persecution and massacre of Jews. This is why Scorsese refused to direct this movie. The Jewish gang knew that only he could make this movie. This is the organization that the governor wanted to approach and donate to. Leo has been taking care of Spider-Man's baby for a long time, and Ruby even calls him dad directly. Before filming, letting children and actors cultivate emotions is one of Hollywood's conventional methods. Hanks did learn the child's accent specifically for filming. Chapter 53 Win-Win. Please recommend. Cultivating feelings is actually a very vague concept, especially after both parties know this motive. Everything will be very awkward. Because when this idea lingers in the heart, the process that has to be taken in order to achieve the goal will be an insurmountable gap, which will make both parties feel that their behavior is too deliberate. So, when Schwarzenegger said the name Linda Hamilton, the gym, which was already empty, instantly fell into silence. Roland, who wanted to pass the time with fitness, didn't know how to respond, and Arnold didn't know how to explain. The scene of staring at each other made both parties uncomfortable. Looking at the governor in front of him with a frown on his face, who seemed to want to have an awkward chat with him, Roland also understood why many people in later generations said that Star-Lord and the governor's daughter were a perfect match. It may be because when the governor didn't know what to say, Star-Lord could jump in to ease the atmosphere with his father-in-law. Of course, the face-to-face days did not last too long. Because soon after the governor said Linda Hamilton's name, the other party appeared. The two had a foundation for cooperation before, and when they met again, they got familiar with each other very quickly. After chatting for a while, at Linda's suggestion, everyone went straight to the topic. Unlike Roland, Linda, who has fighting scenes in the movie, has to undergo formal physical training. Apart from other things, the arm muscles must be reflected, and the pull-ups must be able to support. While Schwarzenegger was instructing the other party, there was another person who was also practicing with Linda. Of course, that person was not Roland, but Linda's sister Leslie. Yes, many people think that the T-1000 in Terminator 2 is simply a film killer because his mimicry ability will make filming extremely complicated and make the post-production staff directly bored. Many people even suspect that in that era, the special effects team responsible for the mimicry changes in Terminator 2 would resign directly, change jobs, and then take over the project again in a new company, just like the special effects artist who did Shen Gangbao's face change. But in fact, the transformation of T-1000 in the movie is all exquisite and not so exaggerated. Because including the heroine, all the characters that need to appear at the same time are actually twins. Why use special effects to create two Sarah Connors? Linda already has a twin sister, can't I just let her come over to play? For other roles, twins are chosen when casting. Signing twins to play can save a lot of money compared to one person shooting two scenes and then editing and splicing them in post-production. That's right, James Cameron is not a pure money shredder. He also knows how to cut costs. It's just that every time he cuts the cost, it will be spent multiple times on various weird lists. Of course, for many actors, Cameron and other guys' cost-cutting measures are actually providing themselves with jobs. After all, twins are not easy to get along with in Hollywood. Compared with many auditions that go through the process, special actors such as twins are more discriminated against. No director would deliberately promote a pair of twins, and no producer would be willing to sign twins as the protagonists, because for capital, this is a losing deal. The elder sister is popular, but the younger sister is not. So how to calculate it? They look the same. How to sign this contract? How to do this publicity? The face isn't changing, but the hidden value and public opinion risk generated by the face are estimable. It is precisely because she knows that her film contract is hard won. So when Linda got the long fitness training plan, she did not have the same concerns as Roland. And when the two sisters came down from the horizontal bar sweating, Arnold, who had already pulled himself out of embarrassment, tilted his head to look at Roland and asked, "Do you want to try it?" The horizontal bar will not only not affect your physical development, but also make you taller. Starting with the topic of fitness and pulling the relationship between the two sides was originally Cameron's idea. It's just that the governor explained it first, which made the two people who were showing their cards feel embarrassed. After returning to the topic, Roland certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse the other party. Schwarzenegger personally came to teach. This kind of opportunity is hard to come by. Even if Roland doesn't need to exercise now, he will have a good relationship with him. No one knows whether he will need him in the future. One day in the future, when Roland needs to gain muscle, calling the governor is safer than going to New York to find Billy Harrington, right? After all, no one wants to hear some strange noises when exercising. Of course, Roland's exercise schedule is not as much as Linda's. Under the guidance of the governor, he only did some basic exercises. After he and Linda finished training, he understood what Lion Po meant by success comes at a price. No one can become famous in one fell swoop with an attitude of enjoying life. More people only see the enjoyment of those big stars after success, but not their madness. Before they became famous, when the governor completed his exercise schedule for the day in front of him, one group after another, the almost self-abuse training made him see the other party's determination to join the big kids and play more advanced games. Marriage may be the driving force for the governor's success, but his persistence day after day is the root of his success. Of course, pure fitness only lasted for a week. It seems that he wanted to establish a relationship with Spielberg as soon as possible. When Schwarzenegger found that Roland could complete the daily courses he arranged after a period of adaptive training, he proposed to go to Sony's studio to take a look and give Cameron, who was watching on the scene, a surprise so that he could review the training results. This playful mentality was also what Roland wanted. The two hit it off, took a simple shower, and went straight to the studio. However, when they arrived, they found that the truck driver didn't come today. James went to the desert in western Arizona. He got a retired M6101 from the Army through Steven's relationship. I heard that it was directly disassembled from a helicopter. In his words, it was "I want to touch that big guy with my own hands before shooting." Yes, this is the strange list that Roland just mentioned. In order to save money on special effects, Cameron could use the method of hiring twin actors to save costs. However, before the producer could even warm up the money, the other party used it to buy a Gatling gun. In the movie Terminator 2, the Gatling gun that the governor used was real. Not only that, it was a helicopter-mounted Gatling gun, and the firing rate per minute could reach 6,000 rounds. It is no exaggeration to say that, even if it was a blank bullet, it would burn the salary of a pair of twins in 1 minute. If there were more NGs, it would not be much different from directly doing the fire special effects. It's a pity that he is not here. Hearing this news, Roland sighed regretfully. Compared with Schwarzenegger, the person he wanted to contact more was naturally the tyrant. If possible, he would certainly meet with him as many times as possible in the 3 months before the shooting. But, it all depends on the weather. However, just when Roland thought that the matter was over, after asking the staff about the whole story, the governor smiled and said, "Are you interested in going with me?" "Where to?" Roland didn't react for a while. "Of course, we are going to the desert." The governor bent down, reached into the car, took out a map, and said to Roland, "Arizona is right next to California. Although it's far away, we can fly there instead of taking Highway 10. It takes at most an hour and a half from Los Angeles to Phoenix. Then we'll rent a car and drive to the desert. We'll be able to see James tomorrow at noon at the latest. I don't know if you're interested, but I know that if James sees the two of us, he'll definitely be interested. Fly there directly?" This idea seems pretty good. Without hesitation, he did it. As soon as he thought of it, Roland asked his assistant for a cell phone and called David. When the other party learned that Roland was going to go to James with Schwarzenegger, this guy agreed to his travel plan without saying a word. Not only that, he also told the assistant who was following Roland to pay by credit card, and all the expenses would be reimbursed by him after he returned. "Why, is it a lot of money? I have a card, and 30% of the initial salary has been paid. I can pay it. The airfare from Los Angeles to Phoenix is less than $100, right? Even if you include accommodation and other things, we will not spend much money for a few days there, right?" When Roland moved closer to the assistant and asked quietly about his doubts, Schwarzenegger, who had been observing him, squatted down, raised his hand on Roland's shoulder, pointed to the crew set not far away and said, "Look at these martial artists in our crew. What about shotguns, rifles, etc.? We have them all, and they can all be used in California. But the Gatling guns are different. You can only use them in the Great Desert of Arizona. The Great Desert is the largest machine gun shooting range in America. You can use an M3, Bren light machine gun, Barrett, etc. there, but the bullets are a bit expensive. 7.62 ammunition costs $3 a piece. If you use a Gatling gun at 2,000 rounds per minute, you will lose $6,000 in 1 minute. Fuck you." Roland stopped talking. He was so scared that he almost deformed. $6,000 a minute? 10 minutes of shooting directly wiped out my salary for a movie? Is this playing with guns or playing with money? Why does it feel more terrifying than coin-operated mass attack? Even though he doesn't need to file taxes until the next tax season, he got 30% of the salary, which is $24,000. If the $24,000 were given to Mohammed, he could have made a game. But if it was put in a shooting range in the desert, he could only fire 8,000 bullets. 4 minutes of fun. Are your bullets inlaid with diamonds? I can't afford to offend you. I can't afford to offend you. Goodbye. When Roland heard the price quoted by Schwarzenegger, he simply kept silent. He let his assistant book tickets and rooms, and he didn't care about anything else. It's not that he is stingy. It's that he really has no money. As for eating David's, wearing David's, and using David's things, I will pay it back slowly in the future. If David doesn't accept it, then I will force him to return it to his daughter. When Roland staggered with Schwarzenegger to the desert 10 miles northeast of Wakiap, the deafening sound of gunfire was like a firecracker, and it kept going off. Since Cameron had received a call from the crew, when Roland and Schwarzenegger appeared in front of him, this guy wearing noise-cancelling headphones was not surprised, but happily stepped forward and hugged them. "Arnold, I wanted to wait until your training was over before letting you come over to try out the gun." "Oh, James, isn't that a waste of time? Schwarzenegger said with a smile. When Roland and I learned that you came here alone to play with guns, we bought tickets and flew over directly, right, Roland? Yes, Arnold said that we can't let you enjoy it alone in secret. When Roland imitated Schwarzenegger's tone and described Cameron as a grandeur who was stingy with money, the truck driver wearing goggles laughed immediately. He didn't care about the two people's joking words, but shouted, "It seems that your relationship is going well. After the training, there are still some effects, right? Okay, since you are here, I won't say more. Come and try out the guns. If there is no problem, I will let them take these things back." As the governor had said before, James, who had hoped that they could get along well, was in a very good mood after he found that the two had joined forces to make fun of him. Compared with the guy who pestered Spielberg and asked for the title of screenwriter before, Cameron now smiles like a child. At this moment, he didn't even hold the two responsible for disrupting the class schedule and changing the itinerary at will, because the familiarity between the two is good for filming. No matter how much money he spends, how much he curses, how much he yells, or how crazy he is, doesn't he still hope to make a good movie? As long as the final result can satisfy him, he can ignore the process. As for inviting the two to play Gatling, as long as everyone's feelings can be improved, he won't mind, even if all the expenses are paid by the crew. What? You said investors? The money has gone into Mike Cameron's pocket, and you investors still want to take it back. However, just when Roland approached Gatling and wanted to try this big guy himself, he looked at it for a while and suddenly found a very serious problem. Where is the trigger of this gun? Hearing Roland's question, the scene suddenly fell into silence. After a few seconds, the guys including Cameron all laughed. "Roland, you reported the model of the gun to me seriously that day? I thought you really knew these things. I didn't expect you only knew the model, but didn't know how to use it. This M6101 is electrically driven. Unplug the switch and press the button to ignite." Hearing James say this, Roland's old face suddenly blushed. If he wasn't thick-skinned enough, he would have gone underground. It's really not fun to be exposed by Cameron on the spot. But even so, he still suppressed his smile and pressed the ignition button according to Cameron's instructions. When he saw with his own eyes that the barrel of the gun, which had been spinning for a few seconds, spit out blue flames a few seconds later, the sound of the bullets was matched by the rain, and the sense of comfort that came naturally made Roland extremely excited. And when he thought that after he pressed this button, every second would be a green Franklin, he was even happier. Because this special code was not his own money. After playing in the desert of Arizona for 3 days, Roland, who was refreshed, returned to Los Angeles with the crew. In 3 days, he played with all the guns in the desert. If Cameron hadn't found a tracer bullet launcher on his bill and almost stabbed him with a knife, Roland might not have stopped. After returning home, Roland even described the feel of the Gatling gun to James Olsen. When he expanded the process of less than 30 seconds and described the feeling of having no experience, he was exaggerated. James looked at him with eyes wide open. "Fuck, Roland. Are we still brothers? Why don't you take me with you? Who kicked me out last time? Didn't I just hug your sister and tell her a story?" Roland crossed his legs and asked nonchalantly. Although Roland looked like he really deserved a beating, James still backed off. "Ouch. Brother. It's my fault. You can communicate with them however you want in the future. I only have one request. Next time your crew is filming, you must take me to see M6101 and Schwarzenegger. I've wanted to see them for a long time." Roland accepted James's words of backing off completely. Of course, when it comes to taking someone to the crew, you can fool them as much as you can. In the following time, in addition to training with the course, Roland also visited the governor's house. When he learned that the governor's wife liked the Olsen sisters very much and wanted to meet them, the social gathering naturally began. Inviting Schwarzenegger and his wife and friends from the Home Alone crew to the party not only satisfied James' needs, but also made David very happy. Because the Peace Group and Special Olympics behind Mariah are the most direct forces. Although David's real estate business has nothing to do with Washington, but what if? It is no exaggeration to say that all the investment David made for Roland has been paid off at this moment. How to deal with the relationship next is David's own business. Of course, in addition to David, Schwarzenegger is also very happy. Not only because he saw Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci and other backbones of the Jewish gang at the Olsen family party, but also because Joe Pesci sent Roland an invitation. It was an invitation to the premiere of the movie Goodfellas held in New York on September 18, 1990. If it was just an invitation, it might not be a big deal. But if it was to help the Olsens take care of the children, the governor, who was temporarily promoted to Roland's father, would naturally be happy to do it. Arnold, since they don't have time, why don't you take me there? Roland pushed the invitation in front of Schwarzenegger and asked with his head tilted. Looking at the exquisite envelope with complicated patterns, Schwarzenegger laughed. Although he didn't meet Spielberg during this period, it didn't matter. Because Martin Scorsese, the director of Goodfellas, is also one of the four giants of the Jewish gang. No problem, I'd be happy to. After picking up the envelope and looking at it for a few seconds, Schwarzenegger showed Roland a signature smile. Because for him, his investment has begun to pay off. Note, in Terminator 2, the actors whose bodies were simulated by T-1000 basically did not use computer special effects, including the heroine Linda. The policemen killed by T-1000 in the hospital were all twins. Because this saved money, the Vulcan machine gun in the movie is real, and in order to look more exciting, they changed the firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute to 2,000 rounds per minute, so that the fire looks bigger. The Great Desert in Arizona is real. There is indeed a shooting range there, and you can play with machine guns. The cheapest bullet is also $3, but the free shooting time is April and October every year. Special events, limited to 72 hours. Data from the YouTube video of North American newspaper Brother. It is not an exaggeration to develop a game for more than $20,000 in 1990. When Mohammed just started his business, he spent $40,000 in 4 months to make a RPM racing with his team. The father of the governor's wife Mariah is the founder of the Peace Group. Since the Special Olympics was founded by them, the honorary president, CEO, and chairman of the board of directors are all from their family. Not only that, her father has also been president. Chapter 54. A gentleman is not born different, but is good at making use of things, seeking recommendation votes. From the beginning of June, when he got the role, to the beginning of September when all the training courses officially ended, in just 90 days, the relationship between Roland and Schwarzenegger had already met Cameron's expectations. There was no way, because the gym was the easiest place, to enhance the relationship between the same kind. Of course, the closed gym could not provide Roland with those beauties who specialized in leg training, and the things he and Arnold discussed most every day could not be these messy things. All the content was related to fitness, such as, "Oh, Roland, it's okay, the lines are already showing. Arnold, can you help me check if this deltoid muscle is normal? Roland, your posture is wrong. If you train like you do, your groin will be strained. It's okay, I have a smart groin, it can adjust itself." Whenever Linda Hamilton and her sister Leslie heard the ambiguous conversation between Roland and Schwarzenegger, they would roll their eyes helplessly as they followed the process and completed the daily goals. Is the name of this gym called Blind Legend? Although the two sisters are not the kind of people who make a living by their looks, they are at least the only two opposite sexes in the gym. In this case, you two just come to say hello every day in a formulaic way, and then stay aside to practice passionately? This is simply, if Roland knew their thoughts, he would definitely secretly criticize them in his heart. People who can be on camera are actually not ugly, but for Roland, fitness is actually more attractive. Why? Because after witnessing Schwarzenegger teaching the Hamilton sisters, Roland immediately discovered a problem. Actresses are different from actors. They can't play water guns with beer bellies. For them, fitness is simply a daily life. In this case, what if Elizabeth needs it many years later? At that time, Roland, who is studying under the governor, can't he slam the table like Zhu Washang and shout, "Let me do it"? Yes, compared with the present, Roland cares more about his future. Of course, the governor can't be with Roland every day. After returning from the desert, Kindergarten Cop, which was invested by Universal and starred by Schwarzenegger, also entered the filming stage. It was the greatest leniency for the director to adjust the filming schedule and take time to meet Roland every week. Besides, Roland had no time to think about Schwarzenegger when he was not working out. The other teachers were quite strict. They would not laugh and joke with Roland like Schwarzenegger did. The key to getting their salary was to ensure that Roland met the standards on time and in quantity. In addition to studying, Roland also did a lot of things in these 90 days. For example, his agent Samantha took him to the Actors Guild and helped him go through all the procedures. If Roland was still fighting alone now, he could wait until Home Alone was released before making a decision. But the problem was that the situation was different, because whether it was Hook or Terminator 2, these were all projects that had been reported to the union. Although Roland could ignore the union, the consequence of doing so was to ask for trouble. After all, Roland is not Woody Allen. Even if he doesn't join the union won't dare to do anything to him. But what about Roland? Without Spielberg's public recognition, he, who has met the standards but doesn't join the union, is likely to be tripped up by others. Of course, joining the union also costs money. The $1,500 membership fee is almost enough to make Roland call it a robbery. Many people think that joining the union is equivalent to having security, but for Roland, this statement has a strong two-sidedness. Only those who go with the flow and take things as they come will think about the union speaking for them. And for a real boss like Spielberg, what problems can the union help him solve? Before the union took action, they had already discussed what they should and shouldn't take. In addition to joining the union, Roland also went to the cinema with Gennady and others in his spare time to watch movies and pay attention to the box office market in the summer season. On June 1st, Rescue starring Schwarzenegger and Sharon Stone was officially released. During the traditional 3-month screening period, the film earned $260 million in global box office. Charles, who previously won Hook and gave Terminator 2 to Roland, also had a work to present. The T.C. Dick co-starring Warren Beatty, Al Pacino and Madonna earned $160 million in global box office in 3 months. Although this number was dragged in seconds by the governor's work, its cost was only $47 million after all. However, compared with Rescue and T.C. Dick, Ghost starring Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore, which was released on July 13th, was the biggest winner of the summer season. With a cost of $22 million and a North American box office of $217 million, it directly became the North American box office champion this year. After receiving the prediction of the global box office of over $500 million made by major analysis agencies, many experts even asserted that Ghost was the global champion this year. In their opinion, no movie has the ability to impact it. Love that transcends life and death and lasts until death is what many young people yearn for. Patrick Swayze and Demi Moore's embrace and kiss is definitely the most romantic love moment in the history of Hollywood movies. This movie not only tells us a warm and romantic love story, but also presents us with an audiovisual feast. I like the song Unchained Melody and I love this story. Ghost will be the best film of the year. Demi Moore and Whoopi Goldberg both have the opportunity to impact the Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. In addition to the outstanding love, suspense and crime are also the highlights of this movie. When Roland looked at the praises written by the film critics in the entertainment section of the Los Angeles Times, a smile of emotion appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course, he had done commentary on the movie Ghost. The classic scene of the hero and heroine playing with clay was imitated by later generations. The theme song Unchained Melody was even covered by major singers. Its influence made this movie once hailed as the greatest love story in film history, until The Unsinkable Ship came out. However, even though this movie was described as rare in the world by the media, it did not win the annual championship in 1990. The North American box office of $210 million was trampled to pieces by the last-minute Home Alone, and the proud global box office of $500 million was also eclipsed by the Guinness World Record of $533 million. Of course, the history and memory is not the reason why Roland smiled. The increasingly close release date is not the key to Roland's excitement. What really made him deal with the news with a calm mind and believed that he could emulate Macaulay Culkin and beat Ghost, or even surpass him, was not the repeated practice of more than 100 days in the time loop, nor the good news about post-production revealed by Chris Columbus at the party, but the invitation to the premiere of Goodfellas given by Joe Pesci and Arnold Schwarzenegger's colleagues. In the previous life, who was the hotspot of the publicity of Home Alone? It was Joe Pesci who hit the Oscar again with Goodfellas. Daniel Stern, a well-known supporting actor in various movies, Chris Columbus, the screenwriter of Gremlins, and John Hughes, the master of American youth films. Yes, everyone can become the publicity point of the film, but only Macaulay Culkin cannot. Even though Macaulay started acting when he was 4 years old, his popularity was about zero before the movie was released. If Roland only had the movie Home Alone, and he didn't audition for Hook, and didn't get the project of Terminator 2, then his current situation would only be a little better than Macaulay's. Fox might use children adopted by the Olsen sisters' parents to hype up the popularity, but in more cases, Roland, who has no topic, will be an idle person like Macaulay. But now, everything has changed. Why did Roland desperately want to get the project of Hook? Is it because he wants to hold on to Spielberg's thigh? Of course there is such an idea, but the root is that he doesn't want to be a useless person. The uselessness here is naturally from the perspective of the distributor. The actors don't actually have to worry about the promotion and distribution of the film. More often, they only need to cooperate with the distributor. As a movie invested by Fox, Home Alone cannot be launched silently, but this is just the most traditional approach. Because if the actor really has no topic, the distributor cannot hype and promote it. Directly promote the lead actor Roland Allen. Who is Roland Allen? The audience will be confused if they don't know him. That's why Roland wants to find a way to create topics for himself. In later generations, many artists behind the scenes teams will give artists various personalities. This kind of personality is actually the content of each announcement, which creates a topic focus for public opinion. But hyping up personalities requires a large number of water troops, which was not applicable before the development of the internet. Moreover, in this era, the publicity gimmicks of traditional media and the focus of various movie fans are still excellent works. Therefore, Roland wanted to catch the other party desperately after learning about the project of Captain Hook. Because future works are also capital for publicity. Everyone does not know who Roland Allen is, but they know Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Cameron. Roland Allen, who starred in Home Alone, is a little actor personally selected by James Cameron. Will he cooperate with Arnold Schwarzenegger to co-star in Terminator 2? The two of them attended the premiere of Goodfellas together. In this way, wouldn't the topic and popularity come out? To put it bluntly, the topic of the governor and the truck driver alone is enough to beat the entire Home Alone crew, and this is also the key reason why Roland hopes that the governor can attend the premiere of Goodfellas with him. For the governor, this is an opportunity to connect with a Jewish gang. For Roland, this is an opportunity to step on all actors of the same age. Schwarzenegger wants to pave the way for his own career, and the Terminator 2 crew dares to bet on post-promotion. Roland, of course, will not treat himself badly. A gentleman is not born different, but is good at making use of things. He still understands this sentence. As for how to turn the topic into cash, that kind of thing is not Roland's business. He believes that the professionals at Fox will come up with countless ways to turn the topics he personally sent into dollars. He believes that no matter whether it is the investor Fox, Cameron, or Spielberg, they will fall in love with him. After all, he knows what's interesting. He won't be like those young people who talk about art all the time. He knows what makes these big guys stand in Hollywood. Is it the kind of inspiration that will be recorded in history? No. It's the box office that old Capital loves. It's the Green Franklin. It's money. After the training course came to an end, Roland quietly waited for the arrival of September 18th and the sound of the Desert Shield broadcast on TV news. When he appeared in front of Schwarzenegger wearing a suit and leather shoes specially customized by David Seeking Taylor Shoemaker, wearing a bow tie, the other party's gray suit and black tie made Roland laugh directly. To be honest, I think you look better in a jacket, Roland said seriously with a straight face. If I wasn't afraid of grabbing the headlines, I would rather wear short sleeves on the red carpet. The governor rolled his eyes and raised his hand to unbutton his coat. Oh, come on. Since you are here, you will definitely be on the front page of tomorrow's news. Roland smiled at him, and while he was talking, the two of them walked into the elevator. Isn't it the same for you? Why, are you afraid that the heat is not enough? How about I carry you and walk with you later? Schwarzenegger tilted his head slightly, looking down at Roland, and smiled at his 2 rows of white teeth. The two of them were amused by the casual words. If Cameron was here, he would definitely be happy about their relationship. But for them, these words were just a way to relieve stress. Because they took the same flight from Los Angeles to New York. They took the same car and stayed in the same hotel on the same floor, facing each other. Later, they had to show up at the same time. No matter whether they should say it or not, they are already on the way and have finished talking. Are you nervous? When the two walked out of the hotel and sat in the extended Lincoln limousine, Schwarzenegger looked at the kid beside him with concern. Facing his question, Roland, who was silent for a long time, shrugged his shoulders in response. Nervous? Of course. How could he not be nervous? Because he knew in his heart that the moment he got off the car, the comfort he had before would be gone. As the theater sign got closer and closer, the noisy voices jumped into his ears, and the real Hollywood would open its doors for him. We are here. As the car stopped, Roland whispered in response. Just as Schwarzenegger nodded slightly, the door on his side was also opened by the staff. The deafening scream drilled into his eardrums. Roland turned his head and smiled at the other party. After getting his idea, the governor, who had a mutually beneficial mentality, did not hesitate and leaned down to get out of the car. At the same time, he did not mean to stand still and wave, but walked quickly to Roland's side and opened the door for him. Looking at the rough big hand covered with calluses, Roland happily shook the other party's hand. And when Roland jumped out of the car with the help of Schwarzenegger, the surging sound waves had completely drowned him. Hollywood, here I come. Roland said to himself, and then he stood with Schwarzenegger with a smile that he had trained for a long time. Note, there are standards for joining the union. If you are the leading actor in a union project, you can meet the standard by signing a contract and working for 1 day. If you are an extra, you need to work for 3 days in the union project. The union is useless to Roland, but it is not as bad as I wrote, because a certain number of union actors must be used in projects that have been registered with the union, and they also have insurance. But the premise of this insurance is that the annual working hours or remuneration reaches a certain level before it will take effect. Of course, the biggest role of the union is to judge awards. If you don't work with the union, you can't even be nominated for the Oscars. But Woody Allen has to be excluded here. Don't mention the union. This guy didn't even take the Oscar award. He is a real boss. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 55 Photos and News. Arnold? I didn't expect to see him in this place. He's here too? It's a real surprise. Oh my god. He's very handsome. Hey, who's the little boy next to him? I don't know. Who cares? He's not his son anyway. From the moment they stepped out of the car door, screams accompanied by flashes of light surged like a surging ocean wave. The sudden rise in cheering decibels was like a sharp silver needle, enough to pierce people's eardrums. Facing those bright lights that could blind people, and those shouts that could not be heard, even if one held his breath and concentrated, the little guy on the red carpet did not lose his color at all, and did not force himself to be artificial. Although he was simply walking on the red carpet hand in hand with Schwarzenegger, the smile on his face infected the media reporters who were squatting to shoot. Looking at the figures of the big and the small walking slowly while contributing film, the reporting team who were invited to come also had countless questions in their hearts. Why is Arnold Schwarzenegger attending the premiere of Martin Scorsese's film? The ABC photographer who was in charge of taking photos asked his colleague beside him while pressing the shutter frantically, "This is your project, tell me about it." I don't know either. The CNN reporter who was in charge of taking photos of the red carpet was confused. Although Goodfellas was a movie produced and distributed by Warner, he had also seen the list of invitees before arriving, but the governor's name was not on the list. You don't know? You must be kidding. After hearing CNN's puzzled words, the voice of distrust had already appeared. The reporter from The Hollywood Reporter was like a slippery loach, holding up the camera to capture close-ups, while talking all the time. Don't hide it. What is going on? Who is that little boy? What's the relationship with Arnold? Didn't you see that the group of fans on the opposite side also looked puzzled? This is big news. Yes, different from what the outside world imagines. The double-sided red carpets of the premieres of major movies and the Idol fan clubs are different. The red carpet here can only accommodate fans on one side. In order to make the photos look better, the other side of the red carpet is the front line for photographers to capture reuters photos, because when shooting from their direction, no matter it is a panoramic view or a close-up, there will be a lot of human background boards, which will make the scene look very lively. Of course, while shooting the scenes, they would also change the angles according to the different reactions of the fans on the scene. Because of this, most of the time, they who were responsible for taking pictures knew which star the fans were discussing better than the stars on the red carpet. Just like now, with the appearance of the governor, they, who were still discussing the previous star, directly shifted the topic to the two people on the red carpet. Although they didn't know why Schwarzenegger appeared here, the shutters in their hands did not stop until the Fox reporter slapped his forehead. I remember, isn't he the kid who filmed Home Alone with Joe Pesci? It seems to be called Roland Allen. Roland Allen. When the reporters from ABC and The Hollywood Reporter gathered together and wanted to unite to squeeze information from their CNN colleagues, the sudden words made them stunned for half a second. Although it seems that there are a lot of people working in Hollywood, the circle is only that big. The circle has its own information channels and rules. In this case, the number of people who can be remembered by their real names is actually less than 1,000. In the eyes of the fans on the other side, Roland is simply a tool brought by Schwarzenegger. Their views are not wrong. After all, it is the 1990s, and the internet has not been popularized to thousands of households like in later generations. The only channel for fans to obtain information about artists is the traditional media controlled by Hollywood companies. In the era when IMDb, the largest movie database on the internet, was not born, people could discuss Tom Hanks and Jack Nicholson, but they would never know Roland Allen. Even movie enthusiasts are the same. Before the capitalists revealed the news, no one would notice that Terminator 2, a movie that has been approved and is ready to start shooting, has chosen a male second named Roland Allen. However, this kind of information blockage is only for outsiders. If insiders don't know that there is a little actor named Roland Allen in this year's A-level production Terminator 2, then they really can't make it in this industry. Although some people may not remember Roland's appearance and the information, his name and information can still be recalled. After all, the Project Captain Hook is not a decoration. Is he Roland Allen? The ABC reporter raised his eyebrows, and he picked up the camera that he had put down and took 2 more photos of Roland's profile. Yes, because he didn't know who Roland was, so when he rushed to take pictures, he only took a close-up of Schwarzenegger. Even if there was a panoramic photo, he couldn't remember what Roland looked like in the photo. Home Alone. This movie will be released in 2 months, right? The CNN reporter certainly knew about this work, and while he was talking, he copied the ABC reporter's actions. So it's him. After hearing what his colleagues said, the reporter of The Hollywood Reporter suddenly realized, and the shutter in his hand rang several times in succession. It was reported before that he was spotted by James Cameron and would work with Arnold in Terminator 2. I didn't expect that they would be publicly unveiled before the crew of Terminator 2 officially announced it. Yes, they actually made it public before the crew officially announced it. What? They actually made a public appearance? When the Fox reporter wanted to continue talking along with the words of his 3 colleagues, he, who was about to become a repeater, suddenly felt something was wrong. He stared at the 2 figures on the red carpet with wide eyes for a few more times. After confirming that the child walking slowly was Roland, his eyes suddenly twitched. Fuck. Like a bolt from the blue, the photographer who had worked at Fox for so many years yelled. He naturally knew what he had missed by not taking a photo of the two of them. Was it a photo for tomorrow's publicity report? No. It is an opportunity to get a promotion and salary increase, become a general manager, become a CEO, marry a beautiful and wealthy woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. Why? This has to start with the Blair Witch Project. The Blair Witch Project, released in 1999, is generally regarded by the industry and the public as a source of successful internet marketing cases. It is a low-cost work with a cost of only $35,000 through the internet plus offline posters, weekly magazines, missing persons notices and other methods. It successfully gave the vast majority of movie fans an illusion that this is a murder documentary about witches. It is precisely because of the brainwashing marketing that made this movie harvest $240 million global box office at the time. However, before the arrival of the millennium, or before the internet showed its power, publicity and promotion were not played like this. In other words, apart from low-cost independent films, other films have already set the publicity and promotion template when the project is established. And this template is generally divided into 3 stages: warm-up period, formal period and follow-up period. From the exposure of the opening ceremony, to the exposure of the cast, to the exposure of the styling, to the appearance of the frontline visit news. All of these are actually controlled by the publicity and distribution party responsible for marketing. All the content that fans see is revealed by the crew themselves. To put it bluntly, in the era without the internet, before the crew released the news, even if the media knew these inside information, no one would be stupid enough to release it, because your casual revelations will affect your own jobs. Some people may think, how is this possible? As an entertainment reporter, will reporting entertainment news also be boycotted? Yes, as an entertainment reporter, you can be the first to report gossip news about actors, inspirational ideas about directors, and insider scandals about producers. You can even take all of this and go to the relevant parties to get a bargain from them, but you can't report on related projects before the capital nods. Because your revelations may affect the publicity and distribution progress of the film project team and the final income related to capital. Unlike the fixed box office share ratio in the mainland, the North American movie box office share is very floating. Before the millennium, the first week revenue share that major film companies could get from North American theaters was as high as 70 points. Even in the second week, it was 60 points, 50 points in 3 weeks, and only in 4 weeks would it fall to 40 to 30 points. In the face of such a terrifying box office revenue share, any revelations by entertainment reporters may affect the final publicity and distribution results. Once these reporters cause capital losses, then, you reporters, taking off your skirt is a small matter. If it really causes a major impact, changing careers will not save you. Because of this, before the official announcement of Terminator 2, no one knew Roland. Because the movie has not started yet, how could the official throw out this news? In this case, even if Fox wants to use the method of early overdraft to borrow the fame of Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Cameron to promote its own movie, it can't do it. If they do this, it will be a violation of industry rules. At that time, when others deal with them, they will not show mercy. Of course, this world is full of surprises. No one can guarantee that all projects can go smoothly as expected by investors. If investors can achieve their goals, there will be no movies that fail in this world. Therefore, after some actors make a public appearance and are discovered by the public, the entertainment reporters who choose to report at this time will not bring trouble to themselves. After all, the actors in your group have all walked on the red carpet together and have been seen and exposed by the public. At this time, it is not us who are causing trouble. We are just taking advantage of the situation, and taking advantage of the situation to promote it. When the two words taking advantage of the situation and taking advantage of the situation to promote it appeared in the brain of the Fox reporter, he reacted and did not hesitate anymore. The guy who wanted to stand in place and wait for the next group of guests to arrive was like a madman. Without saying a word, he changed his body shape, left his companions behind, and rushed to the front of the red carpet. He wanted to make up for his mistakes. He wanted to get a promotion and a raise. Make way. Make way. With his roar, the reporters beside the red carpet immediately made way. Seeing the figure running wildly, everyone present was envious. What a good opportunity, it just fell in front of him. While these guys were sighing, the Fox reporter who had rushed to the front had no time to stop. He panted and yelled at Roland Allen, who was about to step into the news interview area. Roland Allen, I'm a Fox reporter. Can you please turn around and take a picture for me? In the strong light, two figures, one big and one small, shone. In the eyes of the Fox reporter, the two figures on the steps were his hope for promotion and salary increase. He didn't know if Roland Allen could hear his words. Although they were very close, the two people walking in the spotlight were not in the same world as him. But, with his roar, Roland stopped. After getting off the car, Roland, who had always smiled, turned around and looked in the direction of the sound. Such a situation made the excited Fox reporter yell yes. The next second, he waved to Roland again and shouted, "Can you ask Arnold beside you to turn around?" It seemed that he noticed Roland's abnormality, but it seemed more like he heard the reporter's words. The governor glanced at Roland and then looked in the direction where he turned his head. When the governor raised his eyebrows and looked up in the sight of the Fox reporter, the guy holding the camera high quickly pressed the shutter and included the two people standing in front of the huge poster of Goodfellas in the camera. Bang. Punchy. With the appearance of the high exposure flash, the governor also found the reporter and saw the thumbs up. "Your goal has been achieved," the governor whispered to the little guy beside him. Roland, who was originally showing a formal smile, grinned. "Yes, I thought I would be forgotten. How is that possible? If he missed you, he would definitely be fired by Fox." Looking at the OK gesture made by the reporter, the governor turned around and continued to pull Roland forward. As for the governor's words that he knew well, Roland shrugged his shoulders and did not give a positive response. Because he saw the Fox reporter clenched his fist, waved it in the air, and then turned and left. What was he going to do? Roland knew, of course. He went to report the news. Chapter 56 Propaganda. What kind of story does the movie Goodfellas tell? Fox reporters are not interested. Who else will be the red carpet guests of the movie Goodfellas? Fox reporters can no longer recall the invitation list they have received. How will Martin Scorsese, the director of Goodfellas, view Arnold Schwarzenegger, a descendant of the Germanic people? What does this have to do with his identity as a Fox reporter? Exclamation mark. Now he doesn't want to know anything about the movie. He only knows that, after getting the photos, he can get rid of this damn identity of a foreign photographer and finally don't have to run business outside in all kinds of strange weather. Because of this, when he ran out of the interview area and got into his car in the envious eyes of his colleagues, the first thing he did was to call his boss and tell him this big news. When the other party confirmed with him again and again and received the black and white photo by fax, the relatively clear picture immediately caused a commotion. After learning the news, the Fox film promotion department, which had already returned home, gathered in the company's conference room overnight and worked all night to perfect the already scheduled promotion plan. Why did Roland Allen appear at the premiere of Goodfellas at the same time as Arnold Schwarzenegger? When Jones, who was responsible for the offline hard advertising design of Home Alone, asked this question, Garsha, who was sitting next to him and controlling the hard advertising, shrugged his shoulders and said, "How should I know? We didn't get the news before. Maybe it was a Ryuta's photo?" Ryuta's photo? Don't be kidding. This is obviously a staged photo. Jones rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't we just want to instigate Roland and Arnold to take a photo together? If there wasn't someone behind him, we would have done it long ago. Shh, this kind of thing has passed, so don't talk about it." Jones's complaints attracted the attention of a blonde woman. "Hey, Jennifer, we are all family, you are making a fuss." Jones shrugged, looking indifferent. "Yes, don't think these capitals are so noble. Maybe they are not as daring as Meng Lang, the king of special effects series, but as early as when Roland signed the contract with the Terminator 2 project crew, they had already thought about using the banner of Cameron and Schwarzenegger to promote and release. If it weren't for Spielberg in the middle, the Olsens would have received their calls 2 months ago, suggesting that they find a way to get Roland and the Terminator 2 project team to take a photo that can be exposed. As for fear of retaliation, Terminator 2 just borrowed Sony's studio to shoot a movie, and it was not a project they invested in. Facing Universal, Warner, Paramount, and Sony of the same level, they may not dare to use such despicable means, but for small companies like West Pacific and Kiralco, who are they afraid of Fox? You know, their boss Murdoch behind them is a guy who dares to eavesdrop even on the British royal family. The newly established Fox TV network in 1986 even attracted users by challenging the standards of program censorship. With such a history of bad deeds, what's wrong with tricking an actor into cooperating with their own publicity? If the influence of Jews in Hollywood was not as strong as Wang Banba's name, they might have taken action long ago. When Anderson, the person in charge of publicity and promotion, saw his subordinates whispering to each other, he knocked on the table and said, "Okay, stop for a moment, and stop discussing this. Are the things you are talking about important? Not important. We just need to know that the news department next door has discovered that Roland has provided us with a new publicity point. That's enough. Tomorrow morning, various red carpet photos will be leaked. By then, the pictures of Roland and Arnold walking the red carpet at the same time will appear in the newspapers, and we just need to seize this opportunity to promote the movie. Jones, you modify the offline hard advertising pictures. I want to see a close-up of Roland Allen. Garsha, ask the printing factory to stop. We need to reprint a batch of posters featuring Roland Allen. Jennifer, contact the New York Post and other companies on the group's side and ask them to modify tomorrow's report. Not only should they comment on Joe Pesci, the supporting actor in Goodfellas, I also hope to see inflammatory copywriting related to Roland. As for Chris, you are responsible for contacting Kiralco, the publicity and distribution company of Terminator 2, and tell them that we can help them publish the news that Terminator 2 has been confirmed and will start shooting next month for free. I believe they will release the news that Terminator 2 is about to start shooting. Oh, by the way, contact Warner, the publicity and distribution company of Goodfellas, and we can change the news. Half an hour later, all the replies except for resetting the poster were placed in front of Anderson. Regardless of whether it was stopping the printing, the media or Warner, they did not have much objection to the cooperation plan proposed by Fox. As for Kiralco, what choice did it have other than to agree? This is actually the sadness of small companies. They clearly know that there are many tricks in this, but in the face of Fox's legitimate means, they don't even want to say a word. If it were a rival of the same level, even if they were caught off guard by Fox, they would remember the matter and bite back in the future. But what about Kiralco and others? The right thing to do is to quickly cooperate with the news and announce the upcoming filming of Terminator 2. Because this is the only way to regain the initiative of publicity. Fortunately, the film will officially start shooting in 20 days, so even if it is a little earlier, they will not be in a hurry. Moreover, Fox's free advertising can also help them save money, so it is not a loss. Because of this, the next morning, overwhelming news, like snowflakes, appeared in major media as Roland expected. CNN, a radio and television network under Time Warner, and Fox, a TV station under News Corporation, were the first to report the news of the premiere. They edited the red carpet video into multiple copies, among which the shot of Schwarzenegger leading Roland out of the car took up 2 seconds. In return, Fox's parent company News Corporation, including the New York Post, the Boston Herald, and the Chicago Sun-Times, revised their previously written manuscripts. While vigorously touting the movie Goodfellas, they also involved Home Alone through Joe Pesci. When introducing the list of leading actors, they also followed Fox's instructions and deliberately put Roland Allen's name at the end and marked that Roland had attended the premiere with Schwarzenegger last night. Coupled with Kiralco's correct decision, the next piece of news reported on the red carpet was the bombshell that Terminator 2 had been approved and was about to start shooting. When the names of Roland and Schwarzenegger in the two pieces of news overlapped to a high degree, something interesting happened immediately. Because of the time difference and the principle of timely output, the first thing people saw on the morning of September 19th was of course the morning news of CNN and Fox. Although Fox at that time was not the leading media of one of the 5 major broadcasting and television networks in North America in the future, and CNN TV station could not compare with ABC, NBC, and CBS, the combined coverage of the two of them could already cover the entire America. When the general public listened to the news and went to work, anyone who had the habit of buying newspapers would find that today's newspapers seemed a little different. Queens, New York. Bill is a stock trader. His daily job is to complete various stock trading orders according to the instructions of his superiors. Although he wears a suit and leather shoes and looks like a dog, in fact, his work has a low technical content. He only needs to be a little more skillful to earn a salary enough to support his family. For him, this mechanical labor is meaningless. If he didn't have a family, he would have resigned long ago. As usual, after getting up in the morning, Bill turned on the TV to listen to the news. The radio host's report was the best mental massage for him every morning. Unfortunately, his son was not interested in these contents. If he hadn't promised to take him out to the movies during the Christmas holiday, he believed that the little guy would be like usual, clamoring for him to open those paid children's channels. Although he agreed to the other party's request to pay less annual subscription fees, for Bill, watching movies on Christmas was actually a torture. What's the point of those family movies? It doesn't look fun at all. Okay, if you have time and energy, why not watch a horror movie, a gangster movie, just like the one broadcasted by CNN this morning? Goodfellas. This kind of movie looks exciting. Okay. Although he was complaining, Bill still sent his son to the school bus with a smile on his face. Then, he drove to work in a suit and tie. When he passed a newsstand, he had an extra copy of the New York Post in his hand. Although this kind of newspaper full of violence and color news did not fit his profession, who made the Wall Street Journal not have page 3 girls? He was just a small trader, not one of those financial tycoons. Just reading gossip was enough. As for the news section, oh, forget it. Whoever wants to read that kind of stuff can read it, right? However, when he came to the company, sat at his desk, opened the newspaper, and wanted to enjoy the last quarter of an hour of peace before work, he suddenly found that today's newspaper had changed. Where did the 3-page girls go? Why did the gossip news disappear? Why are there 5 people on the cover today? Unlike the explosive cover headlines in the past, today's New York Post directly divided the page into 2. At the top, there was a Scarlet City background. 3 guys in suits and leather shoes had their backs to everyone, and in front of them was a car with an open trunk. Judging from the uneven bag, there should be a corpse inside. On the right side of the image, there was also a clear title. 3 days later, Goodfellas will be released. Compared with this bloody picture, the other half of the page is the governor wearing a leather jacket and sunglasses, and Roland holding a shotgun in both hands and smiling. And on the left side of this picture, there is also a striking text. I'm back. Although it is a taboo in news propaganda to directly have 2 pieces of information of equal status on the cover of a newspaper, the 2 headlines today caught Bill's eye. Regardless of Goodfellas heard on CNN early in the morning, or the governor below, these 2 elements made Bill very interested. But if you want to rank them first, the gangster master Martin Scorsese is not as attractive as I'm back. Because 6 years ago, he heard the governor say this in the cinema, I'll be back. The Terminator is back. The robot that kills without blinking is going to start filming again. When this thought passed through Bill's mind like a meteor, the emotion called anticipation arose spontaneously. He quickly flipped through the newspaper and found the inner page corresponding to the cover title. After reading the entire report, he was immediately confused. What kind of news is this? How come there are 3 movies and 2 reports? Although Bill found the news he wanted from 2 consecutive news reports, what the hell is Home Alone sandwiched between Goodfellas and Terminator 2? And if you look at the page, it seems that the movie Home Alone is played by Joe Pesci, the supporting actor in Goodfellas, and Roland Allen, the new actor in Terminator 2. However, just when he was at a loss and didn't react, a bang sounded instantly, and a figure came from the side. When Carrie, who was sitting next to Bill, saw the newspaper in his colleague's hand, he immediately said something teasing. Oh, Bill, I knew you would be confused. I saw this newspaper in the newsstand when I was buying the Wall Street Journal just now. I was wondering at the time why the New York Post has changed. Later, I asked my boss and found out that Martin Scorsese and James Cameron have both released new films. After hearing what Carrie said, Bill immediately reacted. He pointed at his newspaper and said, "Did the boss tell me what the third movie Home Alone is?" Home Alone. Carrie was stunned for a moment. He was sure that he had not heard this name from his boss. However, while repeating this name, his eyes also fell on Bill's newspaper. After spending half a minute to browse the entire page, an unexpected emotion clung to his face. "Yo, I didn't expect the cast of Home Alone to be so powerful. What? Do you know this guy named Roland?" Bill raised his eyebrows. "I don't know him." Carrie shook his head. "But you can tell there's something wrong just by looking at the content. Who is Joe Pesci? He's a guy who can act with Robert De Niro. Just imagine how amazing the kid who can act opposite him is, right? Not to mention, he was chosen by James Cameron to star in Terminator 2. There aren't many guys who can be picked by James, and with Joe Pesci and John Hughes, the SYNOPSIS is amazing, no matter how you look at it. And, looking at the introduction above, this movie seems to be a children's comedy around Christmas. Do you know when it will be released? I'll take my daughter to see it then." "What? I just asked you a question, and you've already decided to watch this movie that has no publicity?" Hearing what the other party said, Bill immediately looked at Carrie with a strange look. He felt that the other party had some problems with his brain. However, as if he saw the doubt in Bill's eyes, Carrie shrugged and sat back in his seat. "Come on, their lineup is already very good. Not to mention the director, screenwriter and supporting actors. Just the kid is much better than previous children's movies. Have previous children's movies had such a powerful protagonist? Which guy can openly tell others what his next work is before the movie is released? You know, the investment in Terminator 2 is written in the newspaper. 100 million. That's a 100 million investment. How can a guy who can get a 100 million project before the previous work is released be simple? If you have doubts about this project, will you doubt Cameron? I'm back. Cameron may mess up other movies, but he won't mess up this one, right? Hiss. What Carrie said seems to make sense. Looking at his colleague's confident expression, Bill immediately felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. 100 million investment. Since this Roland, who had never been heard of, could join Cameron's crew, he must be very capable. If he is not good enough, James will definitely not choose him. Since James chose him, it means that he is at least much better than other children of the same age. In this way, his performance should not be as embarrassing as other child stars. If so, as he closed the newspaper, a thought quickly crossed his mind. If it really doesn't work, he will just take his son to watch this one. With the names of Joe Pesci and James Cameron, this movie shouldn't be too bad, right? Note, Murdoch and his News Corporation were exposed to the wiretapping scandal as early as 2003, and there have been incidents every few years since then. When Fox News Network was first created, the scale was even bigger than that of the pornographic station HBO. The New York Post, Boston Herald, and Chicago Sun-Times are all newspapers under News Corporation. Since Fox was acquired by Murdoch, their paper media promotion channels have been handed over to News Corporation. As for the advertising content that boasts about Goodfellas, it is no big deal for News Corporation. News Corporation has never had any moral integrity. The Wall Street Journal and Page 3 girls are actually a joke. After Murdoch acquired the Wall Street Journal, he joked that if he added Page 3 girls to the newspaper, sales would definitely double. Chapter 57 The First Trouble After Becoming Famous. Before the internet exploded, traditional media was the main force in publicity. The advertisements published by various companies on radio and television networks and paper media even exceeded those huge posters on the streets and alleys. Newspapers in every city cooperated with Hollywood companies, and even the publicity methods in each place were different. The simplest example is Houston, where there is not even complete public transportation and people drive to travel. If you don't use radio stations in this environment, how many posters do you have to put up to let these guys see the advertisements? But the problem is, aren't the media's mouths deceiving ghosts? Even in 2009, Rolling Stone magazine and Chicago Sun-Times, which had internet comparison, still dared to write random film reviews for promotion with their eyes closed. What about the 20 years before that? Haha. If the morning news on the 19th only fermented in New York, the premier area of Goodfellas, and Boston and Chicago, where Fox's sister companies are located, then starting from the evening, Fox's channels officially exerted their strength. Newspapers with the news that Terminator 2 has been approved and will be released next year appeared in every corner of America. At the same time, the anchors on the news radio stations were also talking about the news that was officially announced yesterday. When introducing the cast, they knew what they should say, because they were paid to speak freely, but liked to play double standards. In addition to the two familiar figures of Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton, John Connor in the character list is also worthy of our special attention. Although Roland Allen, who plays him, has only one movie shooting experience, Home Alone, which will be released in November, is the work of John Hughes. There are not many young actors who can be favored by both James Cameron and John Hughes. What's more, the guy's acting opposite Imago Pesci, one of the supporting actors in Goodfellas, and actor Daniel Stern. The director of the film is Chris Columbus, who has worked with Spielberg. Such a luxurious lineup really makes me look forward to it. Now I can't wait to know what kind of hilarious comedy these guys will perform for us during Christmas. Oh, by the way, after getting this news, we also found that this guy named Roland Allen seems to have a relationship with the Olsen sisters. Someone has photographed them being taken by Mrs. Olsen to go shopping in the supermarket. Our witnesses also told us that the Olsen sisters seem to call him brother, use every possible means. When Roland took the initiative to show the hot spots of publicity and promotion, the profit-seeking Fox did not hesitate to raise the publicity and promotion budget. From the previous million of flying advertisements, film critics' remuneration, radio preheating first round of promotion, to the current 1-month advance sweeping copywriting marketing, the level of the entire publicity and promotion has been directly raised by 2 levels, and the budget has also been raised to 10 million. If you have a gimmick and don't use it, you are a fool, right? As for the publicity and promotion costs, they are almost catching up with the production costs. Isn't this normal? Moreover, the publicity and promotion costs of commercial films account for 50% of the total cost, which is a very common thing. Iron Man 3 has a global publicity and promotion of 100 million. Isn't it good in front of the global box office of 1.2 billion US dollars? Fast and Furious 8, the publicity and promotion costs of nearly 80 million. Didn't it make back the principal and interest in the end? Even a low-cost movie like Lost in Thailand with a cost of 30 million burned the same 30 million during the publicity and promotion, and the final result was the annual box office champion in 2012. In fact, most of the time, publicity and promotion are not just for consumers. The louder you shout during the promotion, as long as the quality is not bad, the theaters will increase the screening schedule for you according to the scale of the advertisement. This is actually a very simple truth. The theaters are not fools. Of course, they are willing to increase the screening schedule for the guys who spend money on advertising for 2 works with a score of 70 in the same period. As long as your advertisement is loud, it proves that your customer base is higher than that of the other party. In this case, the number of people who go to the cinema to watch the advertised movie will definitely be more than those without advertisements. And if on this basis, add a dazzling gimmick, as long as the theaters have a brain, they will naturally know how to deal with it. Even if the quality of the work is not good, it doesn't matter. Just like Love in the Cemetery, it made a lot of money on the first day and changed the screening schedule on the second day. Isn't that the end? Of course, these things are no longer important to Roland. Since walking the red carpet, he no longer thinks about Home Alone. He has done what he should and shouldn't do. As for the final result, that is not something he can decide. But one thing is obvious. That is, after returning from New York with Schwarzenegger, Roland was stunned by a 5-finger mountain that suddenly appeared. James, what's going on? Looking at the autograph book on his sofa, which looked like a small mountain, Roland's forehead suddenly had countless black lines. What's going on? Of course, I'm bothering you to get an autograph. James felt that Roland was asking knowingly, and he grabbed a book and tapped it in his hand a few times. At the same time, he also said, "You don't know how many classmates have found me since the CNN news was broadcast, wanting to reconnect with you. You are now a big star in our school. Even the teacher is asking me if you still have a chance to go back to class." What? Is the effect so good? Hearing what James said, Roland, who almost turned into a black question mark face, laughed out loud. Really? Did anyone say that they would go to see my movie in November? James rolled his eyes at the expectant question. Of course, they all said that as long as there is an autograph, they will definitely let their parents take them to the theater on the day the movie is released. Oh! Exclamation mark. So awesome. Roland was immediately happy. There is a saying that goes, classmates for life, relatives for 3 lifetimes. Although Roland has not had any contact with those guys since he traveled here, judging from the current situation, those guys he has never met seem to be quite nice, right? Knowing to support classmates? Not bad. That's easy. I'll just sign. It's just a matter of getting an autograph for his fans. Seeing so many people willing to support him, it's worth it for him to work harder and be a little tired. However, before Roland could take the notebook from James and leave his calligraphy on it, a crisp clapping sound appeared. James pushed Roland's claws away and said with disgust, "Roland, what are you thinking about? They don't want your autograph. These notebooks are reserved for Arnold Schwarzenegger. It would be even better if there was also James Cameron's signature. I'm telling you. Don't scribble on them. These notebooks are carefully selected by them. If there is a mistake, they will definitely pester me to find you to continue." What? Exclamation mark. Roland's smile froze instantly. Not asking me for an autograph? Fuck. It turns out that smart people don't attend class reunions. They haven't even entered society yet, and all these large-scale successful people's show. Fighting of failed people, microcosm of interpersonal relationships, ideal breakthrough point for business people, blind date variety show for extramarital affairs. These miscellaneous debuffs have appeared first. Want to get Schwarzenegger's autograph first, preferably Cameron's, and then go to the cinema to show your support. How snobbish. How snobbish. I haven't even gotten Cameron's autograph myself, and you guys really dare to ask for it. When Roland heard James' real request, he, who was smiling, suddenly had a long face. Seeing his expression, James' eyes flickered. Why, is it difficult? Or are you unwilling? Difficult? Unwilling? Of course. No. In order to harvest those classmates, getting an autograph is not a problem, right? But his interest was not as high as before. Arnold should have no problem. As for James, I can't guarantee that. You leave the book here, and I'll ask after the movie starts. Hearing what Roland said, James, who wanted to use brotherhood to beg Roland, was relieved immediately. After getting a satisfactory answer, James quickly put down the book in his hand, turned around and ran out of Roland's house. Nonsense. If he didn't run, he would be exposed. There are nearly 100 people in the school who want Schwarzenegger's autograph. Of course it's true. However, James didn't agree to those guys, but told them vaguely that he could give it a try. If he succeeded, he would charge $50 for a signed copy. If you don't have money, it doesn't matter. Those Spider-Man comics in your home, the commemorative albums of the Fantastic Four, the anniversary edition of Batman, you can exchange them all. One comic for one signed by Arnold Schwarzenegger, that's a big profit. 5 comics for one signed by the governor and the truck driver, that's a jackpot. What? You said you don't collect comics? Then you can exchange it with figurines. What? You don't have figurines? Sorry, we can't do this business. Of course, James couldn't tell Roland about these little ideas to expand his collection. That's why, when Roland nodded, he hurried back. He was afraid of being exposed. However, what James didn't know was that after he left, Roland did another thing. He grabbed an autograph book and left his name on the front page. Want Arnold Schwarzenegger's autograph? No problem. Buy one, get one free. I'll also give you an autograph of the future superstar Roland Allen. Roland didn't believe it. Would anyone refuse such a good thing as buy one get one free? Note, the incident with Rolling Stone in Chicago Sun-Times in 2009 happened on the movie Moon, which is the work of Duncan Jones, the son of David Bowie mentioned earlier, the guy who made Warcraft. The soft articles of those two media directly described the movie as visually stunning, and did not mention the problems between clones at all. As a result, People who saw the promotion went to the theater with great expectations, but found that the movie was different from what was described by the outside world, and the box office was a huge failure. It was a typical case of making nonsense just to get money. After all, the movies of the same period included Transformers 2 and Half-Blood Prince, and everyone who saw the promotion thought it was a special effects masterpiece, but it turned out not to be. Chapter 58: Cameron's Bad Taste. In fact, Roland didn't have much time to write his calligraphy before he could leave his paw prints on the autograph book in batches as planned. The Terminator 2 crew had already sent a notice to join the filming. Because of the red carpet, the film project was exposed in advance. In order to perfectly match the publicity schedule, the publicity and production parties also adjusted their schedules and moved the original start time forward by 1 week. In Hollywood, this kind of thing is very common. There are countless movies that are scheduled first, publicized first, and then filmed. There is no way accidents can happen at any time. If there is no emergency plan, wouldn't the person be suffocated to death? Among them, the most famous one is Pirates of the Caribbean 4. Disney just launched the project, but it was exposed by others. In order to allow the movie to be released within the audience's expectations, the whole movie was shot on the run. From the start to the closing, it took less than 5 months, and from the closing to the release, it took only 6 months. The shooting plus production time did not even exceed 365 days. The terrifying assembly line operation of special effects films directly brought the name of industrialization to the extreme, and also made many directors with procrastination feel ashamed. Of course, Hollywood's first and second biggest procrastinators, Cameron and Spielberg, are not among them. Because of this, when Roland arrived at the crew on time and met with them, the first words of the other party were complaints. "The incident between you and Arnold directly cost me 7 days of vacation. I wanted to go diving in Hawaii before the filming started, but now I can only stay here and face the camera." Perhaps because he had been in the desert for 3 days before, the truck driver was not as cold as he was during the audition. After hearing his words, Roland smiled and said, "Then let's go after the filming is finished." The truck driver, who was waiting for Schwarzenegger to put on foundation, noticed the problem in Roland's words. Of course. Roland nodded. "Can you dive?" Cameron became interested. "No." Roland shook his head honestly, "but I can learn." "Forget it. After we finish shooting here, you will go to the crew next door." Cameron obviously didn't care about Roland's words, shrugged, and said, "Let's talk about diving after the movie is released." Cameron just spoke out of his feelings about the news outside. As for whether he cares about being hyped by others, now that you have entered this circle, if you still care about these things, you will not be able to live this life. What hype about love scandals between actors? What dewy relationships of youth idols? What fake play turns into real flash love and flash marriage? All of these can be used in publicity. To put it bluntly, the love between celebrities is just a matter of watching. After all, no one can guarantee whether these matters are written into the contract. Before the birth of a child, any relationship may become the cup of a female star, erratic, making news when there is no news. This kind of thing is too easy for guys who play entertainment. In an era when first kiss and first night can be turned into publicity means, if Cameron is stubborn about being hyped, then he should not make movies, and the lawsuits for rights protection alone will be flying all over the sky. What's more, how did Roland get the tickets for the premiere of Goodfellas? This question is even more intriguing. If Joe Pesci and his team had no intention of hyping it up, then even if Roland wanted to go, there would be no way. And if we follow this line to trace the cause, in the end, it will be linked to the Jewish gang. So, the truck driver just complained a few words in front of Roland, made a joke, and then directly exposed the matter. He just wanted to show Roland that he knew about the outside world. As for his willingness to investigate, if he has the time, he might as well hope that Home Alone will become a hit. By then, won't he be able to get his money back? What's more, when he wanted to make a sequel to Alien, Fox agreed without hesitation. And last year, Fox invested in his The Abyss, which was a box office failure. Now that Fox has used his popularity to get his money back, it can be regarded as a return. After revealing this topic, Cameron chatted with Roland casually for a few more words and was annoyed by the slow makeup team. After waiting for more than a quarter of an hour, seeing that Schwarzenegger had not yet appeared, the impatient man put on his director's hat and rushed into the dressing room to yell. When the two appeared again, Schwarzenegger, who played a robot in the movie, followed the truck driver silently. His calm appearance really gave people a feeling of being a little bit of a victim. No one mentioned what happened in the dressing room, and Roland could not ask too much at this juncture. However, when the naked governor walked past him, the other party suddenly made a face at Roland. Not only that, he turned his back to Cameron and curled his lips. Roland was very happy to see this situation. The Terminator can't beat the tyrant. This is too low. If it gets out, it will definitely affect the sales of T-800 soldiers. Unlike the crew of Home Alone, the crew of Terminator 2 did not hold a script reading meeting. What about interpreting the character's personality through the script and finding the relationship between the characters in the movie? For James Cameron, these preparations before filming do not exist at all. Of course, this does not mean that Cameron is the same as the weird director like King of Sunglasses. All the relationships between the characters are constantly explored by the actors in countless reshoots. Instead, the relationships between the characters in Terminator 2 are actually very simple. There are not many lines throughout the film. In addition, the governor can pretend to be cool by wearing sunglasses, which makes it easier to shoot literary dramas. Of course, even if there are problems, can't we just shoot a few more shots? It's better to practice more on the court than to talk about it off the court. As for money, am I, James Cameron, the kind of person who lacks money? Anyway, the money for making the movie is not paid by myself, so I don't feel sorry for it. But speaking of it, this is the second play that Roland has shot since he traveled through time and the third work he has taken on. But so far, Roland has not even been in a proper crew. Of course, this is not to say that the crews of Home Alone, Terminator 2, or the future Captain Hook are not formal, but these crews are completely inconsistent with the producer-centered development system of Hollywood. No matter which crew it is, the operating model is that the sky is the boss, the ground is the second, and the director is the third. Those producers who should be strong are more like workers in front of these guys. And this situation also made Roland feel deeply. Operating model? That's all bullshit. In the face of real status in the arena, no model is useful. If you are awesome, Capital will lick you. If you let him stand, he won't sit. If you let him bend, he won't lie down. It's that simple. Of course, it's a bit early for Roland to talk about his status in the arena in his current state. What's more, as an actor, the awesomeness is naturally interpreted through the creation of the role. Therefore, before coming here, Roland had read the script several times. For him, the script of Terminator 2 was relatively simple. With what he learned from Robert Zemeckis, he could easily handle it. After all, Terminator 2 is an action sci-fi film that is more of a horror thriller. Unlike Pirates of the Caribbean, the protagonists Schwarzenegger and Stallone follow the same bitter-hatred routine. They can become traditional heroes with frown brows, instead of a comedy character like Captain Jack. Even in a life and death struggle, he would laugh and curse. Roland is most afraid of the purely funny roles now, because he often doesn't get the American humor. The Screaming movie series is a movie that makes him laugh from beginning to end. As for the others, that is, the body swap played by Jason Momoa is a bit interesting, right? If the role of T-800 is the same as Captain Jack, Roland feels that it will be very difficult for him to act with the other party. He may not be able to catch the jokes thrown by the other party, but Sunzai Ocho and Simmer Face style, isn't this just letting him play on his own? Isn't it over to treat the iron-blooded robot as a harbor that can protect oneself? Of course, these preparations are all ideas that Roland came up with when he was at home. Because there was no rehearsal, he didn't know whether there was any problem with the facial expressions, body movements, and eye changes that he practiced in front of the mirror to enrich the character of John Connor. However, he was clear about one thing. No matter how he acted, it must be better than the original Edward Furlong who had no acting experience. And this is Roland's inner pillar. After long-term training, even if he acted badly, he would not be worse than the novice Edward Furlong. The other party is not a genius like Leonardo. He didn't have any handed-down works in his previous life. In this case, didn't his performance that year affect the box office? As long as you try your best and perform better than the other party, then the extra praise is earned, isn't it? The crew of Terminator 2 may make a small profit, but Roland will never lose. However, this idea did not last for half a month, and he was angry by Cameron. Roland, do you know how to scream? Do you know how to use your eyes? You don't have to care if there is anyone in front of you. You don't have to pay attention to the green screen in front of you. Just shout loudly. You are now facing the most advanced Terminator T-1000 from the future. He wants to kill you now. Just imagine that you are in the middle of the road now, and a car is speeding towards you. At this moment, you are already scared, and can't do anything except shouting. Just hold your head and shout, and leave the rest to Arnold. Of course, while screaming, your eyes must be strong. Don't keep staring at the front. It's easy for me to mistake you for making a love movie. Yes, Roland faced a problem with the first green screen scene after his time travel. It's not that he can't act this scene, but his performance in front of the camera is too mature. Facing the threat to his life, in fact, there is nothing, just a green screen. He did draw vigorously, but the emotion revealed in his eyes did not show the fear of seeing the Terminator, but only the tension of imagination. Aren't you talking nonsense? The T-800 with the protagonist's halo is standing behind him with a shotgun. What's there to be afraid of? If it was Edward Furlong, this scene might have been over long ago. But after seeing Roland's finished film in Home Alone, James Cameron felt that he had potential. Roland would certainly be happy about the truck driver's kindness, but if he was really asked to imagine a terrifying scene, he would have some doubts. He had not taken over a horror film in his previous life, and all the training of fear emotions was taught by professional teachers, using eyes, facial expressions were dull or hideous, controlling the muscles in his body to make them tense, and then adding scenes. Music, flash cuts and other atmosphere rendering. Wouldn't the final fear effect be presented? If it doesn't work, then learn more from European and American styles, and sprinkle more blood plasma. Isn't that enough? Otherwise, let the photographer take more first-person shots, and when shooting, you have to shake your hands, as if you have Parkinson's disease. Anyway, the horror in horror movies is all due to makeup, props, costumes, and scenes. Just like Kayako crawling around the corner of the stairs in The Grudge, the horror rendering of black and white has nothing to do with the actors, and the sudden ringing of the phone in the quiet room in The Ring is also the credit of the set designer. As for House of Wax, it is the credit of the soundtrack. The metal sound is sometimes loud and sometimes soft, which directly brings the audience into it, giving them a sense of being in the scene. In this case, if you want Roland to face the green screen and perform the fear in his pupils, isn't this making it difficult for Fat Tiger? What horror movies are shot against a green screen? However, just when Roland was at a loss, Cameron, who had just roared, stopped and waved to the script supervisor, indicating that they should make some changes to the scene. About half an hour later, when Roland and Schwarzenegger appeared in front of and behind the camera again, the whole shooting suddenly went smoothly. The reason was that Cameron was really trying to scare Roland. When Roland ran along the passage, the ceiling of the passage in front suddenly disappeared. At the same time, a corpse tied with chains fell directly from above. Not only that, the bright red paint kept dripping because of Newton's universal gravitation. Such an abrupt scene directly scared Roland, who was running in an S shape according to the script. And the screaming and running away at this time naturally satisfied the truck driver's evil needs, interests. Of course, this also caused Roland to complain. Hey, James, if that corpse hits me, we can't shoot this scene. If I run a few steps faster, the paint might drip on my head. If that happens, the shot will be scrapped. Unfortunately, Roland's words are not important to Cameron at all. But the effect is good now, isn't it? Look at your eyes. When the corpse came down, your whole face trembled. For Cameron, this kind of scare is nothing big. You know, when filming The Abyss 2 years ago, in order to make the movie look more terrifying, he asked his brother to hold his breath 15 feet underwater and let a live crab crawl out of his mouth. He didn't care about we are of the same root. Why are we so anxious to fight each other? In this case, he didn't let anyone dress up as a ghost to scare Roland, which was already polite enough. As for Roland's complaint, seeing that Spielberg's Jurassic Park had not yet been finalized, he reluctantly regarded it as an unknown act of a child being frightened too much. Of course, apart from this time, Roland's reputation in the Terminator 2 crew is actually quite good. Not taking advantage of the situation to bully others is already a pleasant surprise for them. As for the others, didn't you see that he sometimes complained to Cameron, and the other party just responded with the same tone? In this case, as long as Roland can make a good movie, what else can others say? Many times, background is your capital to speak. Note, the biggest procrastinator in Hollywood is Cameron, and the second is Spielberg. This was exposed by Kathleen Kennedy in a roundtable interview after the premiere of The Force Awakens. Before having children, Steven was the most hated director of delays in the entire Hollywood. How much did he hate it? No company was willing to invest in the project of Indiana Jones. Later, Paramount invested only after Lucas assured Eisner, CEO of Paramount, that he would keep an eye on him and the crew, and would not let Steven delay or overspend. It is normal in Hollywood to create topics for publicity and promotion by faking love. For example, the actress in X-Men is a typical example. She started dating her boyfriend when First Class started filming, and broke up after it was released. She got back together when Days of Future Past started filming, and broke up after it was released. She fell in love with the director when filming the Oscar-winning film, and broke up again after winning the Best Actress award. After the Sony movie hacker scandal was exposed, a bunch of actor and director love contract texts were exposed, including Spider-Man and Stone's sister. Schwarzenegger has never dared to confront Cameron. When he was filming the first film, he challenged Cameron's authority, but was speechless. The interpersonal relationship in Terminator 2 is simple, which I made up. The reason why there was no script reading was because Cameron shot 189.39 miles of film and burned a lot of money on the film. The incident in the abyss is true. In order to shoot that scene, Cameron tortured his brother, and the actress almost drowned while filming the drowning scene. She became depressed and took a year off before taking on the script again. Chapter 59. Oh my god. Of course, after more than a month of filming, Roland still has a negative nickname, Chatterbox, and this nickname was given to him by James himself. Unlike the foul-mouthed Deadpool, the low-IQ Star-Lord, the professional liar Ant-Man, and the active youth hormone Spider-Man, Roland, who is in the crew, really asks whatever he can get. This was mainly the sequel of boredom, because on the set, a large part of the time was spent waiting and putting on makeup, and the John Connor he played was different from T-800, Sarah Connor, and T-1000. There were no injured scenes, no fierce fighting, and no dark scenes, so only a photogenic nude makeup was needed. Plus there was no need to put foundation on exposed skin, nor did he have to accept the nagging of the tutor like other child actors, let alone worry that Cameron would grab the back of his collar and throw him out. So, while waiting for the shooting, he moved a stool to the side of the monitor, relying on his natural advantage of being a minor and not tall, and looked at the actual shooting scene at a very strange upward angle, and then took advantage of Cameron's idleness to ask some questions that he did not understand. For example, when filming the scene where the T-800 first appeared, Roland looked puzzled and asked, "James, I've seen the storyboard manuscript, and it seems to be different from the current picture. When the T-800 crossed over, it cut the ground and the truck, but when we were filming, we just dug a semicircular pit on the ground, and then used a two-stage lens to shoot the truck intact and damaged. What about the red burning light? Doesn't it need to be reflected?" Cameron didn't care at this time, and answered directly, "The overheated red light is left to the post-production visual effects. We don't have to worry about it." For another example, when filming the T-1000 liquefied shaping clip, looking at the mysterious green screen in the lens, Roland looked confused. "James, doesn't the T-1000 liquefied lens need to be fixed and positioned first? We only need to shoot the miserable state of the T-1000 before recovery and the appearance of the T-1000 when it leaves after recovery. The rest of the things are really all left to the post-production special effects." Cameron's eyelids twitched at this time, and he said in a deep voice, "Yes, at least Scott Ross answered me like this." For example, when shooting the scene of T-1000 chasing John Connor and T-800 on location, looking at the green curtain rising on the scene, Roland asked curiously, "James, first use the green screen to shoot the escape scene, then shoot the explosion scene, and finally let the post-production to connect and graft. Won't it cost a lot of money?" At this time, Cameron couldn't help it. "Damn. Are you asking 100,000 whys? Do you need me to buy you a copy of Blue Cat's 3000 questions? By the way, I'll get you a copy of Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit 7 Heroes produced by the same director. I'm making a movie, not doing scientific research. The stunt company told me that this scene can be done, so I'll shoot it like this. Why are there so many whys? As for how much these scenes will cost, as long as it can be done, I don't care how much it costs." Cameron took a deep breath, stared at the stager hand, turned the brim of his cap upside down, and said in an almost helpless tone, "Don't ask me about stunts. If you want to know how the final effect was made, then go find Steven and ask him to take you to Industrial Light and Magic. If even the guys there can't answer your questions, then I'll have to get you a ticket to Mars. I hope there will be intelligent life there to help you solve your doubts." Cameron, who has a bad temper, was annoyed by the questions. He likes stunts, but that doesn't mean he can tinker with them. He doesn't produce technology, he's just a porter of visual effects. You know, George Lucas, who made Star Wars back then, was not a technician. As a well-known Hollywood director, he never stayed in Los Angeles, but stayed in his old nest in San Francisco, enjoying life. To put it bluntly, few Hollywood directors really understand technology. If you ask him how the movie was made, he may be able to tell you everything about the film and the behind the scenes. But if you ask him how this technology was realized from scratch, I'm sorry, this kind of thing needs to be answered by professionals. That's why James Cameron, the tyrant, felt unusually annoyed when facing Roland's question. If you are interested in stunts, why don't you turn around and find Spielberg's best friend Lucas? In the abyss I shot, the first computer-generated 3D character in film history did appear, but this was made by Lucas's Industrial Light and Magic. In Terminator 2 we are shooting now, the first computer-generated character in film history, T-1000, will be born, but these things are also handled by Industrial Light and Magic. I can answer you about the film, but questions about stunts? Sorry, I'm just a tool who can make movies and has no emotions. The stunt consultant told me that they can make the picture by following the routine of shooting this thing. As for the rest, who knows how they do it? Facing the death ray cast by Cameron, Roland decisively shut his mouth. The reason why he asked too much about stunts was not because he felt that he had learned everything from Robert Zemeckis and Chris Columbus, but because Cameron in his previous life gave people the impression of being a technology geek. Not to mention the naked eye 3D congratulatory effect picture released by James Cameron after Avengers 4 broke the global box office record of Avatar, nor the 3D shock brought by Avatar. Just this guy insisted on taking the same path as Peter Jackson and wanted to shoot Avatar 2 into a 48-frame movie, which was enough to prove his obsession with technology. In this case, discussing technical issues with a technology geek should not be a choice to please him, but who knows? Flattering the horse hit the horse's leg. Since Cameron has already stated bluntly that he only knows how to shoot, then Roland will naturally not continue to bother him about visual effects technology. However, not bothering him about visual effects technology does not mean that Roland will shut up. In the following days, he turned into a juicer, full of excitement to pry open the other party's head. At first, Cameron thought that Roland, who changed the topic, was like a mosquito disturbing people's sleep. His beeping behavior every day in his ear was really annoying, but when Roland raised questions about picture composition and plot depth, Cameron, who had never had any teaching experience, suddenly raised his eyebrows and looked at this kid with a scrutinizing look. Did they teach you film composition? Although he didn't mention any names, Roland understood the meaning of the other party's words. The they mentioned by the truck driver, didn't he refer to the Jewish gang? Faced with such inquiries, Roland, who was standing next to the camera, did not deny it. He nodded directly and said, "Yes, I have said straight lines, horizontal lines, oblique lines, S, X, crosses, centripetal lines, radial lines, triangles, balance. I have said all of these. After hearing what Roland said, Cameron took a deep breath, raised his eyebrows, and nodded with emotion. Okay. What are you guys teaching? What is film composition? That's a required course for directors. Generally speaking, as long as you understand the three parts of the film composition, the subject, the accompanying object, and the environment, the pictures you shoot will not be ugly. If you understand the layering of the foreground and the background, then let's not talk about whether the things you shoot are good or not, just the visual coherence. Others can't find fault with it. Of course, even if he learned these things, Roland would not be able to take up the director's baton to shoot a movie. But if you give these things to an actor, the situation is different. Why? Because it's a pressure point. Filming TV dramas is different from stage performances. Every time you perform on stage, you are facing a real audience. In this case, real acting skills are the key to your performance. But filming movies and TV is different, because there is no real audience. The only thing that can see your live performance is the camera. In this case, as long as the actor can grasp the essence of the composition and move his steps slightly, he can make himself appear better in the camera. And this kind of appearance, unless it is a strong director, generally no one will take the initiative to mention it, especially those who come in with their own background. If someone finds that these guys with big backers use small tricks to steal the show, then who will say? After all, no one can guarantee that these things will not be taught to him by those backers. In this case, a guy who knows how to suppress the play suddenly comes to ask the director about the problem of filming. Then, will the director still refuse it firmly? Because of this, when Roland told the truck driver very confidently that he learned his skills from those guys, the guy who didn't want to take an apprentice scratched his head and pointed at the camera and said, "I won't talk about what they said. You don't need to know about light and shadow now. What I can tell you now is movement." Cameron is not a professional, so he can't guide actors during filming like Robert Zemeckis and Chris Columbus. For him, the best choice is to get the shots he wants in the simplest way. This is why he would rather scare Roland than rack his brains to tell Roland how to be more involved. But, not being able to guide actors doesn't mean he won't make movies. Quentin Tarantino, Luc Besson, Ridley Scott, none of them are from professional schools, but that doesn't mean they can't make good movies. Their film road may be very difficult, but every step they take is made with real money. To put it bluntly, the lessons learned with money are more profound than those taught by teachers in school. For these guys who started out halfway, every failure will make them remember it for the rest of their lives. Because they can't afford to gamble. Guys who are from professional schools only have 3 chances, while guys who started out halfway can only choose to make a splash. So, when Roland asked Cameron why this shot had to be shot like this, the truck driver's answer became very bloody. "I had the same idea as you when I was filming Piranha, but the final effect was not good." Oh my god. Roland, are you an idiot? Didn't I tell you? I thought about your idea when I was drawing the storyboard. But imitating the scene of the first film cannot be said to be a tribute, because this scene is not classic in the first film. Do you think there is something wrong with Arnold's smile? Oh, child. He is a robot. He has feelings. You can't imagine it is the same as Ripley, the protagonist of Alien 2. And that flash of light. On the one hand, it creates a concept that they are surrounded for the audience. On the other hand, it makes Arnold's smile even more eerie and weird. It's like the T-800 in Terminator. The scene of burning the skin. The eyeballs are exposed. That's what I want to express now. In fact, after the truck driver officially began to teach Roland found that the guys in the crew looked at him differently. They used to treat Roland with a polite attitude, but now, those guys have become much friendlier. And this friendliness cannot be described in words. More often than not, it is actually integrated into their actions. Previously, when Roland pestered Cameron to learn about stunts, he was treated in an orthodox way by the crew. If you have to rank them, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Linda Hamilton went to the dressing room to remove their makeup first, followed by Roland Allen and Robert Patrick, who played T-1000. And now, Cameron just said okay, and asked Roland to wait by the camera and watch them shoot first, and the makeup artist standing by took his makeup off first. After a few hours, when Roland needed to go up, they helped Roland put on his makeup. In the words of these makeup artists, the cosmetics used during filming are to make the actors look more distinctive, and there are more harmful substances in them. If they adhere to the skin for a long time, it is not good for the body. For such remarks, Roland just smiled and said nothing. Of course he knew what these guys were doing. If Cameron hadn't answered Roland's stupid questions with a roaring tone, how could these guys suddenly care so much about him? You know, Cameron is the boss of the crew. Even if he was made to laugh by Roland's questions, he would repeat all the processes while cursing, and this teaching method is something that no one else in Hollywood can enjoy. To put it bluntly, when Cameron slapped his forehead and spit flew, some things could not be changed. Even if he didn't say it directly, others would think, damn it, this bad-tempered director actually started to take apprentices. Note, Scott Ross, former manager of Industrial Light and Magic, founder of Digital Domain. Before the creation of Digital Domain, Cameron's visual effects for his films were all done by Industrial Light and Magic, and Digital Domain is actually a variant of Industrial Light and Magic, because among the three major shareholders, only Cameron is not from Industrial Light and Magic, and the others all started their own businesses. Of course, Cameron can design stunts, but that's all he can do. He knows what kind of scenes he wants, and if he really has to do it, he can't do it. Lucas, as I wrote, stopped caring about things after filming Star Wars. It was only after Spielberg used his Industrial Light and Magic to make Jurassic Park that he realized that his company was so awesome now. Martin Scorsese said when Star Wars prequel was released that Lucas had too much power and didn't need to be a director himself. If it weren't for Steven showing him a super realistic Tyrannosaurus Rex, he wouldn't have made a movie. As for why Steven covered up for Lucas, because Lucas was not there, Steven was the boss of Industrial Light and Magic. You know, as early as 1977, when Star Wars and Close Encounters of the Third Kind were released at the same time, Lucas signed an agreement with Steven, and the two parties exchanged 2.5% of the share of each other's films. For this, Steven earned more than $10 million that year. Even so, Lucas gave Raiders of the Lost Ark to Steven for free. In 2011 and 2012, Lucasfilm was handed over to Kathleen Kennedy, who was brought up by Steven. Chapter 60 before the release. Of course, while Roland was learning from the truck driver, he also did not forget the task assigned to him by his good brother James. With the arrival of Halloween, James Olsen kept urging him. Roland left home early in the morning, carrying a bunch of autographed books and the souvenirs he had just picked up from David's collection room last night, and rushed to the set. When he gave the truck driver the 1982 Lafite, which was a must-have for pretending to be cool in major film and television dramas and novels, and which had been sold for many years, but had not been sold out, and which was later priced at more than 70,000 yuan per bottle, and was called unpalatable by the son of death. The guy who was lying on the table, holding his chin with one hand, and looking at today's shooting schedule, was a little surprised. Roland, did you remember the wrong date? Today is Halloween, not Christmas Eve. Why did you send me something? While speaking, he glanced at the outer packaging. Chateau Lafite, 1982. Isn't this the red wine that allowed Robert Parker to step on Robert Finnegan to ascend to the throne? You didn't buy this, did you? Did you steal it from home? Although truck drivers' knowledge of red wine is far less intense than that of divers, the reputation of 1982 Lafite is really too big, enough to change the wine rating system. In this case, Cameron, who drinks a bottle of wine for no reason, will of course understand the public information. He also notes that the original ex-factory price of this bottle of Lafite, which was 17 euros, has now been sold for thousands of US dollars, and this price is unacceptable to Roland now. Stealing? Can what scholars do be called stealing? Roland secretly complained in his heart. Facing Cameron's doubtful lies, his expression was natural and unpretentious, without any psychological pressure at all. James, what are you thinking about? Do I need to do that kind of thing? Happy Halloween. This is what David asked me to bring to you. In his words, it's to thank you for your teaching me in the past month. because the movie is in the shooting stage. Inviting you to the backyard party at this time may interfere with the filming progress of the crew, so I sent a small gift to express my gratitude. Although Roland said it seriously, Cameron did not accept his nonsense. He looked at Roland with a scrutinizing look, and the distrust in his eyes was fully displayed. Come on, just make it up. Go on. I see what else you can say. You know, Cameron is Canadian. Every Halloween, Scotland and parts of Canada will hold mass ceremonies to commemorate all the saints in heaven. Compared with this traditional way of commemoration, the behavior of those monsters and ghosts created by businesses for commercial interests to go on the streets to make trouble and ask for candy completely violates the sacred meaning of Halloween when it was first created. Even though Cameron has never publicly expressed his beliefs, but in order to avoid controversy, people in the circle basically won't drag him to participate in any Halloween celebrations. After all, no one knows whether their goodwill behavior will cause disgust to this hot-tempered guy. Unfortunately, Roland doesn't know. He thought that Halloween was when his dad would take a CJ7 and go to the streets to cast spells, shouting "Go away, demons and monsters." Seeing that Cameron had no intention of responding, Roland, who was staring at him, felt a little guilty. After a stalemate of more than 10 seconds, he gave up and shrugged, saying, "Well, isn't it because Home Alone is going to be released this month? James Olsen, who lives next door to me, has helped me promote the movie a lot in school. He encouraged my former classmates to go to the theater to support me after the movie was released. It was because of this topic he brought up that my former classmates remembered the news that I was filming Terminator 2 with you. You have a lot of fans in my school and they hope to get your autograph. So James took a bottle of wine from his father's collection room, hoping that you can satisfy your fans." The twists and turns of words were full of many logical errors. But even so, Cameron, who understood, still laughed. "Want an autograph? I thought you were going to ask some stupid questions to embarrass me. Put the wine back and let James return it to his father. Take out the autograph book. I'll sign it for you while it's still early." The truck driver had already started teaching Roland how to film, so signing autographs was a piece of cake. For him, his previous caution was actually due to worry. He was afraid that Roland would come up with some weird questions that would make him roll his eyes and curse. Since he knew that Roland was here to ask for an autograph this morning, he naturally didn't have to worry about yelling at him before filming. "If you don't take the wine, then I can only give it to Linda Hamilton," Roland added slowly as he handed over the autograph book. Hearing what he said, Cameron said speechlessly, "Okay, let's keep this wine. Stop talking nonsense, give me the book quickly." However, when he picked up the pen, took the autograph book handed over by Roland, and opened the first page, the smile on his face suddenly froze. "I wish you a happy day. Roland Allen O_O. What the hell is this?" With doubtful emotions, he turned to the second page. "I'll be back, Arnold Schwarzenegger. ? Are you kidding me?" Looking at the autograph book with Roland's blessing on the first page, the governor's signature on the second page, and only the third page still blank, Cameron's first reaction was that Roland might have given the wrong one. But the problem is, when he picked up the second book that Roland took out and opened it again in order, the contents were exactly the same, which made him blow his nose. "Roland, are you sure your old classmates are all my fans?" Cameron looked at Roland with a smile and asked clearly, "Are you sure you didn't take the wrong autograph book?" "No." Roland, who hadn't reacted yet, shook his head like a rattle. "Then can you explain what the signatures on the first 2 pages are like?" Cameron shook the words on the autograph book in front of Roland. Looking at the clear words, Roland didn't think there was anything wrong with these signatures at all. "Oh, you mean this? They are also fans of me and Arnold. Haha. You are so shameless. Saying this on Halloween is simply a lie. Your little brat's movie hasn't even been released yet, and those kids are asking you for an autograph? Are all the kids nowadays knowledgeable, or are they just stupid? If it was just an old autograph, I would believe it, but you, forget it." Cameron felt that he had seen the essence of the matter. Roland was definitely trying to get some leverage from him in order to help James persuade his old classmates to go to the movies. You described a naked transaction as a fan's admiration? You really are. You want to use my autograph to do favors? Dream on. No, no, I'm going to film. He threw the autograph book on the table, picked up the baseball cap, and put it on his head, waved his sleeves, and left without a cloud. Looking at the figure who suddenly left, Roland, who kept pulling out the autograph book from outside, was stunned. What's wrong with this guy? Didn't he agree to it? Why did his attitude change in the blink of an eye? I just mentioned Linda Hamilton. Even if you feel disgusted, you don't have to do this. If Roland knew the other party's true thoughts, he would definitely shout I'm wronged. He just wanted to buy one get one free to give back to his old classmates. He really didn't mean to trade. Unfortunately, no matter how he thought, the matter was already settled. Cameron left his handwriting on Roland's autograph collection and refused to sign anywhere else. In this situation, Roland had no good solution. After trying several times, he returned the autographed books to James and told him that Cameron thought he was selling autographs, so he refused to sign. James didn't think much about this answer. Even if there was only Schwarzenegger's name, he could still sell the autographed books. However, when he sent Roland away with a smile on his face, he couldn't wait to open the carton and wanted to check the handwriting inside. The name left on the first page made him stunned. Holding the autographed book high, James' feet were like the wind, and he rushed directly to the door of Roland's house. Immediately, the knocking sound on the door was like thunder, rushing in. Fuck. Roland. Get out here. Did I ask you to sign this? And I wish you a happy day. How can I sell this book? Give it away. Do you really want them to go to the theater to watch your movie? Come out and explain it to me. They're all like a mad lion. Maid Ganetti, who was taking care of the children at home, shake her head repeatedly. She opened the window, leaned out, and glanced at the next door. When she found that her son seemed to be crazy and kept banging on the door of Roland's house, a helpless smile clung to her cheeks. Mom, what is my brother doing? Why is he yelling at brother Roland? Ashley and Mary, who did not respond to the play and were playing at home, also heard James' words. When the little Lali raised her head and asked Ganetti, who had already withdrawn his body, smiled and said, maybe Roland was bullied by your brother again. Don't worry about them, let them make trouble. Come on, let's continue to play with our sister. Although Roland's leaving a handwriting in the autograph book bankrupted James's business of making money, after calming down, he only scolded Roland for a few words, and then he mustered up his energy to help promote the film in school. After more than a month of warm-up, since the time entered November, the advertisements of Home Alone have been completely rolled out. Posters with Roland as the protagonist are all over the streets and alleys, and the treatment of the male lead is fully reflected. Not only that, even if Roland did not have time to promote, in the interviews and programs arranged by the publicity and distribution party, from producer John Hughes to co-star Daniel Stern, they all praised Roland according to the process. Although the leading male actor's refusal to participate in publicity and promotion was indeed somewhat inconsistent with industry rules, considering Spielberg, who has not made any public information so far, neither the investors nor the producers had any objection. What's more, even if Roland did not show up, Fox's publicity and promotion department still contacted Cameron and their special correspondent directly captured two heads, one big and one small, leaning over the monitor to watch the filming, and the adult was gesticulating and explaining the strokes to the child. When this set video was exposed on the Fox program, the host asked in an exaggerated tone, Chris, according to the information we have received, Roland Allen, who is participating in the filming of Terminator 2, seems to be very studious. He is full of curiosity and interest in the art of film. Yes, when we were filming Home Alone before, he also sat next to me and participated in the entire filming. Columbus on the show nodded. He is different from the child actors I have met before. He is like a sponge, constantly absorbing knowledge from the outside world. No matter who the other party is, no matter what field the other party is good at, as long as the other party is free and has time, he will tentatively ask. It is because of this that we work very happily together. Will his inquiries cause trouble to you? The host asked with curiosity and concern. As far as I know, in order to ensure their absolute voice in the crew, many directors will be very disgusted with those who ask questions, because they will feel that the actor's behavior is challenging their status. No, no, no. Roland's situation is different from what you said. Columbus quickly denied. Roland's original intention was to improve himself and make a good movie. If his question was wrong, he would apologize on the spot after we explained the reason to him. If you don't believe it, this video is proof. Even James Cameron can tolerate his questioning. Is there anyone who would suspect that he was messing up on the set? If he was really messing up, James would have thrown him out long ago. Yes. Joe Pesci also took over the conversation and said, after all, everyone knows James' temper. Even if we have the ability, we can't get him to cooperate to shoot such a picture. After the Fox program was broadcast, America's interest in Roland became even stronger. Because no matter how others brag, it is impossible to change the fact that Cameron is an old stubborn. And in this case, the child actually conquered him. This may be the best advertisement the protagonist of Home Alone can move Cameron. After this news came out, the North American Theatre Alliance directly raised the movie schedule for November 16th by 3 points. No fame? Not enough star status? Then, use the power of others to your advantage. In Hollywood, all the problems you encounter are because of your small status. When you become a big enough star, people in the whole circle will revolve around you. Of course, for Roland now, these are not important. He just hopes that the 16th can come soon. Note, Linda Hamilton, who Roland mentioned when giving the red wine, is Sarah Connor in the Terminator series. The two fell in love during the filming of the second film. She is Cameron's fourth wife. She gave birth to Cameron's daughter in 1993 and got married in 1997, but divorced in 1999. After the production company of the Terminator series went bankrupt, Cameron wanted to buy it back. If there had been no problems in their relationship, the last 3 Terminator films would not be what they are now. Because of their divorce, Cameron didn't want to shoot the series anymore, and he didn't have the money. He spent $50 million on the divorce, and the series IP quotation at the time was more than $25 million to buy the series back. Therefore, he was only listed as a screenwriter for the 3rd film and had nothing to do with the 4th. After the 5th film was handed over to the children of Oracle founder Ellison, the other party found Cameron to re-sign as the screenwriter. As for the 6th film, that was not released. Cameron was the primary producer. Only when he comes back can the movie be called an orthodox sequel. Chapter 61, A Life Like a Fairy, A Dream Come True. According to the publicity and promotion plan formulated when the project was established, Fox was originally going to hold a premiere at the filming location of the project before the film was officially released, in order to stimulate the enthusiasm of the local people to watch the film, and by the way, buy off the film critics and let them learn from the old lady of a certain station, and write a promotional article worth $600,000 to stir up the popularity of the film. After all, Joe Pesci and others are not big traffic users, and it is unrealistic to rely on them to increase the first week box office. However, since the Terminator 2 project was exposed, Fox decisively cut off the premiere. Since the heat has risen, those film critics who are regarded as tools do not need to appear. Why invite them at this time? Let them continue to praise. The people are not fools. Blind praise will only cause public disgust and easily backfire. But if it is fair, just and open, if the movie does not suit the taste of those guys, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? The heat that was finally stirred up was suppressed by those upright film critics. Are you sick? After all, film critics are the kind of people that film professionals love and hate. Even Ang Lee doesn't want to see the kind of word-of-mouth praise in the mainland that is like twisting a donut. What about the red and white matching, the plastic flower-like patricide plot, the ethics between clones, or the old-fashioned spy story like the dead bones in the basement of Budapest, or the autobiographical fighting design throughout the film? The Navy-like praise cannot cover up Ang Lee's statement that after the release of Billy Lynn's Long Halftime Walk, he said that there was not enough money and he could only shoot a movie with a stronger story. Gemini Killer, which has an investment of up to 138 million yuan, and uses the latest technology on the market. Doesn't it tell the story of sons loving you? Based on the tone of the father trilogy of the year, the audience is not blind. There are too many movies related to cloning, such as Escape from the Island, Alien, The Sixth Day, God's Gift, Moon. Under the impact of these movies, the whole theme is no longer attractive. For this reason, after the movie is released, the overwhelming feedback from the audience will only make them regard those film critics who fully recommend it as the Navy, share their anger with their companions, and mark the movie as garbage. Even if the visual effects of this movie are really great, positive praise is already so bad. What about criticism? Isn't this a true portrayal of the external network? The bad reviews from beginning to end directly made the box office fall to the bottom. It is precisely because of knowing these contents that after the popularity of the movie appeared, those shit professionals will die as far away as possible. Disney's operation of controlling Rotten Tomatoes and letting the audience go to the theater to experience it in person is what all film companies want to see. As a result, before the 16th, apart from the interviews and publicity of the crew, the comments of the radio anchors, and the huge posters at the entrances of major cinemas, no professional could see the movie in advance. Not to mention, there would be any fair comments related to the plot. People only knew that this was a comedy movie about children and Christmas that was released during the Christmas season. As for other content, there was only Roland and Terminator 2. On the evening of the 16th, a month and a half ago, Bill and his colleague Carrie, who learned about the movie Home Alone through the New York Post, made an appointment to bring their children to the cinema. When they saw the long queue, they both scratched their neckties at the same time, hoping that their necks, which had been bound for a day, could relax a little. "It's weird today. Why are there so many people?" Bill muttered, and while holding his son's line, he complained to his colleague behind him. "Today is not a holiday. Why are there so many parents with their children out?" Well, isn't that the answer? Facing Bill's inquiry, Carrie pouted at the poster beside him and said, "Who made two movies about children, be released at the same time today? One is Disney's The Rescuers, an Australian adventure, and the other is the recently popular Home Alone. Of course, those young men and women should be here to see Stallone's Rocky 5, right? Their posters are hanging over there." Before Kerry came, he had already figured out the 3 movies to be released today. In addition to the recent Home Alone that can be heard every day, Stallone's Rocky sequel is another movie that has received a lot of attention during the same period. Unfortunately, although the previous movie Rocky 4 cut $300 million box office with an investment of $30 million, the reputation is not very good. Even though Rocky 5 is the most promoted movie in recent times besides Home Alone, judging from the feedback from the theater, this movie is expected to fall. Not to mention The Rescuers, Australian adventure. Disney at this time is not the father who will take up 60% of the global box office alone in the future. Even though The Rescuers has been promoted for a long time with the gimmick of being the first animated film in history completely made with computer digital technology for children, these things are all empty things. Many children don't even know what a computer is. Even if you boast about the technology to the sky, those target customers can't feel it. The parents of the target customers were more willing to watch movies with marketing guarantees. Before computers entered thousands of households, watching computer-made cartoons with children and watching a children's movie starring all the big names were two different concepts. After all, no one could guarantee the final effect of cartoons using new technologies and live-action movies. Those acting schools, aren't they the guarantee of quality? So, when Bill and Carrie, holding the children's hands, walked along the long queue at a constant speed, the words coming from all directions were almost all related to Home Alone. Even if those children didn't know what the movie was about, they knew the scary T-800 back then. They knew the furry little monster. And their parents knew the line that influenced a generation. When you grow up, your heart will die too. Of course, if the discussion of the people around them was not enough to reflect the effect of Fox's publicity, then when Bill and Carrie came to the ticket window and asked the ticket seller for 4 movie tickets, the ticket seller tore off the ticket stubs, glanced at the 2 children, and said directly, "The 10 theaters in the L1 area are showing a different world. The Rescuers, little boys. Rocky 5, Days of Danger, and Dances with Wolves." and the 8 theaters in the L2 area are showing Home Alone. Please don't go to the wrong one. Yes, the ticket seller is no longer surprised. Since she started work this morning, she has witnessed countless people walking into the L2 area on the right. Therefore, after seeing parents with children, she will specifically tell them not to go to the wrong one. Because many people walked around the L1 area and found that there was no theater showing Home Alone there, so they turned around and took their children to the L2 area again. After all, there is no seat limit in American movie theaters, and in this era, there is no difference in movies. Things like seat number and admission according to standards do not exist here at all. Buy a ticket and you can go to any theater to watch any movie you want. As for seats, of course, you can choose them yourself. Theoretically, if you are lucky, you can buy a ticket and watch a whole day. However, if you are caught, the fine starts at $300. If you don't pay, the theater can even call 911 to arrest you. In the face of inhumane punishment, no one will challenge their luck, unless they are the kind of guy who only drinks and doesn't eat. Of course, the goodwill reminder of the theater ticket seller is also a way to attract people on the spot. When those who originally wanted to watch The Rescuers learned that the film's screening schedule was directly crushed by Home Alone, they, who were not familiar with new things, would lower their expectations and would be very likely to switch to other movies. And those who came to watch other movies would also be curious about Home Alone with a screening schedule of more than 40% after hearing such a promotion. As for those aimless audiences, let alone this, for them, it's always right to watch whichever is popular. Therefore, when Bill and Carrie took their children into a theater where a movie was about to be shown, the nearly half-occupied seats directly made them feel emotional. On the day of the release, the attendance rate of a theater actually reached more than half. This is no different from watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles in the first half of this year. You know, that movie made it into the top 10 of the North American box office rankings this year. Of course, attendance and screening rates are only the smallest part of what Bill and Carrie care about. For them, the higher these two indexes are, the lower the possibility of a bad movie. After all, movies with a very low screening rate and the highest box office only exist in novels. In 99.99% of cases, the box office of a movie is directly proportional to the screening rate, and those works that really rely on word of mouth to turn around only survive in the internet era. Before that, how cruel the reality is, how miserable they will die. In this case, Bill and Carrie are even more looking forward to the whole movie than their own children. How Chris Columbus will make it. With a classic Christmas vocal, the opening ended, and a mansion in the snow appeared in front of everyone. When the camera zoomed in and passed through the wall, Joe Pesci, dressed in police uniform, suddenly appeared in the center of the screen. He was in a hurry and tried to direct traffic, but unfortunately, no matter how he greeted, the family in front of him had no intention of paying attention to him. After a chaotic shouting, Joe Pesci waved his hand helplessly. The look of curling his lips and shaking his head with his hands on his hips was already eye-catching for many viewers. Joe is still the same Joe, the Joe who is going for an Oscar. He's so funny just standing there, and his depressed look is quite comical. In Goodfellas, released a month and a half ago, he played a gangster, and in this movie, he's going to play a policeman. The brief camera language at the beginning is enough to set the narrative tone for the entire movie. If Joe Pesci's small movements penetrate into the body and mind, allowing people who are familiar with him to quickly find the feeling, then when the scene switches, the protagonist who has been promoted for a month and a half makes the audience feel what kind of movie this is. When Kevin, played by Roland Allen, appeared in the camera and complained to his mother on the phone that his uncle wouldn't let him see a movie, the feeling of a child who was bullied by adults and went home to complain and cry to his mother made the parents feel the same, and the children on the scene felt that this was the fact. When they saw his mother, who was on the phone with her friend, telling her son helplessly that the movies that adults didn't let him see must be bad movies, and Kevin, who heard this, threw himself on the suitcase that his mother was packing, pretending to be nothing, and opened a book, wanting to use this behavior to protest the unfair treatment he had suffered. The whispered conversation, as if it had been discussed beforehand, happened directly in the theater. "Oh, baby, Kevin is like you. When you are upset, you torture me like this. Mom, don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Really? Don't you think your dad likes to scare you like Kevin's dad in the movie? Oh, honey, can we watch the movie quietly? Such conversations appeared in most of the lineups of people who brought their children to watch movies. There is no way, because those families with bad relationships can't go out to watch movies in groups. Since they can bring their families out to consume, they must have harmonious family relationships. In this case, what kind of situation will it be if they are shown a movie that is close to their own interpersonal relationships and highly consistent with their daily lives? What's more, in America, it is too common for a family to have multiple children. In such a family, all kinds of problems will naturally arise. Parents cannot take care of everything and take into account the feelings of every child. It is normal for the big ones to bully the small ones, the middle ones to despise the small ones, and the small ones to have no foothold. Therefore, amid the discussions of those family audiences, when the movie progressed to the point where the whole family rejected Kevin who was doing wrong and his mother locked him up in the attic alone, a sense of substitution called embedded life suddenly appeared in everyone's mind. For these families, the background explanation in the first 10 minutes was more like a microcosm of their daily life. The realistic style made them feel empathy. Of course, if the movie is purely realistic, it will naturally not make the children who come to watch the movie feel refreshed. Doing things that cannot be done in ordinary times is what they want to see. So, when the cheerful music sounded, and the family left the protagonist Kevin at home, because they had to catch the plane, the little guys who were still immersed in the painful reality suddenly widened their eyes. Wow, Home Alone is about the protagonist Kevin staying at home alone. No longer having to face the nagging of his parents, no longer having to face the targeting of his brothers and sisters, no need to face the boring life of getting up early to go to school and going home at night. You can eat the food that ordinary adults don't allow you to eat. You can watch the movies that ordinary adults don't allow you to watch. You can play the games that ordinary adults don't allow you to play. Oh my god. This is simply a fairy-like life. This is simply the wish I want to realize in my dreams. T800? I don't know what that is. Now I just want to be like Kevin, alone at home. Note, Disney's manipulation of Rotten Tomatoes refers to the release of Captain Marvel this year. Because of Brie Larson's remarks, many foreign netizens gave bad reviews to the movie on Rotten Tomatoes. Then Rotten Tomatoes closed the website's desire to watch index and the pre-release comment function, and stated that this has nothing to do with protecting Captain Marvel, but is just normal maintenance of the website. This behavior was rated by netizens as Disney's control of reviews. In that era, the reason why American cinemas did not involve seats and showtimes was that there were no people. They had many theaters in one theater, and large theaters could even have more than 30. In this case, the full-time staff assigned to each theater would have to be at least 100 people. According to their labor costs, hiring people to divide the theaters and seat the people according to the number was a very uneconomical thing. They would rather have vending machines and have people patrol the theaters to catch those who evaded tickets, rather than hiring people for each theater, because if they hired people, they would go bankrupt in 2 months during the off-season of the box office. Although Dances with Wolves was ranked 3rd in the North American box office rankings in 1990, it was screened in a regional rotation, one state at a time, and its box office explosion was after it won the Oscar, so the number of screenings in the article was not made up. The Rescuers was indeed the first digital animation produced by computer, but Disney was still a younger brother in that era. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 62, a movie that combines warmth and humor. This is John Woo's best narrative method. In a private theater in San Francisco, there were only 2 people sitting in the large screening room. George Lucas, with a beard, folded his arms and leaned on the seat when he saw Kevin on the screen go from being confused when he first learned that his family had disappeared to being excited about accepting reality. His eyes narrowed. starting with a real portrayal of people in reality, using a short plot to make them empathize, and after the public is involved, use dramatic techniques to describe a story that the public usually wants to do, but dare not do. In this way, the audience will naturally think that this movie is very good, because the content on the screen is the life they usually desire. Although the movie only lasted 20 minutes, Lucas had seen through the core of it. Unlike The Shawshank Redemption, as a comedy movie for children, this cannot be a thought-provoking and profound story. It can just tell some things that cannot be told, played, or enjoyed in daily life. Children shouldn't be asked to think deeply about things like that. As long as they feel happy, it's already a success. To put it bluntly, the framework of the whole story even reminded Lucas of No Time for Edding, where the truant master Phyllis also attracted audiences of the same age by doing things that ordinary people couldn't do. Or, in other words, this narrative technique was what John Hughes used to make a living. But unlike The Breakfast Club and No Time for Edding, the audience of Home Alone is children in every household. As long as the children are willing to watch it, the number of tickets sold will increase exponentially. After all, children will never go to the cinema alone, right? Compared with the previous two movies, the rhythm of Home Alone is more cheerful. Chris Columbus did not use long words to describe the unfair treatment suffered by the protagonist Kevin at home, but used fierce contradictions to strengthen all of this, using a short time to highlight the problem, and then using a lot of space to describe a world that children hope to get. In this way, the kind of refreshing feeling that children expect will continue to wash away in an endless manner. Even if the subsequent plot is absurd and false, they will think that this movie is very good. Just like 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't bully the poor young people. It's enough to have a frustrating thing once, and then it's all over. Because of this, when the cheerful music sounded, no matter whether the protagonist Kevin was rolling on the bed with popcorn, or picking up 18+ books to curiously flip through, or picking up a toy gun and shooting his brother's figures into the basement, these short and light plots will explain to the young audience how beautiful the world they yearned for was. And those little guys watching the movie in the theater, like the three kittens in Puss in Boots, stared at the screen with wide eyes, dull expressions, and full of yearning. That feeling is like seeing Panda in Fireboy King for the first time. Silver Dragon from Outer Space. Go. Pankillion. I bought and upgraded your VIP membership card again. Mom, is it really so happy to stay at home alone? I also want to stay at home alone like Kevin. Dad, I won't go out to play this Christmas. You and Mom can go out with my brother and sister. I want to stay at home alone too. I also want to watch TV, eat ice cream, and play with my brother's toys. When the words of envy came out of the mouths of these little guys like beans pouring out of a bamboo tube, the parents who were with the children felt like sitting on pins and needles. At this moment, they felt that bringing their children to watch the movie Home Alone was simply a wrong decision. Want to drive us away and live a carefree and free life alone. Bullshit. Which stupid screenwriter wrote this script? Which stupid director made this movie? We brought our children to watch the movie because we hope they can be happy and maintain family harmony, instead of being taught by you to be more rebellious and continue to resist. If I had known, I would have watched Disney's The Rescuers. Home Alone. What a piece of shit. When these parents found that their children were rioting, they really wanted to pull them out of the theater. If they were not worried that the little guys would make a scene, they might have already started. Of course, perhaps knowing the inner thoughts of the parents, but more like understanding the real state of the public. The montage narrative shots used to describe Kevin's happy life did not last too long. After several shots, the mother's worries, the father's comfort, and the appearance of the two thieves brought the unbridled and cheerful plot back on track. Although it is a very unrealistic thing for a work to please everyone, but John Hughes' Home Alone can at least please two groups. First, the main force of the box office, the children who want to go to the theater. Second, the parents of the main force, the real moneybags, who can let the children go to the theater. How could it be possible to just depict on the screen how wonderful life is for those children to be alone at home? If nothing else, the 90-minute running time would not be enough to make it. So, when Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern who played the thieves, appeared, and when the mother's worries flashed across the screen, those parents who thought that this movie might teach their children bad things, suddenly felt that they had an extra weapon of preaching in their hands. Looking at Kevin, who was hiding under the bed on the screen, with a dazed expression and trembling, they started to say, "Look, it's really not that comfortable to stay at home alone. You can't deal with the thief once he shows up. You don't have the ability to face danger yet. It's easy for something to happen if you stay at home alone." However, before these parents could carry out the behavior of teaching by example, the picture on the screen changed again. Kevin, who was shivering under the bed, gave himself a soul-stirring encouragement, and then he rushed out of the house with courage, shouting at the people around him, wanting to have a head-on confrontation with the two thieves. Unfortunately, just as he was venting his anger, the terrifying murderer described by his brother suddenly appeared. Seeing the figure holding a shovel and dragging a trash can, Kevin, who was the eldest of the world, the second of the earth, and the third of me, suddenly changed color, screamed, turned around and ran, and his two short legs were like flying swords and riding the wind, directly helping him rush back to the bed. Then, he trembled. Ha 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 ha. Kevin is too timid. If it were me, I would definitely not be scared by that weird old man. It's not even half a minute since he swore, and he was scared back again. No wonder he has been bullied all his life. Well, what a bullshit. Listening to the sudden laughter in the theater, the parents who wanted to educate their children suddenly shut their mouths. Although the funny plot just now did interrupt their educational ideas, the content reflected on the screen was consistent with those parents' approach, telling children that there are many dangers in the world and let them not be obsessed with the beauty of being alone at home. Even if the children can't understand these contents for a while, it doesn't matter, right? At least, for these parents, the two-way thinking of the whole movie is full of help for their family education. When the children are satisfied, and the 6 money bags of the children are also satisfied, this means that this movie, which has been shown for half an hour, can keep these audiences until the end. After all, movies for children are most likely to lose audiences, compared with those adults who would rather sleep in the theater than leave after watching bad movies. Once children find the movie very boring, they will not be polite to you. It is considered light to leave directly, and it is the most uncomfortable to say bad things to each other. Of course, compared with the first half an hour, the subsequent plot is naturally not so superficial. In order to satisfy the children, Kevin in the film naturally has to show his intelligence. At the same time, in order to satisfy the 6 money bags, the thief in the film naturally has to show a little smartness. Once entering this stage, Kevin in the film has officially caught people's attention. Whether it is looking for pocket money, going out shopping alone, or using wisdom to get rid of 2 thieves on the street, or decorating his own house to scare off thieves, or the final battle, 1 against 20, the clever Kevin becomes particularly interesting against the backdrop of 2 stupid thieves. Of course, the most satisfying plot for parents and children is the scene at the end of the film, when Kevin is caught by 2 thieves and hung on the button of his clothes. After all, children are children. Even if they have great intelligence, they cannot beat 2 angry adults. At this critical moment, the rescue of the neighbor grandfather is full of neighborhood warmth. Unlike those 18+ vulgar comedies full of shit and fart, the reason why Home Alone can be praised as the top 1 classic family comedy in the history of film in Roland's previous life is that the whole movie not only satisfies the fantasies and needs of children during their growth, but also is full of warmth. The brothers and sisters who usually bully you will still care about you when they meet for the last time. The warmth brought by this change is what most children desire, and those eldest children in the family will find out what impact their usual actions will have on their younger brothers and sisters after watching this movie. In addition to warmth, the ferocious neighbor old man is also the guy that children often meet. Many times, the neighbors are dissatisfied with you because you little ghosts are really annoying. When you really grow up, the kind-hearted people who roar when they see injustice and take action when they should still exist. In the embrace of goose feathers and white snow, the film came to an end. With the presentation of subtitles, the faces of the audience who stood up and left the theater all showed happy smiles. Although the viewing mentality was not consistent when it came, for the vast majority of the audience, this is a very good movie. There is no complicated editing and shooting techniques that are like those in the Oscar-winning movies. The story is not only funny, but also full of interpretations of family, kinship, and neighborhood relationships. The children can understand it and enjoy it, which has achieved the original purpose of those parents. At the same time, the educational significance contained in it is really a pleasant surprise. It is this surprise that was not mentioned by the film critics in advance that made the parents think of Amway. They want to share this movie that can improve the relationship of their children with others. Mom, Kevin is so handsome. It's a pity for George that he didn't see this movie at the first time. I must tell him when I go back and ask his mother to bring him to the cinema tomorrow. Sure, baby, you can go find him when you go back. Dad, HMM. Don't leave me at home like Kevin, okay? I don't want to meet those thieves. Oh, honey, this won't happen. Jonathan, what's wrong? You seem to like my Skywalker toy. Yeah, didn't you know about this a long time ago? Okay, it's yours. Wow. Is this true? Of course it's true. Do you still doubt me? No. I'm just a little surprised. Hiss. Of course, if possible, I actually want Solo more. Solo? Well, how can you be more greedy than Kevin in the movie? Oh. Okay, sorry, I shouldn't say that to you. I'll give it to you if you want it. I'll open the cabinet when I get back. Then, can you give me Chewbacca as well? Anyway, they are. Get out. Similar conversations like this appear in every corner of America. For the guys who have watched the movie, T-800, Terminator, Gremlins, these are no longer important. The young audiences who came with The Unknown have already received the best Christmas gift. On Christmas Eve, they can fulfill a dream they once had, turn their fantasy into a beautiful story, and spend 90 minutes in laughter and joy. They are already satisfied. As for the money bags, watching the eldest son share toys with the youngest son, this breakthrough far exceeds the face value of the ticket spent by the family. Of course, compared with the public who are ready to recommend the movie to their friends, the two people in San Francisco are even happier. After watching the movie in a private theater in San Francisco, the bearded man twisted his neck, glanced at the little brother next to him, and said with a smile, "Chris is much smarter than you. If you had not devoted yourself to the field of literature and art, 1941 would not have failed. Don't think that you are David Lean, and that any movie you make can be the greatest epic. You see, Chris's idea is right. Embrace business first, and then talk about art after you have established a foothold in Hollywood. If you can't even make money and can't prove to the world that you have countless fans, then how can others go to see your art films?" Such sermons have appeared many times over the years. Listening to Lucas' words, Spielberg, who was watching the movie with him, shook his head with a wry smile and said, "George, that's enough. You have told me these things many times, and I have done what you said. You can't let me shoot 4 or 5 Indiana Jones movies first, and then go for the Oscars. I invited you to watch the movie today, just to let you see the child." "Child? Kevin? Roland?" Spielberg said so. Lucas rolled his eyes at him and shook his head. "I have an apprentice. You also have an apprentice. My apprentice is compared with your apprentice, and then you bring your apprentice's apprentice to annoy me, right? Okay. I admit that you are better at teaching students than me. Are you satisfied with this?" The words of complaint and surrender made Spielberg laugh. Although the movie Home Alone had nothing to do with him, he would be very happy to win Lucas. You know, they have been fighting each other since 1967. Jaws became the global box office champion. Sorry, my Star Wars beat you down. Star Wars raised the box office ceiling to a level that no one can reach. Sorry, my The Alien pushed it up again. Of course, although they are constantly competing in various fields such as box office, winning or losing is not important to them at all. They enjoy the pleasure of victory at the moment. As for what this success can bring to themselves, they don't care at all, because they have no shortage of money or status. As the lights in the theater came on, looking at the smiling little brother, Lucas poked him with his elbow. "I'm asking you, have you ever had contact with him? Didn't you tell me last time that Robert hadn't confirmed that Roland was taught by him? Contact? Don't worry." Spielberg shook his head and said, "Look at Roland's performance. Who else in the world do you think can teach him? His position in front of the close-up is the way we often teach. When I was shooting Raiders of the Lost Ark, you were watching from the side. Harrison's close-ups were all taken by me with the camera. Now Hollywood can use this, except for Robert, isn't it you? If you had taught him, you would have boasted in front of me a long time ago. As for Robert's denial, you know that he doesn't want to shoot a feature film the most, but a special effects film. He goes to industrial light and magic whenever he has the chance. He doesn't admit it, even when we catch him. In this case, if he really wants to deny it, who can make him admit it on his own initiative? That's right. Spielberg said so, and Lucas nodded in agreement. He knew that Zemeckis was very obsessed with movie stunts. Under his orders, Industrial Light and Magic even had a team working on motion capture technology. And every time he was discovered, he denied it flatly. It's like this in normal times. How else do you want him to admit it? Okay, then I'll follow the previous process and issue a press release. The Jewish gang is stingy. That's a well-known fact. But when it comes to their own people, they will think of all kinds of conveniences. Whenever their companions have a movie released, they will go to see the movie as soon as possible, and then you will magically find that the next morning, those directors who didn't show up much all posted film reviews, and those reviews were even more explicit and terrifying. Lucas took a deep breath, and while recalling the film, he also said, "For the difficulties Francis caused to John, I will mention John. For Martin's sake, I will mention Joe. For Woody's sake, I will mention Daniel. For your sake, I will mention Chris. And of course, the most important is Robert's student Roland." What did you say? Why don't I understand? Spielberg pretended not to know, and looked at the other person blankly. However, the smile hidden in the corner of his eyes betrayed his mood at the moment. Come on. You don't understand every time it comes to this time. Lucas raised his fist in annoyance and hit Spielberg on the shoulder. I'm helping your people write the PR draft. If you say you don't know again, then I won't write it. Okay, just kidding. You can write whatever you want. Spielberg shrugged and broke his composure in a second. Really? Lucas was a little unconvinced. Of course. Spielberg nodded. What about you? You can't possibly not write it, right? Lucas wanted to know how Spielberg would evaluate his apprentice. Me. Of course I won't write it. Spielberg's answer was very calm. What? Lucas suspected that he had heard it wrong. You won't write it? Are you sure? That's right. Of course I won't write it. Spielberg confirmed again, but this time, when he saw that the other party was about to raise his fist to hit him again, he didn't keep it a secret, but quickly said what he thought, because I told Catherine to let him announce tomorrow that Hook is about to start shooting. Of course, when the leading actor is announced, the news may also mention that Roland Allen has been selected by me and will appear in the film. As for the specific time, unknown. Note, David Lean, a leading figure in the British film industry, has been in the film industry for more than 40 years, shot 16 films, was nominated for 9 Oscars, and won 2 Best Director awards. He is Spielberg's idol. The epic trilogy he shot was Spielberg's original goal, but since Spielberg and Robert Zemeckis' collaboration 1941 failed, Lucas persuaded him not to please the Oscars, and then there were Indiana Jones, at the Extraterrestrial and Jurassic Park. When Spielberg and Lucas appear at the same time, they like to joke with each other. There is a very classic photo of Lucas making a scissors hand gesture and Spielberg pretending to be a rabbit. Yes, it is the kind of gesture that young people like to make when taking photos. It is not 1 or 2 days that the two of them have been writing about each other. Before Star Wars was released, Spielberg posted that this movie would break his record of Jaws. Before it, The Alien was released, the cover of Variety was bought by Lucas. When Star Wars was announced to be re-released, Spielberg posted a manuscript of a hand-drawn robot. The reason why the box office of Home Alone in reality soared like a rocket was also because he and Martin helped Chris and Joe write promotional articles. Chapter 63 The Most Handsome Guy. In the era when the internet was not popular, traditional media firmly controlled the leading position of propaganda. No one can ignore the influence of magazines, newspapers, radio stations, and television stations. Film critics rooted in these media can often influence the viewing choices of a considerable number of audiences. For example, Roger Ebert strongly recommended a movie in his personal column in the Chicago Sun-Times and rated it as 4 stars. In this case, the box office of the movie the next day increased by a few 100,000, which was considered light. This was still the influence of critics. What if they were replaced by directors who had box office guarantees? That kind of public opinion bombardment is undoubtedly a depth charge. On the second day of the release of Home Alone, since North American cinemas had not yet been connected to the internet, the statistical data of cinemas in various places were still being compiled and reported. The North American Cinema Alliance had no chance to get the data for publication, let alone verify it. At this moment, various media such as The New Yorker, The Hollywood Reporter, and The New York Times, which had already been sold to the public, published the film reviews of their columnists. Unlike Variety, New York Daily News, and The Washington Post, the Los Angeles Times directly sold its cover page. The movie poster, that imitated Edvard Munch's famous oil painting The Scream, was directly printed on the cover of the newspaper. Not only that, the 2 thieves outside the window were also modified by the newspaper. The original Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern disappeared, replaced by Darth Vader, the Dark Lord of the Sith, and Darth Sidious, the Emperor of the Galactic Empire. Such a handwriting made the insiders who saw the newspaper secretly smack their lips. Is the cover page of the Los Angeles Times too expensive? No. Compared with the printing rights of the Dark Lord and the Emperor of the Galactic Empire, the clearly marked pages are not worth anything at all. You know, the PR draft with the background of Star Wars characters has only appeared 3 times so far. Every time it appears, it means that it is a massacre. And when the guys who got the newspaper turned to the page corresponding to the cover advertisement, the naked evaluation made them envious. There is no doubt that John Hughes's torture of children's growth has reached a shocking level. 18 years ago, when I was shooting American Graffiti, I never thought that there would be a guy in the future who could fully reflect America on wheels and youth on wheels. After shooting The Breakfast Club and No Spring for Edding, John Hughes turned his perspective to those children who want to understand the world and want to look at everything. The movie Home Alone is not only a warm family comedy, but also a realistic film reflecting the current growth of children. I really can't imagine that it was chosen by James Cameron. In the film, Roland Allen, who is currently filming an action sci-fi film, can actually play a child who is trapped in growth anxiety so well. While he made me laugh on the screen, he also made me understand that, if I plan to have children in the future, I must guide them correctly. How to make every child grow up healthily in a large family is something that parents need to think deeply about. After all, not everyone has the opportunity to be alone at home like Kevin, played by Roland Allen, and not everyone can be as lucky as him. If Kevin met Darth Vader and Darth Sidious instead of 2 thieves, then perhaps we have to ask T first. -800, there is a chance to keep his own home. If Lucas only implicitly expressed his optimism about the film and used the 2 villains of Star Wars to stretch Roland's box office, then Scorsese, who later rated Marvel as not a movie, was a little too exaggerated. This is a very good movie. Well made, Chris. The Roland Allen you chose really opened my eyes. This is the first time I found that a child can perform freely under Joe's pressure. The 2 Jewish directors have already posted, so Francis, as the big brother, will naturally not lag behind. However, because of his nephew Nicolas Cage's stiff relationship with John Hughes, he did not make it as explicit as Scorsese, but spoke out under the banner of his daughter. We went to the theater as a family and had a lot of fun. Sophia also told me that Kevin in the movie, Roland Allen, who plays the protagonist, is very cute, especially when he was fighting with Joe and Daniel. He was very smart and flexible, which was really funny. I suggest that families with children take them to see this movie. It is different from The Godfather 3, which will be released in December. It is suitable for everyone. Directors are not film critics. They make a living from their works, not their pens. For them, it's no big deal to brag about their own people. What's more, this movie is already very good. Just when these 3 heavy bombs bombed the public opinion to the point where there was no edge, the last appearance of Captain Hook was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Spielberg did not show up, but the official announcement from Sony Columbia has proved everything. What does it mean to have a wonderful performance in Home Alone? Roland Allen, who played John Connor in Terminator 2, was selected by Spielberg half a year ago to play a role in Captain Hook. Isn't this news an endorsement of the movie Home Alone and Roland Allen? As for what Spielberg is riding on Roland Allen's popularity, even if this thing is true, no one will believe it. Who is Spielberg? One of the 4 greatest directors in the 1980s. He wants to ride on the popularity of a child? Are you afraid you haven't woken up yet? For the American people, the movie Home Alone is actually quite magical. A day ago, the guys who endorsed this movie were James Cameron and Arnold Schwarzenegger. One day later, it became a hot commodity in the eyes of everyone. When everyone speaks with the same voice, it doesn't matter whether the movie is good or bad. As for those film critics, their comments, which may be neutral or derogatory, have been drowned in the vast waves of voices. Even if you are a film critic, your voice will not be as loud as the voice of the current box office champion, runner-up, 3rd place and 4th place in film history, right? What's more, for the general public, the acting skills of the actors and the skills of the directors are actually false. Watch what you like to watch, and what you want to watch, that's the real thing. For most parents, movies like Star Wars and Indiana Jones are the guarantee of the viewing experience. Gremlins and Ed the Alien are the movies that have been verified by children, suit their tastes, and are good looking. Since those who made these movies say that Home Alone is well made and Roland's performance is good, then, what are you film critics? People like to watch it. Who do you think you are if you don't like it? As for the stories hidden behind these propaganda articles, although many people in the industry know that Roland Allen was a member of the Jewish gang half a year ago, who would say it if they didn't say it publicly? Hollywood is not the era where it will be popular in the future. So far, there is only one movie series that can be called the universe, Star Wars. In this era of human-driven film production, even if there are film critics who want to jump out and sing a different tune, those newspapers and magazines will first consider whether the act of publishing articles is beneficial to themselves. Boss, the data company has sent feedback. While the gossip news continued to ferment, the staff of Fox's Home Alone project team had also received the statistical report from the survey company. Looking at the field sampling survey report from 50 states, 100 cities, and 400 theaters, these people all showed excited smiles on their faces. The number of valid interviewed audiences was 8,962, of which 81.99% were family audiences, with an average score of 8.4. Among them, 93% of the interviewed children gave full marks, 86% of the parents said they enjoyed watching the movie, and 82% of the interviewees said they would share their joy with their friends. All the adult interviewees said that they knew before coming that the star of this movie, Roland Allen, had starred in Terminator 2, and 57% of the audience went to the theater for this reason. In this era, the only way to count audience satisfaction is to rely on people. Data statistics companies hired by major magazines or media, or the film producers themselves, specialize in counting audience satisfaction, because this kind of data represents the true reflection of the market. Only ordinary audiences can represent ordinary audiences. This sentence is not said in vain. If even the audience who bought tickets to enter the theater gave one-sided negative reviews, then even if the media is promoting it enthusiastically, the advertisements are loud, and the big names are praising it to the sky, it will be useless. If the respondents are not satisfied, it means that the publicity and distribution company can directly put DVD and other matters on the agenda. The idiom "the public's mouth melts gold" is not for nothing. Once those guys who have watched the movie go back and give bad reviews to their relatives and friends, the box office will definitely plummet. At the same time, the North American Theatre Alliance will also reduce the number of films accordingly. After all, no one can go against money. But, this report has nothing to do with bad reviews. What does 8.4 mean? No matter what type of movie it is, this score can be called a classic. 93% of the children interviewed and 86% of the parents gave good reviews. What does this mean? This means that the target customers of the movie and the target customers' wallets are very satisfied with their service. As for those sporadic bad reviews that lower the score, Those guys are not even within Fox's consideration. You are not my target customers. Why should I serve you well? Not satisfied? If you are not satisfied, hold it in. If you have the ability, shoot it yourself. Of course, we will defend your right to speak to the death. However, even if you shout loudly, at best you will only be the second Zaudian, right? Just when the publicity and distribution department of Home Alone was happy about the offline feedback of this movie, the door of the office was knocked from outside again. A figure in a suit pushed the door in a hurry. Before he got in, the excited voice resounded throughout the office. The North American Theatre Alliance sent the proofread data. How much? The guys in the office immediately cast eager eyes. Yesterday's number one. The visitor kept it a secret. Oh. Tell me. After hearing the title of the first one, the guys in the office became even more excited. 8,400,000. When this number appeared, the whole office fell into silence instantly. Those guys were silent for nearly 10 seconds, and then the cathartic cheers appeared. What? My god, we get it. 8,400,000 on the first day. Great. Our publicity expenses were not in vain. Unlike other movies, children's movies generally do not have midnight previews. After all, it is unrealistic to ask your target customers who should be sleeping to pester their parents to watch a movie in the middle of the night. Therefore, the movie Home Alone was officially released on the morning of November 16th, and it was shown all day from morning to night. Of course, the box office of 8.4 million will not contain any water from the midnight screening. As for whether this number is too much or not, that is naturally a matter of opinion. Compared with the exaggerated performance of Star Wars, The Rise of Skywalker in later generations, which broke the pre-sale box office of Avengers 4 Endgame by 45% in 1 hour, the box office of 8.4 million on the first day of the premiere is not even a little brother, but in the 1990s. This number was already the first, the second, and the third. After all, in the whole of 1990, there were only 2 movies that reached the box office line of 10 million on the first day of release. One was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, that attracted all ages, and the other was Arnold Schwarzenegger's Rescue. Unfortunately, both movies counted the early morning preview box office. Without that, no one could beat Home Alone. However, although this number is exaggerated, it is also within Fox's expectations. After all, the guy they are promoting is a box office guarantee. If this movie still fails under the combined popularity of James Cameron plus Arnold Schwarzenegger, and with the help of Martin Scorsese and Joe Pesci's Goodfellas, then it may be Roland's own problem. Okay, it's not over yet. Let's calm down. Since Steven and the others have spoken, let's follow them quickly. Let all the media we can contact forward Steven, Martin, and Francis comments, and then contact Fox TV and ask them to send out the front page of the Los Angeles Times. The Jewish gang has started to help their own people. What are we still hesitating about? By the way, when promoting, remember to bring their works. Steven's Captain Hook, Martin's Goodfellas, Francis the Godfather 3. We have to let them know that, although we are riding on the popularity, we are also helping them promote the movie. They may not need Roland to give corresponding returns, but we have to do things well. The final share of the distributor and the producer is the final figure given by the North American Theatre Alliance, after deducting the publicity and promotion expenses from the box office share. This algorithm seems unfair, but in Hollywood, no producer will be stupid enough to ask the distributor to reduce the publicity and promotion expenses. Because everyone understands that the bigger the pie, the more money will be shared. What's more, the movie Home Alone was invested by Fox. They can promote their own movies however they want. In front of the real money Fox spent, and the mutual help of the Jewish gang, the market also gave a strong response. After the first day's box office performance of 8.4 million, the next day gave an astonishing figure of 10.83 million. After the weekend, the upward curve directly exceeded the 13 million mark. After 3 days of release, North America closed at 32.23 million. This number, not to mention The Rescuers, Australian Adventure and Rocky V, even all the movies released this year were trampled on. The previous 3-day champion was Schwarzenegger's Back to the Future, but that movie only cut 25.53 million in 3 days. Of course, if this performance is based on the positioning of family movies, then this is even more terrifying. Everyone knows that family movies are the movies with the most stable box office trends. It may not explode suddenly, but it will not fall off a cliff either. Repeating the same performance for 30 days, the highest frequency of fluctuations will generally not exceed 25%. It is precisely because of this that all box office prediction agencies have proactively given up the idea that Ghost will hold the box office champion until the end of the year, based on the performance of the first 3 days of release, as well as the good audience reputation and audience group composition. Because no one will doubt that the North American box office of the entire movie will be less than 300 million. What is this concept? Now, there are only a few movies that can break 300 million in the North American movie box office rankings. Star Wars, A New Hope in 1977, E.T. the Extraterrestrial in 1982, Star Wars 3, Return of the Jedi in 1983, and then, the movies that are closest to 300 million box office are only Star Wars 2, The Empire Strikes Back in 1980 and Jaws in 1975. At first glance, these movies seem to have no problems. But after thinking carefully, some people will find that these are all Jewish movies. And the fourth movie to break 300 million will also be this. Oh my god. Of course, with the explosion of the box office, the popularity of the entire crew is also rising. Chris Columbus's past deeds have been dug up, and John Woo's pursuit and dreams are also topics that major media are competing to report. As for Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern, they are already well-known actors with their own popularity. Now they are just 10 floors higher, but compared with Roland Allen, the explosion of these people seems a little less impressive. Although there is no IMDb and no popularity ranking of filmmakers, these cannot stop people from discussing his enthusiasm. After all, no one can explain how people across the country played the same game in the era when information was blocked. So, almost overnight, Roland, who was still unknown, instantly became the most handsome guy in the whole of America. Note, it is normal for children's movies to not have midnight shows. It is a waste to arrange midnight shows for such movies. It is better to show horror movies. Of course, movies like The Cemetery of Love are just trying to avoid film reviews. The box office has been adjusted upward, based on hype and publicity, but even if it is not adjusted, the actual North American box office of Home Alone of 280 million was the fourth highest in North American film history at the time. Even after 30 years, it is still the 98th highest in North American film history. Chapter 64 Roland and Talk Show. The first week of the movie grossed 71 million, and the prediction agency predicted that the final North American box office would reach 300 million. What does this mean? Does it mean that Home Alone may become the fourth movie in the history of North American movies to break 300 million? No. It means that all the movies of the same period have been hammered. America has the most active film market in the world, and a certain number of new movies will be released every week. But even in such a vibrant place, the total box office is only so much each year. Home Alone came out of nowhere and took a bite of the cake desperately, directly dividing 300 million of it. That means that with a limited total amount, the money that others can earn will be much less, and the direct victim is Stallone and his Rocky 5. In Roland's previous life, no matter how terrible this movie was, it still killed nearly 15 million in the box office in the first week thanks to Stallone's popularity. But what about now? Of course, it is impossible for it to have one more dot, but the first digit was still ruthlessly erased, and this result directly made the investors of Rocky 5, United Artists and MGM, unable to laugh. Although they wanted to curse, facing the comedy storm like a tsunami, the words on their lips were swallowed back. As for the star of this film, Sylvester Stallone, he showed no mercy and directly sprayed. I have seen Home Alone, and I don't think it is a very good movie. To me, this movie is no different from Babes and Toys. The plot is too weak and illogical. The thieves played by Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern are not in line with common sense. They are obviously thieves, so why did they catch Roland Allen, the kid? Stealing is their main job. Why did they catch the kid? What's more, after facing a series of blows, they did not die, which is the most incomprehensible. This movie obviously wants to teach children bad things. Even if you suffer electric shocks, fall from buildings, you can still survive, even if you are hit on the head by an electric iron. I'm very disgusted with this kind of plot. I'm even very angry that they can make such a movie to mislead our future. Although Stallone is not the first guy to question the content of the movie, he is the most famous one in this trend. Except for those film critics who are not afraid of heaven or earth, more people in the circle either choose to remain silent or choose to stand with the Jews. Only Stallone, who is extremely incompatible with Schwarzenegger, will openly spray. Yes, Stallone and Schwarzenegger are incompatible. And this is what Columbus and others told Roland when he participated in the later publicity. In Roland's previous life, although Stallone cooperated with Schwarzenegger in the Expendables series, Escape Plan and Unbelievable Love, they hated it for decades before that. Is it because they experienced the golden age of Hollywood action movies, and there is no room for two tigers in one mountain? No. It was because Schwarzenegger cheated Stallone in order to marry Kennedy's niece. Arnold knew Mariah in 1977. But at that time, no one thought they could be together. In 1984, The Terminator became a big hit, and Schwarzenegger gained a firm foothold in Hollywood. It was because of this movie that they had the opportunity to be together. But Arnold, how should I put it? Too smart. After The Terminator, while filming The Queen's Sword, he fell in love with a Danish actress in the crew, Brigitte Nielsen. The two were so passionate that she kept pestering him. And when Mariah found out about this, so he gave Arnold an ultimatum. So, in order to save his own future, Arnold took the initiative to contact Michael Stallone, who had just divorced and stuffed Brigitte into the crew of Rocky IV. I don't need to say more about what happened later, right? Brigitte married and divorced Michael Stallone and took away a large sum of money, while Arnold, who worked with you, successfully married Mariah, and through you, he got in touch with Martin Scorsese for a while. These are the original words that Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci, and Daniel Stern said to Roland during the promotional break. In their opinion, Stallone's revenge was too unwise. However, they could understand it. After all, anyone with a discerning eye could see how the movie Terminator 2 would become after Roland became popular. And the higher Schwarzenegger climbed, the angrier Stallone, who was at odds with him, became. Of course, the grudges between Schwarzenegger and Stallone had nothing to do with Roland. At least, he thought so. Moreover, he did not think there was anything wrong with what Stallone said. Although Home Alone is a comedy, the plot inside is indeed a bit magical. What's the difference between the two thieves played by Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern and the big bad wolf and I'll Be Back? They are all invincible. In this case, if a child imitates it, it will definitely be a big news. However, although he agrees with Stallone's evaluation in his heart, Roland will not do something like slapping himself in the face. Not only that, when he was on the show, no one would ask questions about Stallone, just for the sake of ratings. But the fact that the media didn't pick on him didn't mean Roland could have nothing to do. After 2 or 3 shows, the most common question he was asked was how he got rich. Yes, you are the third person to ask me how I was selected by the project team. Faced with such a question, Roland certainly couldn't mention Spielberg, who had never communicated with him face to face. He could only smile and put all the blame on the Olsens who loved him. After my parents died, they gave me a new family. In order to help me get out of the sadness, they found a way to get me an audition, and the project team for that audition was Home Alone, so it was just luck that made me successful. I want to thank director Chris and producer John for their favor. Oh, your story is so touching. The host blew his nose and spoke with emotion. However, this is actually the official press release. Most of the time, if you think something in the entertainment industry is real, it is definitely fake. And if you think something is fake, it is often true. For example, no one expected that Taylor Swift would be cheated by her own mother. No matter who it is, no one wants the real inside story to be known to the public. Who is my backer? What did he help me with? Why should I tell you? Many times, isn't it good to make a fortune in silence? Isn't it a disease to expose all the cards? Only those Navo rich will be eager to reveal everything. They want the whole world to see their achievements. Because they are afraid of being poor. Of course, Roland's answer will naturally not satisfy the host. Because of this, these hosts also asked about the casting of projects such as Terminator 2 and Captain Hook. In the face of such questions, Roland also has a way to deal with it. The casting director of Home Alone is the same as the casting director of Hook, and on the day I auditioned for Hook, director James was talking to director Steven on the set, so it's just luck, just luck. Such an answer really makes people feel like they deserve a beating. But people living in this era are not as knowledgeable as they will be in the future. The young audiences who were watching the show really believed Roland's words. On TV, Roland Allen, who was about the same age as them, was so lucky. Why? Why could he get film contracts wherever he went? Why? If it was pushed back a few decades, Roland might have been labeled a European dog by them. But now, that kind of strong envy has spread to the whole of America. Of course, in addition to envy, these children also discovered a problem. Roland seems to have become successful after being adopted by the Olsens, right? Thinking of how the Olsens had previously trained the most popular child star sisters in America, and how they made Roland the most popular child star after adopting him, the little kids were shocked. Of course, the little kids closest to the Olsen family, or the little fat kid who was active among the little kids, became the most popular. This sudden burst of attraction was even questioned by the talk show host. As far as I know, your good brother James Olsen has become a celebrity in the school you once attended. Many people have bought your and Arnold's autographs from him. How does it feel to be famous? Do your hands get sore after signing for a long time? Yes, James, who was still angrily criticizing Roland a month ago, finally achieved the achievement of turning waste into treasure. Those autographed books piled up at home are the biggest fortune he has ever handled in his life. He exchanged nearly 100 autographed books for out-of-print comics and figurines. As for the unit price, in a school with plenty of money, it has been called for $100. Although Roland already knew everything, he still pretended to be ignorant for the sake of the show. What? James actually sold my autograph? He told me that he needed my autograph and Arnold's autograph in order to get my classmates to support me. Oh, so you were deceived by James? The host leaned forward and asked with interest, if what you said is true, then I promise that he can only eat vegetarian food in the next few days. Roland did not answer the host's question directly, but clenched his right hand and cosplayed the little boy pursing his lips at the beach. Such an indignant look directly made the audience at the live broadcast site laugh. The host laughed and said, okay, I know why Chris and John chose you. Your experience makes me feel that the role of Kevin is tailor-made for you. Because you, like Kevin, will also face various troubles in growing up. Roland's talk show was decided by Fox. Fox's publicity is very professional. Before the movie is released, they let those already famous guys appear on major talk shows to promote the movie. After Roland really cashed in on his fame, he will be the finale and the subsequent publicity to attract more children's interest. Although talk shows are not suitable for children, it is one of the few intersections between big names in film and television and variety shows. Not only because of their high ratings, but also because there is an unwritten rule in the American entertainment industry that only those C-list and below will appear on major variety shows. If there are guys above C-list participating in variety shows, there is only one word to describe their behavior: losing face. Although the final box office has not been released, and Roland's ranking cannot be defined, but no one will put Roland in those low-level programs when those big guys have already spoken. Let's not talk about whether Roland will agree or not. Just for themselves, they will not take the initiative to break the rules. Because of this, the talk shows that Roland participated in were actually scripted. The questions the host asked, and the things he could say, were actually confirmed in advance by Fox's public relations. But, even if it was confirmed, there are traps here. For example, after talking about the content of the filming, the host who was signaled by Fox suddenly threw out a digression. The movie Home Alone is so popular, do you have any plans to make a sequel? The movie is in theaters, and the sequel is on the agenda. This kind of thing is very common in Hollywood. Capital is profit seeking. When they find that they have a gold mine that has yet to be developed, they will naturally think about how to maximize their own interests, and developing a sequel to a movie is naturally the best way to maximize their interests. But the problem is that the film contract that David helped Roland negotiate before is like a sword of Damocles hanging over Fox's head. If they had known this a year ago, they would never have signed such a contract with Roland. Box office bonus? No. It has nothing to do with this, let alone a 5 million bonus. Even if the global box office reaches 1 billion, there will be a reward of 10 million, which is no problem. What they want is a package contract, the kind that signs several films at a time. They are willing to pay, but they are afraid that you will not shoot even if they pay. Now, the initiative is actually in Roland's hands. If he wants to shoot, Fox will sign a contract with him immediately. And if he doesn't want to shoot, Fox begs and asks for help. It's useless. As for the smearing after being angry, forget it. This method may be useful for a poor guy, but for a guy like Roland who has plenty of money in his pocket and has a backer who would dare to smear. Because of this, they can only use talk shows to test Roland's attitude first. But for Roland, these things are not urgent, right? Wait until the box office bonus is received. I haven't heard the director mention the sequel yet. If you want to know the situation, you should ask Fox first. As for me, what I'm most looking forward to now is of course the box office bonus. Box office bonus? I've heard about this. Seeing that Roland didn't take the bait, the host didn't force him, but smiled and said, the current bonus has reached 1 million. If you get the money, how do you want to spend it? How to spend it? Of course, give it to Uncle David. Roland had actually thought about this question a long time ago, and it didn't matter, even if he told the truth. Uncle David and Aunt Ganetti took care of me for a year. They invested a lot of energy and money in me. They hired teachers for me, met my various needs, and made a lot of efforts in various social activities. I'm very grateful to them, so after getting the box office bonus, it shouldn't be a big problem to give it to them, right? Roland was not setting up a persona, and since Spielberg and others posted the article, he didn't need to set up a persona now. Regardless of whether he was in the circle or not, no persona could rival the identity of the younger generation of those big guys. As for him, it is natural to return the first pot of money earned from Home Alone to David. If it weren't for the Olsens, Roland would not have been able to get the audition, let alone the opportunities afterwards. Opportunities are always more important than money. Moreover, in order to take the initiative, David paid out of his own pocket to solve the problem of the studio, and the money was as high as 7 figures. In the face of this series of caring actions, Roland felt that, if he swallowed the box office bonus for development, he would really have no conscience. Now that he has become famous, money is no longer important. If the Olsen family can always treat him like this, let alone the box office bonus, even if the Olsen family can give him his last name, he doesn't mind. Of course, no matter what Roland thinks, when this sentence spread to every corner of America, many families who have not seen the movie suddenly want to go to the cinema. Regardless of whether Roland's words are true or false, the concept of family harmony conveyed by the entire crew is what everyone needs. In their opinion, only a crew that implements the concept of loving each other as a family can cultivate an actor like Roland, and they also hope that their children can learn from Roland, communicate more with adults, and live in harmony. However, even if those audiences dug the ideas contained in Roland's words into the Mariana Trench, these things are no longer important to Roland. After participating in the post-promotion activities arranged by Fox, he boarded the plane without stopping, ready to fly back to the Terminator 2 crew to report his vacation to the big boss truck driver. However, just as he was on his way to the airport, the assistant sitting in the co-pilot turned his head, covered the receiver of the mobile phone, and whispered, "Roland, there is a call for you." Who? Roland, who had been running for 7 days, was exhausted. He yawned and thought secretly in his heart. Since the movie became popular, everyone he knew has called to congratulate him. In this case, who would bother him at this time? And just as he raised his hand to take the phone, the assistant helped him solve the problem. He said, "His name is Mohammed." Note, the affair between Schwarzenegger and Stallone was exposed by Stallone himself. Not only that, when Bridget was talking to Stallone, the divorce agreement between Stallone and his ex-wife had not come into effect. What should have been a consensual matter was eventually ruled by the court as extramarital affair. The point is that when Bridget was getting together with Stallone, she was still in Europe and had a husband and children. This scam allowed her to make a lot of money from Stallone, so much so that Stallone was so angry that he added a paragraph in his personal biography that, if he had a choice, he would not look at the photos Schwarzenegger gave him. Bridget's nude photos. Chapter 65. Shan K-Boy. Oh, Mike, you are the last one to call me among all my friends. When Roland complained to my hammy on the other end of the phone, while holding a mobile phone weighing about 750 grams, the young man in Los Angeles had a smile on his face. He ignored the dissatisfaction hidden in his words and defended his behavior. But, I should be the one who called you at the most appropriate time among all your friends, right? I watched your talk show in its entirety and calculated the time to call you. If I'm not mistaken, now should be your most idle time, right? No. Although the two parties were not face to face, Roland still shook his head repeatedly, but with a smile on his face. He didn't agree with what the other party said at all. Now is not my most idle time, but my rest time. You disturbed my rest. Really? Then should I apologize to you? Now I run to the gate of Los Angeles airport, crying and waiting for your forgiveness? The smile on Mohammed's face became even wider, and his tone of voice was quite brisk. Of course, if you know what's good for you, you should book me a table at the best restaurant in Orange County. You know, I haven't had a good meal for a week, because of the publicity. It's either airplane meals or work meals. I'm almost sick of eating. No problem, I can book a restaurant you want to go to now. The sudden call made Roland, who had been tired for several days, relax. Not only because of the friendly relationship between Roland and Mohammed, but also because Mohammed knew a lot about Roland. When communicating with him, Roland didn't have to hide anything, and he didn't have to worry that Mohammed would set a trap for him like others. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Roland successfully got a meal from the other party. When the laughter faded, Mohammed also said congratulations. Congratulations, the movie is a big hit. Compared with Charlie Cosmo who filmed Sleeping Dogs, Your Eyes is amazing. I have been catching up on some knowledge related to Hollywood recently. If you get a box office bonus of 3 million, will it be officially promoted to the B-list? B-list. Roland felt that Mohammed's imagination was limited. Those forecasting agencies gave a North American box office of 300 million. Do you think the global box office of the entire movie can only stop at 300 million? Are you looking down on the overseas market? You know, Hollywood film companies can make money by global distribution. Once the global market is fully rolled out in December, with the current upward momentum, 500 million will be easy. 500 million. This is a box office number that many actors and directors cannot reach in their entire lives. Many people's lifetime cumulative box office can't reach this number, not to mention what kind of public opinion tsunami will be triggered after a single film exceeds 500 million. Unfortunately, in this era, without the blessing of the internet, Roland can only use the box office numbers to feel the audience's love for him, and can't feel that tsunami of fans welcoming him at the airport like those big names in his previous life. However, it's good that no one is besieging him. He doesn't want to be a Green Franklin, where people chase him wherever he goes. Roland did not dwell on the unclear question of status. He just smiled and accepted Mohammed's congratulations. But I'm curious. Didn't you go to make games? How did you have time to catch up on knowledge related to Hollywood? Hearing Roland's question, Mohammed, who was still smiling, suddenly pulled a long face and said helplessly, "Hey, don't mention it. We haven't been making games in the past 6 months. Alan, Frank and I originally wanted to develop games based on Family Computer, Nintendo's red and white machine, but when we contacted them, they rejected our proposal because Super Famicom, Super Nintendo, was released on the 21st of this month. They felt that it was unwise to develop games for Family Computer in more than 4 months, so they gave us a list for Super Famicom, and we are studying. Well, this is really bad luck." Mohammed's words made Roland shake his head helplessly. He thought that with his involvement, Mohammed and his team would be able to create Blizzard Entertainment some time in advance, but he didn't expect that even with money and people, they still died at the time of Nintendo's new machine release. Before the next generation of home game consoles are released, it is a wise decision for every manufacturer to stop the content development of the previous generation of game consoles, just like Naughty Dog in the future. The project of The Last of Us 2 has been postponed for many years, but in the end, when the PS Game Store started pre-selling games, they still chose to postpone the ticket, and looking at their appearance, they have a desire to escort PS5. As for Ghost of Tsushima, it is likely to be the same. But there is no way. Who makes their big boss Sony? Since Roland has experienced all this, he can certainly understand Mohammed's frustration. Because delaying research and development, and delaying game tickets will, in most cases, hit the enthusiasm of creators and players, and Mohammed, who is now starting a business, is naturally the kind of passionate creator. However, understanding is one thing, but as for comfort, when Mohammed asked him for money, he was using the cold Franklin to comfort the other party's injured heart, and this prescription should be able to work quickly and cure the disease, right? Okay, then I wish you success. Roland responded dryly, but in order to let the other party think of him when he was short of money, he added at the end of his words, "If you need it, just call me directly. Of course, if it is after March, you can also drive directly to my house. After the filming of Terminator 2, I may not leave Los Angeles for a long time. After all, Captain Hook is all studio drama." Okay, no problem. Mohammed called today, first to congratulate Roland, and second to ask Roland for a promise. Starting a business is difficult and there are many things to do. If there is a friend who is not short of money and is willing to help in this situation, then they may be much more satisfied. As for Roland's statement on the talk show that he would give all the box office bonuses of Home Alone to the Olsens, Mohammed, who had been with Roland for half a year, believed that Roland was a man who kept his word, but he believed even more that, even if the Olsens took the money, they would give it back when Roland needed it. So, he was not worried at all about not being able to raise money. After chatting casually for a few words, Roland, sitting in the car, was a little listless because of the shaking environment. Just as he was about to say goodbye to Mohammed, squinting his eyes and taking a nap, waiting for the car to arrive at the airport, Mohammed's last words before saying goodbye actually aroused his interest and made him give up the idea of hanging up the phone. "Roland, do you know that with the release of Home Alone, your popularity in the news group has been increasing? Among the more than 300 new posts, more than 170 are related to you. Don't you want to know where I got my knowledge about Hollywood? It's not a printed movie guide that can only contain rough information about 20,000 movies. It's actually an outline of the years in which movies are released. I looked up information from a leisure and entertainment movie online discussion group." What? When a series of words that should have nothing to do with the internet, such as the internet, movies, and information, came out of Mohammed's mouth, Roland, who was yawning, almost bit his tongue. "Mike, what did you say? Can you find detailed information about movies on the internet now?" Although Apple launched the TCP/IP architecture and protocol as early as 1977 to 1979, and they established the early internet around 1980, these things were not open to the public before 1988. To put it bluntly, compared with the popularity of billions of netizens in later generations, the current internet is really just a kitten or three. When it was just born, Roland, as a senior netizen in later generations, gave up the idea of looking for the paper man. After getting the computer David bought for him, the internet was still blank. How could he find a ghost? Because of this, in addition to recording the treasures in his mind, Roland actually had no contact with the internet of this era. As a result, he had no idea what was on the internet of this era. After hearing the puzzled voice coming from the other end of the phone, Mohammed, who was explaining casually, was stunned at first, then continued with a smile. "Yes, is there any problem? Isn't the computer in your home also able to access the internet?" "Oh, I see. You have been either filming, or on the way to filming recently. You may not have time to learn about these things. Let me tell you, since I met you, I have checked a lot of news related to movies. At that time, I found that there were tens of thousands of movie entries and 4 movie lists in the Internet Movie Network discussion group. And, according to the founder of the news group, he has a lot of information. Because I have nothing to do recently, I sent an email to the other party, hoping that he could make the use of the movie database public. After receiving my email, the founder from the UK agreed to my proposal. Due to insufficient manpower and no game development, we helped them and wrote programs using the ML protocol. Until the 17th of last month, 1 month before the release of Home Alone, the database was officially announced to the public. This database was named Rec.Arts.Movies Movie Database by the British founder Cole Needham. Anyone who has installed the database can share information. Since we helped them write programs, he directly gave us 3 administrator accounts, which allow us to see your real data in the background. How about it? Isn't it amazing? When Roland heard the boastful words, he directly pinched his thigh with his hand. Damn it. Roland could no longer control his desire to curse. British? Cole Needham, Rec.Arts.Movies Movie Database. Damn it, isn't this the predecessor of IMDb? In his previous life, when Roland was making videos, he often surfed IMDb to buy news from overseas. Not only that, in order to see advanced data, he also bought the IMDb Pro membership service. The real number of views of each movie trailer, the real popularity of each film actor after dehydration, as well as the production details of the movie, box office details, company directory and other information can all be queried. Not only that, there is also a resume subscription service on it. Robert Pattinson, the male lead of Twilight, was discovered by the producer Summit Entertainment after submitting his resume on IMDb Pro. After the economic crisis, there was a saying that spread throughout Hollywood: if you want to be a Hollywood film producer, you need 2 things. One is a mobile phone, and the other is IMDb. The key factor for Amazon, the world's largest e-commerce platform, to dare to directly enter Hollywood, become a large independent producer in a short period of time, and win the Oscar for Best Actor and Best Screenplay, and receive multiple nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, Best Supporting Actor and Best Actress, etc. In addition to having money, holding the world's largest internet movie database is even more critical. Those high-level background data can tell them what things are the most favorite element of the audience. Compared with big data resources such as Google and Facebook, the data on IMDb is more accurate. To put it bluntly, it's a good thing that Netflix didn't merge with IMDb. Otherwise, others wouldn't get much of the pie of streaming media. Knowing all this, Roland closed his eyes when he heard Mohammed's words. In his memory, Mohammed in his previous life had nothing to do with IMDb. That is to say, although the tens of thousands of dollars of profit he brought to the other party did not accelerate the birth of Blizzard Entertainment, it did have a foot in the database that monopolized the world's movie data in the future. Damn, this butterfly's wings seem to be flapping a little too big. But he likes it. After a few seconds of silence, Roland, who was hit by the sudden news and had no clue, took a deep breath. Although he hasn't figured out how to eat this melon, now he can offer words of praise. And a curious mentality. Great, great. From what you said, we will be able to search for various movie information on the internet in the future? It seems very convenient. We finally don't have to look up books in the future. Oh, by the way, are you short of money? You ask me which one of you is short of money? Of course it's your game company and the website of the movie database. You are not short of money? Hiss, how can you not be short of money? I was just talking casually. It's okay. If you need anything, just come to my house to find me. It's not a trouble. It's just to help a friend. It's not a trouble at all. Yes, friends. We are all friends. If you need help, just ask. It's okay. Note, Amazon is the first internet film company to win an Oscar, and the winning film is Manchester by the Sea. IMDb was registered in 1996. Before that, it didn't have this name at all. From October 17, 1990, when the database was officially launched, to the time it was officially registered in 1996, it was always called Rec.Arts.Movies Movie Database. In 2015, when IMDb was 25 years old, its founder Cole Needham announced the reason for launching the database that year. I received an email from a netizen in California who hoped that I could make the use of the movie database public, and I agreed to his proposal. In reality, the netizen who suggested him to go online was really from California, but not Mohammed. Don't look at the nonsense in my article. The establishment of played a major role in Amazon's rapid success as an independent producer in Hollywood, but compared with money, it is still a younger brother. Except for ripe movies, all other movies of the big five are classified as low cost. In this case, people have only two choices. The big five will not invest in movies that cost tens of millions of yuan, so those directors who don't want to shoot are unhappy, and Scorsese starts to scold. This is why he recently scolded Marvel. At this time, internet companies such as Amazon appeared, and they waived money to hit these directors. For example, Universal only gave $3 million for a biopic, and Amazon opened its mouth for $6 million. In this case, it would be a pity if they couldn't develop. Chapter 66, Building Rome. Roland certainly knew that was not short of money these days. The reason why he said that was that he hoped that Mohammed would find him when he was short of money. Not to mention that its founder, Cole Needham, was a senior researcher at HP. Just the information he collected would cost a lot of money to store and keep. After all, not every family has the money to buy tens of thousands of movie tapes for their children, and no working class parents can afford to buy VHS recorders and expensive blank copies for their children's hobbies. To put it bluntly, Cole Needham, a movie geek, did change the world with his obsession and madness, but this kind of success was built with real money. For Roland, these guys full of ideals and ambitions are all worthy of respect. Even though and Blizzard Entertainment are equally important to him, the former means data covering the world, and the latter means world-class hype. But if he has to make a choice, he still wants to contact these people who work hard for their hobbies. They are the real fighters who fight for their dreams. Of course, it is still too early to talk about Blizzard Entertainment to companies that have not yet been born. So far, they do not need angel investment, but even so, it will not prevent Roland from remembering them. Digging for treasures at hand is easier than looking for other things. When I think of the future, in the internet age, all Hollywood practitioners will use their own That kind of refreshing feeling is like the June sea breeze, which dispels sleepiness and makes Roland squint his eyes in the car. That's right. Roland feels that he has reached the state of daydreaming. After remembering Mohammed, the treasure boy, in his heart, he is full of beautiful visions for the future and falls asleep on the plane. Yes, the plane that Roland took during the later promotion was a private plane. Of course, this plane is neither David Olsen, James Cameron, nor the future Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger's, but Fox specially picked it from the corner of the boss's hangar, so that Roland can arrive on time. Since the newspaper tycoon Murdoch acquired Fox in 1984, the best result they have achieved is flying over the future made by Spielberg's sister Anne and Tom Hanks in 1988. The North American box office of this movie just exceeded 100 million, and the overseas market only contributed 30 million. Compared with this historical achievement, the appearance of Home Alone is enough to surprise Murdoch. Although this result is not very important to him, his motivated subordinates let him see the determination of these guys to do a good job. So, when the people from Fox applied for some convenience in the subsequent publicity and promotion stage, this guy who is good at letting people go directly let the people from Fox go to their own hangar to choose in person. Anyway, those planes are left there, and they have to spend money to maintain them. Pulling them out and driving them is not only convenient for subordinates, but also a good way to win people's hearts. However, Roland is not very interested in these things. He even feels that Murdoch doesn't care about the various expenses of flying planes. You know, although the breakup between Murdoch and Wendy Deng was not as big as the one between Dang Dang and the husband and wife shop, and the breakup amount was not as exaggerated as that between Bezos and his wife, the breakup fee of $1 billion was actually leaked. Not only that, after the divorce, the old man hooked up with Hollywood socialite Jerry Hall. When everyone thought that this woman with a similar love history to Murdoch was going for his wallet, Murdoch not only did not accept the opinions of his family, but married the other party. This behavior not only made his son helpless, but also told the world, "I'm not short of money." For this guy who believes that money can buy sincerity, let alone borrowing a plane. Even if Roland was given one for free, Roland would not be moved. Of course, if the Fox group was given to him for free, then he felt that he was dreaming. However, even if Roland was not moved by Murdoch's behavior, when the news spread, he returned to the Terminator 2 crew and found that the eyes of the people around him changed again. If, a week ago, those guys would care about Roland in every aspect, now, these crew members even showed a state of flattery. For example, before, when Roland asked others for advice in the crew, they would tell Roland the reasons for the set, lighting, camera movement, etc. because of Cameron. But now, even if Roland did not ask questions, but just stood aside and watched how the other party operated, after shooting that section, others would take the initiative to tell Roland why they shot it that way and what techniques they used. If Roland only understood half of what they heard, they would use local materials to show the similarities and differences of each angle in different directions, and directly let Roland understand their intentions by burning a few or dozens of knives. This kind of unsolicited courtesy also made Roland a little emotional. Looking at Roland's helpless smile due to unfamiliarity, Schwarzenegger, who was sitting with him, and looking at Cameron coaching Linda, didn't think there was any problem. It's simple. This circle speaks with the box office. The better your movie sells, the higher your status will be. The more people you make friends with, the more those guys who are looking at you eagerly below will want to curry favor with you. Before, when Steven and the others were silent, these people couldn't be too straightforward. Now, after the movie is released, they don't have to hide their thoughts. They hope to get in touch with you, and hope to get in touch with the small group of people at the top of the pyramid. Not to mention, when you went out for publicity this time, you took Murdoch's private jet. When others know that the box office guarantee and the boss of the film company are optimistic about you, naturally, you can't avoid the courtesy offered by those people anytime and anywhere. After all, smart people can see that after the final box office of Home Alone comes out, no one in your age group can compete with you for the script, and no parent of a child star will compete with you for death. Of course, Michael Stallone, who criticized you before, is a fool who is looking for death. The straightforward words made Roland laugh. He admitted that the change in the attitude of the people around him did make him a little uncomfortable, but the fact that Schwarzenegger said was a situation he would encounter everywhere in the future. Unlike those guys who are penniless, it is difficult for those who have a backer to fall back after they climb up. It's like Master Leto wanted to prevent Warner and DC from signing Joaquin Phoenix, threatening Warner with his own music career, and forcing them to cut the movie Joker. Master Leto wanted to keep his role, but even if his backers are David Fincher and Oliver Stone, and he is good friends with Robert Downey Jr., and he won the Oscar for Best Supporting Actor with Dallas Buyers Club, but even if they were combined, they couldn't beat Martin Scorsese and Robert De Niro, who were invited by Joaquin. Even 30 years later, no one could snatch the project from the declining Jewish gang. In the 1990s, when the Jewish gang was at its peak, who would be so stupid as to confront them? Even if there were some blind guys, before they started to make trouble, the investors would have killed them. Profit-seeking capital knows better than anyone who to choose to make more money. Arnold, how did you deal with all this? Roland asked curiously, leaning forward, with his elbows on his knees, shaking his legs. Deal with it? Why should we deal with it? Schwarzenegger turned his head in confusion, looking at the kid who was looking forward, and looking at Cameron filming, and said slowly, just enjoy it all. Take the scripts you like, make the movies you like, ask the questions you want to know. All their flattery is your capital for willfulness. As long as you take every movie you make seriously, as long as you can ensure that your work can continue to make money, then they will keep flattering you. You don't have to care about other people's feelings. Just do what you want to do. Schwarzenegger's experience made Roland raise his eyebrows. Indeed, in this world that emphasizes the return on capital, the guys who are awesome don't need to be timid. Interpersonal relationships are all for one's own people. As for others, Jobs criticized so many people, but in the end, didn't people still evaluate him as living to change the world? Thank you. Roland smiled and put down the water cup. Ignoring Schwarzenegger, who wanted to say something, he walked directly in the direction of Cameron. Schwarzenegger shrugged as he looked at the kid who came up to Cameron and buried his head in the surveillance camera. What a lucky kid. As long as he doesn't do anything, who can take him down? But, looking at his attitude, he probably won't do anything either. A kid who is about to turn 11 only likes to deal with surveillance cameras all day. He wants to usurp the throne. Just as Schwarzenegger stared at Roland's back and side, the scene in the distance made him shake his head helplessly. Roland squeezed out Cameron and took his place, burying his whole body in the number 2 surveillance port, observing the real-time footage. Cameron, the tyrant, put his hands on his hips and yelled at Roland who had taken his place. Although his voice was loud, if this guy was really angry, he could kick Roland's chair away and make him fall to the ground. But what about now? Apart from scratching his head anxiously, the truck driver did nothing. This is really a case of people being compared to others to make people angry. When he thought about how he had worked so hard in Hollywood for so long and finally gained a foothold in action movies, while Roland could rely on his connections to receive on-site teaching on the expensive set, he felt sad about the difference in circumstances. However, he also understood that some things could not be changed. As the saying goes, all roads lead to Rome. But some people were born in Rome. But compared with the guys who were born in Rome, the guys who were too lazy to walk and built Rome on the spot were more terrifying. The Jewish gang members and the Canadian in front of him were all capable of building Rome. Because of this, Roland, who was learning everything, didn't know what he was learning at all. Just when Roland turned a deaf ear to the outside world and focused on being a juicer, the days came to December. Home Alone, which has been released for more than 2 weeks, has successfully broken through the 150 million mark at the North American box office. According to the detailed box office statistics, the growth points of the second week's box office are mainly in small cities and small town cinemas in America, and this is in line with Fox's expectations. Parents in big cities are more likely to take their children to the cinema because going to the cinema to watch movies is the cheapest way of entertainment, and once the cheap way can promote family harmony, these guys who are not short of money will not refuse. As for those economically underdeveloped areas, more people follow the trend to watch movies. Since the Daily News has said how popular this Christmas movie is, then they will naturally join in the fun when they have nothing to do. And as they follow up, the box office of the whole movie showed a downward trend during the holiday, which is really shocking. However, compared with the continuous fermentation in the American region, the overseas propaganda that has been brewing for many days is even more terrifying. The first region to release the film was Norway, known as the country of 10,000 islands, followed by Ireland and the United Kingdom. On the 14th, Sweden, one of the 5 Nordic countries, also followed suit. On the 19th, The Sound of Bells reached France. On the 21st, The Sound of Christmas appeared in the Netherlands, Greece, and Denmark. On the evening of the 22nd, this trend finally reached the hometown of Santa Claus, Finland. As of Christmas, the movie Home Alone has successfully landed in 26 countries and regions around the world, and its cumulative global box office has directly reached 300 million. Considering the upcoming Christmas holiday in the 35 countries and regions that Fox has not yet contacted, all forecasting agencies raised the box office forecast for the entire movie at almost the same time. 500 million worldwide is no longer a dream. It only lacks time. However, the more popular Home Alone is, the more headaches other companies have. The first one to suffer from it is Three Dads and a Baby. Although it is also a special film for celebrating Christmas, with the precedent of Home Alone, not many people went to the theater to watch Three Dads and a Baby, so that after the first weekend, the box office did not even break 10 million. The second unlucky person is an old Schwarzenegger, who has a good relationship with Roland. Before filming Terminator 2, he rushed to make a movie, Kindergarten Cop. As a commercial movie mainly for box office harvesting, it is really rough in production. If it were not for the relationship with Roland, the theater would not even want to give too much screening volume. And its performance is also very poor. After 3 days of release, the box office barely exceeded 10 million. Even though Christmas Eve is coming, the screening volume of this movie is still ruthlessly divided by the theater to Home Alone. In addition to these two movies, the movies released during the hot screening of Home Alone include Edward Scissorhands made by Tim Burton and Johnny Depp, and The Speechless God co-produced by Robert De Niro and Robin Williams. But unfortunately, even they became the victims of Home Alone. The North American box office of about $50 million given by the forecasting agency is completely inconsistent with the status of these bigwigs. When the box office grows higher and higher, and the predicted data is no longer cold numbers on paper, more and more problems follow. When Cameron announced a holiday, everyone went back to their own homes, and mothers during Christmas. Everyone reported to the group on January 5th to continue filming. Roland, who had just returned home, gave the gifts he bought to his friends at home. Before he had time to hug David, he heard the good news thrown by the other party. Congratulations, you are a millionaire under 11. Fox sent the first part of the box office bonus before Christmas Eve. 300 million global box office corresponds to 3 million box office bonuses. All this money is yours. Note, the data on IMDb were recorded bit by Needham using a recorder in the early days. A blank copy can only record the credits of 18 movies. Even so, he still recorded nearly 200 copies. He really did something for his hobby. But before joining HP, Needham was actually a video game writer. The reason why IMDb was required to be made public was that Atticus wanted to know more information about beautiful actresses. Michelle Pfeiffer and Kim Basinger were the most discussed actresses in that era. This is really a fat otaku changing the world to see girls. Murdoch's fourth wife, Jerry Hall, was a slut. She had an affair with the lead singer of the Roxy band, but dumped him for Jagger, the lead singer of the Rolling Stones. Not only that, Jagger went bankrupt because of the divorce lawsuit, and then had a scandal with film producer George Wood, and finally got a sum of money from London banker Timotheus. Now she is Murdoch's wife. Leto and Joaquin Phoenix have been arguing fiercely recently, but there is nothing they can do. Joaquin brought in the Jewish gang, and Leto can't beat them no matter what. Now he has taken over known as Morbius the Vampire. Although the copyright character belongs to Spider-Man, the possibility of him returning to DC is very small. What's more, according to the exact news given by the director of the film last week, there is no Joker in a Suicide Squad. Warner officials no longer call this project Suicide Squad 2. I don't know if this is a sequel or a remake. Chapter 67 Home, Part 1. What? He just said it casually on a show at the end of November, but he didn't expect Fox to really do it. As the saying goes, if you are not enthusiastic about taking money, you have a problem with your brain. As a principal guy, Roland had actually thought about when Fox would pay him. For this reason, he even consulted Cameron, who had worked with Fox, about their settlement process. In the words of the truck driver, that is, don't think they will pay in advance. The money that should be withheld will definitely not be handed over to you a day earlier. Although the North American Theatre Alliance will settle the box office share with major film companies every 28 days, the box office bonuses of actors will not be given in batches. They will only be distributed after the movie is officially offline in North America. Since the truck driver said it so bluntly, Roland didn't expect to get the money at the end of 1990. But now, the other party actually paid him? It's really strange. As if he saw the surprise on Roland's face, but more like he heard his husband's words. Ganetti, who was still watching his daughter opening gifts on the sofa, turned his eyes and said with a smile, "Oh, honey, didn't we agree before? Not talking to Roland about work on Christmas Eve and Christmas. But we also said that we would give Roland a surprise." David shrugged with a smile. He didn't think there was anything wrong with his words. Didn't Roland say on the show before that he hoped Fox could transfer the money sooner? Since this is his wish, is there anything wrong with me telling him the news on Christmas Eve? Of course not. Before Ganetti could respond, the two little Lalas who were opening their gifts started yelling. Since it's a surprise, it should be in the socks. Dad, Mom means that you got the surprise announcement process wrong. You should put the bank receipt of the $3 million in the socks at the head of Roland's bed when he goes to bed tonight. When Roland wakes up tomorrow morning, he will find that Fox has already transferred the money to him. seeing the two little lolly looking at him with excited and boastful eyes, as if wanting him to agree with their unconventional ideas. Roland did not hesitate and said half jokingly, "Oh, Ashley, Mary, if you say so, I may not be able to accept the very interesting 3 million. But, however, before Roland finished speaking, James, who had already opened the gift given by Roland, put on the Spider-Man headgear inside and interrupted in a muffled voice, "My dad will definitely not mind that the money has your athlete's foot on it. Ha 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 ha." Hearing what James said, Ganetti laughed first. "Oh shit, I don't have athlete's foot." Roland rolled his eyes and raised his hand to hit James on the shoulder. The three little Lalas who hadn't reacted yet stared around, not knowing what was going on. As for David, who first mentioned the box office bonus, he smiled helplessly as he was doing the second part of the eye exercises, squeezing and pressing the Jingming acupoint. James' interruption also dissipated the cloud of doubt that had been lingering in Roland's heart. Compared with a harmonious family, why Fox sent money is not important at all. Besides, Roland felt that Aunt Ganetti was right. Since it's already the holiday, why not relax and have a good time instead of talking about the daily work? David also shut up under the children's mischief, accompanying everyone to open the gifts given by Roland. The surprises made the dolls' eyes light up. Roland gave James a set of Spider-Man cosplay costumes and a detachable latest figurine with the autograph of screenwriter Stan Lee on it. Looking at the new color Peter Parker, James tore off the mask on his head and shouted excitedly, "Oh, Roland, where did you get it from? This is a brand new version. It will be sold only in the new year. The signed version is limited to 4,999 pieces. Do you like it?" Roland asked knowingly. "Of course." James nodded vigorously. "I'm glad you like it." Roland folded his arms and said with a smile, "This is what I asked another James to make for me." Since the truck driver accepted his wine on Halloween, but did not give the corresponding signature, he changed his mind and hoped that the other party could help him get a Spider-Man figurine when Christmas came. And this kind of little thing is too simple for Cameron. In recent years, the truck driver has been working hard to acquire the Spider-Man IP. He has not only negotiated with the current IP owner Carlock many times, but also communicated with Marvel at its headquarters in New York several times, trying to figure out what the agreements are in their IP licensing contract. In this case, he asked his assistant to go to the headquarters once, make a figurine, and then go to Stan Lee's office to have him sign the box. The whole process was very quick and simple. Because of this, James was able to receive this gift, which is unique in the United States, on Christmas Eve. After Roland finished explaining the whole process, the little fat boy hugged Roland excitedly, wanting to express his inner feelings in his own way. "Oh, Roland, you are so good to me. Sorry, I lied to you for the autograph before." Looking at the fat face getting closer and closer, listening to the regretful voice full of apology, and wanting to make up, Roland quickly raised his hands and blocked himself. Okay, I know you are very happy, but can you stop hugging me? Wow, you are so fat, you almost strangled me to death." Shit. The little fat boy who was still brewing emotions let him go immediately after hearing what Roland said. Not only that, the eyes that flashed with excitement a few seconds ago are now full of unkindness. On Christmas Eve, what weight are you talking about? This is really a pot that is not open. I want to eat more tonight. James, who suddenly changed, also made Roland curl his lips. Men are all eels. This sentence is indeed true. Of course, in addition to bringing James an exclusive gift, Roland did not deal with the other people casually. Ashley and Mary received limited edition Disney princess sets, David received a watch, and Ganetti received a pair of earrings. As for Elizabeth, who was about to turn 2, and could call brother, sister, father, mother, and thank you, this guy was surrounded by plush toys. When Roland opened dozens of boxes belonging to Elizabeth one by one, looking at the teddy bears, ragdoll cats and other plush toys that were taller than herself, Elizabeth clapped her hands happily. After Roland stuffed the toys in front of her, Elizabeth's two little eyes stared at Roland, and the excitement, but not knowing how to express it, made everyone laugh. After opening the gifts, the family came to the restaurant to enjoy the Christmas Eve dinner that had been prepared long ago. Since tomorrow is Christmas, the hard dishes such as roast turkey, roast suckling pig, and roasted corn porridge did not appear on the table. Salmon, molasses baked ham, minced meat pie, creamy mashed potatoes. Roland looked around and found that the dishes on the table were basically all meat. Although he didn't have to diet as much as the actresses, he couldn't go from Thor to Thor plus after a 2-week break, right? So, facing the rich dishes, Roland only mentioned them briefly. Most of the time, he was chatting with everyone. Like Ashley and Mary were going to shoot a new season of Full House again after Roland's popularity exploded. Many movie contracts were eyeing them. Even Elizabeth received an audition invitation. James made a lot of money with Roland's autograph, but half of it was confiscated by David in the end, and so on and so forth. Everyone talked about the trivial things that happened at home during Roland's absence, and Roland's sudden popularity after the movie was released. A lot of people called me, hoping that Ashley and Mary could develop in the film industry. But, after discussing with David, I still hope that they will be older. Not only that, because I often take Elizabeth to the set, many crews hope that Elizabeth can make a cameo appearance. But the motive is also quite impure, and they hope that you can go with them. After all, it's 300 million now. Although Ganetti smiled, his tone was very unfriendly. After so many years in the industry, she certainly knew that these guys were all bad people who made quick money. If an actor fell into the money, he might really sign a contract with them immediately. And when a precedent appears, the days to come will be difficult. This is just like the situation that Nicolas Cage encountered in the future. What to do if there is no money? Take a bad movie. What if the reputation collapses after taking a bad movie? Continue to take another bad movie. This is actually an unsalvageable dead end. It is a very unwise choice to exchange career for money. Then, why don't you just bring my agent out? Seeing Elizabeth beside him trying to taste the big thing in the middle of the table, Roland picked up a piece of honey-baked ham cut as thin as paper and put it directly to her mouth. Seeing this, Elizabeth, who was still a baby, smiled. Of course my mother did that. Before Canetti could respond, Ashley, who was digging mashed potatoes, said, "My mother asked them to talk to your agent about cooperation." When they heard about CAA and Samantha, they all left. The childish voice made Roland laugh. The main job of an agent, in addition to helping clients negotiate remuneration, is to select films for them. But the relationship between Roland and Samantha is not that simple. Although Roland has only met with the other party once, and the other party has not discussed projects with him so far, this does not prevent the other party from having a shield, talking to the Jewish gang about a bad film project to make money. Isn't this a special brain hole? Even if they want to make money, they won't cooperate with you guys who specialize in low budget movies. To put it bluntly, these guys who covet Roland's popularity don't even have the qualifications to get a share of the pie. So, when they learned that Roland had been signed, they took the initiative to cut off the plan to let the Olsen family and themselves make money together. Since everyone can't be together, let's just not contact each other. And this also reminded Roland of a question. The Olsen sisters in the previous life had made a lot of bad movies. Many movies are actually just making money. And in this life, with my intervention, those film producers who made money disappeared on their own. Doesn't this mean that, unless they really want to make money, it will be difficult for them to take on a project below the standard line? Although this change is indeed a good thing for their own reputation, at the same time, in terms of money, it will be a lot less. When Roland, who had figured it out, asked the two little Lalas who were eating about this, their answer surprised Roland a little. "Brother Roland, Mom said that except for filming Full House, everything else is up to you." "All up to me?" Seeing Aunt Canetti nodding and smiling, Roland immediately figured it out. In Hollywood, connections are the most important resource. Canetti is not a fool. She let her daughter roll around in those bad movies when there are ways to get promoted. Although she is not a professional producer, she still has the ability to distinguish good from bad. Unless there is really no way to get promoted. Otherwise, what parents want their children to earn those short-term, quick-acting bad money? The long term is the kingly way. when the topic on the table was constantly shifting towards work that everyone kept silent about before. David, who had been responsible for listening and smiling, winked at Roland. Roland, who got the other party's idea, did not hesitate and stood up first, saying that he needed to go to the bathroom. Soon after he left, David also left the matter at the table to his wife, got up and went upstairs, saying that he was going to see what happened to Roland. When the two met again in the study, the fruit juice drinks and snacks on the table made David laugh. He pulled out a cork and poured himself a glass of sweet wine. After taking a sip, he sighed. Ganetti is always like this. She doesn't let me talk, but she keeps talking. Oh, look at what she did just now. First she complained about me talking about work, and then she talked about work with you at the table. This is really... Hey. Although David's words were full of complaints, Roland could hear that this man didn't mean to be unhappy. This was just a helpless daily complaint between an old couple. If he really had a conflict with Ganetti, he wouldn't hint Roland to go upstairs. Instead, he directly asked his wife to button up at the table. Okay David, shall we continue with the topic we just discussed, or should we talk about something else? Roland ignored the other party's words and grabbed a sliced orange and started eating it. Whatever, anything is fine. I know what you want to ask. David didn't waste time and said directly, Fox transferred the money in advance because they hope to discuss the sequel of Home Alone with us. With the unclear publicity and promotion costs, the investment of $15 million and the global box office of $300 million are enough to enjoy the green light treatment for the sequel. Yes, although Fox was not optimistic about the script of Home Alone from the beginning, as long as it was a profitable project, they would treat it as their own father, not to mention a project with a return on investment of more than 1000%. In 1990, the global box office of $500 million had reached an appalling level. The most important thing was that this was just the box office. If the profits from copying videotapes and subsequent copyrights were counted, the whole project would be a hen that would lay eggs continuously. In this case, the most important thing was to release a sequel before Roland grew up, to continue to make money. For this reason, they could even make an exception and give part of the dividends to Roland first to express their sincerity in the next project. So you agreed? Roland asked with a grin. Of course, he was not making a funny expression towards David, but was just jealous of him. How is that possible? You have an agent now, so I don't have to worry about these things. David shook his head like a rattle and said directly, besides, we agreed before that the decision to act or not is in your hands, unless the other party requires me to conceal something. Otherwise, you are the master of your career. The box office of $500 million, the replicable model, Roland's super high popularity and everything behind him. All these things are enough to drive Fox crazy. But even if they are willing to spend money, David has no intention of giving in. Originally, Roland wanted to make the first movie, so he, a half-baked man, came out to arrange it. Now, there are more professional people, so these jobs will naturally be thrown to them. The most important thing is that, apart from the copyright, the three leading actors and the director are all on the same boat. It is more cost effective to let the Jewish gang sell the films in a bundle than for David to fight alone. Maximizing profits is what he, as a businessman, is considering now. As for the top priority, of course, it is Roland's own wish. And David's decision naturally coincides with Roland's idea. The final box office of Home Alone has not yet been announced, and Terminator 2 will be released next summer. In this case, why should he be anxious? In his previous life, Macaulay Culkin took away $8 million in salary from the project of Home Alone 2. If his resume is not worth 10, he even thinks that there is no point in making the second film. Roland's 10 is naturally measured in million. He doesn't think there is any problem with taking 10 million for a commercial film. Although there are only a dozen guys who can get 10 million in salary in this era, and even Hollywood evergreen Meryl Streep and others have not exceeded this price in the future, Roland has no psychological pressure at all. Why would I waste my time coming to film if I don't get paid enough? If I have the time, why not stay in Spielberg's crew? Want me to get less money? No problem. Unless there is someone in your project team who can help me improve. Otherwise, why should I go? Unlike those actors who need to care about their daily lives. Although Roland has no money, he doesn't have to earn money to support his family. Even if he doesn't film, David can still support him well. Not only that, he won't be unemployed if he has a place to stay. Since Fox can get his photos in the Terminator 2 crew, they must know that filming is just a means for Roland to enter the circle. As for what he really wants to do, only God knows. In this case, no matter whether it is spending money or blocking the film contract, it will be useless for him. In this way, the pressure is on Fox. They hope to shoot the sequel before Roland grows up, and time waits for no one. Once Roland decided not to shoot, whether there would be a sequel or not was not important to him, who had a backer behind him, but it was a huge loss for Fox, because no one knew whether the movie would still be successful after the replacement. The most important thing was that Fox could not find a second actor who could use Spielberg and Cameron as publicity. Barefoot is not afraid of those who wear shoes. No, in the Hollywood circle, the most feared are those who do not worry about their livelihood, are very popular, and have a backer. Although there is an iron rule in Hollywood, never let an invitation go cold. But some guys can resist soft and hard. Roland is no longer the guy who had no way to enter the industry a year ago. Now that he has got an epic start, the choice after that is even more important. Note, it is okay to ask Cameron to get Stan Lee's autograph in the article. Cameron has liked Spider-Man since he was a child. Before filming Terminator 2, he had discussed Spider-Man with Carlock Films, the investor of Terminator 2. Carlock's boss bought the copyright of Spider-Man at that time, and he also helped Cameron and Stan Lee, the chairman of Marvel at the time, to get to know each other for the idea of Dark Spider-Man. How much did they know each other? When the Sony version of Spider-Man was filmed, it was Stan Lee who told Cameron that Sony had plagiarized Cameron's idea and was unwilling to sign the screenwriter because they had to pay. However, in 1995, Carlock went bankrupt, and half of the copyright was bought by Sony during the bankruptcy liquidation. For this reason, Cameron also discussed with Fox, the investor of the ship, to let them buy Spider-Man back, but the litigation fee was as high as $4 million, and the investment in the ship was too much, so the senior executives of Fox almost wiped their necks collectively, so they gave up. The data comes from the documentary Marvel 75th Anniversary, filmed by ABC TV under Disney. Nicolas Cage is just being willful. He doesn't want to be in Hollywood like his uncle Coppola. With his capital, how could he not be in the Star Wars series and Spielberg's feature films? The Olsen sisters in real life started to make money after the Olsen couple divorced, but it is understandable. According to Olsen herself, the second sister Mary became depressed after her parents divorced, and later suffered from mania and anorexia. Chapter 68 Home, Part 2. Okay, David, it seems that our ideas coincide. Let professionals do professional things. Since David's decision was in line with Roland's wishes, Roland naturally would not care about the time when Fox would transfer the money. He raised the juice and clinked it with David. When the crisp sound of jingling appeared, they both laughed at the same time. It was refreshing to talk to family members without hiding anything. In that case, the money. However, before David could say what was in his mind, Roland interrupted him directly. All for you. I know you may not care about these things, but I really can't ask you to help me find a film contract and help me pay for the venue. Because of the filming, your property has not been sold yet. Because of me, you lost a lot of money, so now, this money is considered as compensation to you. Roland's words were extremely firm, and his serious expression made David nod again and again. However, when Roland cast an affirmative look at David, the other party chuckled. Roland, it's really comfortable to communicate with you. I can understand your thoughts. You may think that my kindness to you is more of a guilt caused by the disaster a year ago. But I can tell you that, since I decided to adopt you, any guilt and estrangement are not something you need to worry about. No matter how much money we make, don't we spend it on you in the end? If we don't give it to you, do we have to hand it over to America to support the construction resolution in Washington? What's more, things are not as simple as you think. When signing the contract, there was no agency economic relationship between us. I signed a contract with Fox as your guardian and do not enjoy any commission. So, in this case, I only have the right to keep the funds for you. If you take it, it will be a gift relationship, just like the inheritance tax, and enjoy a 21 level excess progressive tax rate. Do you want to use most of the money to support the construction of America? What? Although Roland always felt that David would not care about the few million box office bonuses, he did not expect that David had actually blocked the way to collect money when signing the contract. Pay taxes? Now whoever mentions this to Roland will get angry. If it weren't for this problem, how could he end up in such a poor situation? If he wasn't worried that the ICE, which has the third largest armed force in the United States, would come and beat him up, Roland would even want to avoid the annual tax filing period. Income tax, federal tax, state tax, local tax. These things are painful to hear. Okay, you didn't think about taking the money back from the beginning, right? Roland, who was still happy about having the right to choose the sequel to shoot, rubbed his eyebrows and asked helplessly. After hearing his words, David just snorted. Didn't you spend all the money you saved on gifts? Ashley and Mary's princess outfits cost more than $4,000, right? Ganette's earrings and my watch together cost nearly $10,000, counting James' Spider-Man costume and figurine, and Elizabeth's stuffed toy. The $24,000 you kept in your card that you never used is almost gone now, right? Although he didn't respond directly, David's question made Roland smile bitterly. Well, they are on the same path. In fact, when signing the contract, David felt that Roland's chance of getting the bonus was very slim. But even so, he still made full preparations, not for anything else, but to prevent this sensible guy from returning the money. Provide convenience to the crew by renting out the property, and then let the crew give the box office bonus to Roland. This way, as long as the operation is done properly, a lot of taxes can be saved. As for being investigated, come on, the income in the entertainment industry is quite high. In addition, the reward condition of breaking the 100 million box office is impossible to manipulate. If the ICE defines their behavior as a disguised transfer, then if they tell others about it, they will probably laugh at others. Because what is the difference between this method and throwing money into the washing machine? This is really money laundering in the literal sense, or it depends on fate. The same is true for Roland spending all the $24,000 he had saved for half a year. Money can be earned again, but if you can't spend the first year after crossing happily, then you can never get it back in the future. When Roland thought of this, he instantly understood the true state of Murdoch, whom he had complained about before. Money can really buy happiness. The happiness of rich people is really so simple and unpretentious. Okay, you are cruel. Roland raised the juice and took the initiative to clink it with David's glass. You too. David smiled and replied. After taking a sip, the helplessness hovering in his chest made Roland give up the idea of entanglement. Let's change the subject and talk about Ashley and Mary. What's going on with them? I was only away for 3 months. Could it be that something happened during this period that I don't know about? Although Roland could understand Ganette's thoughts, it didn't mean that he knew what exactly happened. However, when he asked David this question, the guy who was still confident of victory and extremely proud suddenly changed his expression. David, holding the wine glass, gritted his teeth and thought for about half a minute before sighing, lowering his head and saying helplessly, well, if I hadn't mentioned this at the dinner table, I might never have told you this. She and we had a quarrel. How many of those guys who are obsessed with getting into the entertainment industry are content in their hearts? Either they seek fame or money. As for those who thought from the beginning that I must be famous in history and I must create an epic work, such inspirational legends are just for listening, because they will only remain in the personal biographies of those successful people. The same is true for Ganette, who is the former. Although she gave up her idea of going out to make a living when she married David, she stayed at home to take care of her husband and children, hoping that her hard-earned peaceful life could last forever. But as her 2 daughters became famous, the idea that had been dormant for a long time was revived. Ganette always hoped that Ashley and Mary could fulfill her dream, spread their names throughout America, and let their figures appear in every corner of the world. But, don't you think her idea is a little unrealistic? I have argued with her many times about this. I hope she can give up these unrealistic ideas and let Ashley and Mary return to normal life. There are all kinds of people in Hollywood. There are Ben Affleck, a drunkard who lives a life of drunkenness and dreams. There are Meryl Streep, a cancer who goes home on time and goes to bed on time. There are old-fashioned people like Christopher Nolan who refuse technology and convenience. There are strange people like Johnny Depp who are proficient in everything from partying to playing with grass. No matter what kind of people you can think of or not, they all exist here. In this situation, anyone will find socializing extremely difficult. When you come into contact with cancer and old-fashioned people, everyone can do it. But if you meet those people who live extremely decadent lives and are overly corroded by drugs and alcohol, there is no way to deal with them. If you don't go along with them, you can't have a common language with those psychopaths. In this situation, it is very unrealistic for the married Canetti to want to make a living with her 2 daughters. And her social circle can also reflect the dilemma she is facing now. Except for the actors and directors of Full House, she doesn't know anyone else in the circle. In this situation, how can she rise? Wanting to climb up by relying on the popularity of the Olsen sisters is simply a foolish dream. That's why David, who is not short of money, hopes that his wife can give up those fantasies. Just taste and stop. Moderate. Let the children go back to school when they are old enough to go to school. This is what David thinks is the right thing to do. 2 little girls, without strong connections, want to climb to the top. Isn't this a dream? Do you think you gave birth to 2 Barbara Streisands? What's more, the entire Hollywood industry system has always been dominated by men, and women are inherently weak. In this case, if you don't smoke, drink, or do grass, and don't sacrifice yourself, how many chances are there that you will meet those friends who really have power? And if Canetti, a female star who studies hairdressing, trains her daughters to be socialites, then David can't tolerate it even more. After persuading her with emotion and reason, Canetti was convinced. However, just when she was about to make the lives of her 2 daughters gradually become healthier, Home Alone was released. Before the release of Home Alone, my persistence prevailed, but after the release, she was convinced by me and felt that hope was just around the corner. Being able to connect with Spielberg was a pleasant surprise for Canetti. Before that, she also hoped that Roland, who was selected, would have more contact with the big guys. But after a few months of silence, the other party's attitude of not caring made Canetti think that this contract was a favor contract related to Zemeckis. Since it is a favor contract, there is not much advantage. If others are too lazy to pay attention to you, how can you get in touch with them? But with the release of Home Alone, facing the overwhelming press releases, Canetti saw hope again. It's not that others don't pay attention to you, but that they are too busy and have no time. Since I know that those big guys have been paying attention to Roland, then why can't I continue to dream? You David said that I can't find a backer, so now, do I still need to find one? So, you quarreled over this? Roland scratched his head, thinking that the whole thing was actually quite unsolvable. David felt that he could support her family, and Canetti, who had nothing to do, after eating and drinking, began to make trouble. In Roland's opinion, the whole thing was just a waste of time. If the Olsen family was like the gambling king's family, how could Canetti have the leisure time to train his daughter? He would just beat James to death. And only when he gave birth to his eldest grandson could he breathe a sigh of relief. Although I had a quarrel with her, she was still quite sober. As if he had seen through Roland's helplessness, but more like he wanted to maintain this relationship. David kept rubbing the wine glass in his hand with his fingers, and whispered, she killed all those guys who wanted to make quick money with Ashley and Mary's fame. She didn't keep urging them to run forward, in order to consolidate her fame. I'm quite relieved about this. Yeah. With someone who is rising faster than the Olsen sisters, if she takes another bad movie, wouldn't she be mentally ill? Although there was an old complaint stuck in his throat, Roland thought about it and decided not to provoke David. He could understand Aunt Ganetti's thoughts and David's mentality. The former, wasn't he himself a year ago? Coming out of this circle, he was full of resentment. Since he decided to go back, he naturally wanted to do his best. Borrowing the momentum of others and using the resources at hand. Integrate those forces that are beneficial to him and climb up desperately. And the latter, isn't he just a father? Which father who is not short of money would like to see his daughter hanging around in a big dye vat? Roland thought that the family he is in now would not let him meet a superb father like Culkin. But every family has its own problems. Okay David, I understand. If you need me, just tell me. We are a family, right? I won't run away directly after becoming famous. Roland certainly didn't think of running away, or in other words, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Ganetti's idea. If you have resources at hand, and don't use them, wouldn't you be a fool? If the two were switched, then Roland might have asked for help a long time ago. As for David's worries, such things naturally exist. In Hollywood, where interpersonal relationships can change every 3 months, it is really difficult to protect yourself. To be honest, he doesn't want the Olsens to divorce like in his previous life. A harmonious family is very important for the growth of children, not only for the four downstairs, but also for himself. He felt comfortable in this environment now. He didn't want to stand in court and choose who to follow. Even though he had been peed on by Elizabeth, cheated by James, and disturbed by the other two little lollies, he still liked it here. If he needed to do something to maintain this environment, he would certainly not refuse. However, these words were a pleasant surprise to David. Oh, Roland. Unfortunately, before he could say anything, the door was pushed open from the outside. Oh, no, Dad. Roland. I didn't expect you two to be cheating here. James took the lead and broke in first, and behind him were two little lollies who liked to look around. Not only that, after the three people broke in, Ganetti, who was holding Elizabeth, also walked in. When the 5 people looked at the 2 guys of one-on-one with obscure eyes, David, who wanted to thank Roland, raised his eyebrows first. Before he could speak, Roland's hands followed closely. He grabbed a cut orange and stuffed it into James' mouth, not giving him a chance to nag, and then distributed the small cakes on the table to Ashley, Mary, and Elizabeth, and then said with regret, "Hey, you made me lose. I just made a bet with David. I said you would definitely not come here on the way. But David still understands you." While speaking, Roland also took out a coin from his trouser pocket and threw it to David. This made David, who wanted to cover up the content of the previous conversation, laugh even more. Roland is a very good child, but it's a pity that I got the advantage now. He took the coin, put it to his mouth and whistled. When the crisp sound rang out, David also cooperated with Roland, and his face was full of excitement, and he made up his lie. There are some things that James and others don't need to know. But while concealing, David also needs a helper who can listen to his words. Fortunately, Roland can meet his requirements now. With Roland in the middle, the conflict between him and Ganetti can be weakened as much as possible. If the Olsen sisters can achieve Ganetti's dream under safe conditions, then David will be even more satisfied. With their intrusion, the moment of mutual appreciation between Roland and David came to an abrupt end. When everyone returned to the table, they talked about the arrangements for the next few days. Since Roland would not report back to the crew until the 5th, they wanted to go out and play for a few days during this period. After a simple screening, Hawaii, which is closest to Los Angeles, became their target. We will spend Christmas at home tomorrow and leave the day after tomorrow morning, arriving at noon. We can stay there for 9 more days, come back on the evening of the 4th, and send Roland to the crew on the 5th. Oh, Roland, don't raise your hand again. I know what you want to say. Although you got the 3 million without paying taxes, I will pay for the trip this time. Except for the silence caused by the accident last year. This is the first Christmas we take seriously since you came. And we will welcome the new year in the Seaview Villa in Honolulu. I hope you are all ready. When David finished his words like a declaration, several little guys at the dining table jumped up excitedly. Ashley and Mary, who wanted to go out to play, raised their hands and shouted yeah, and the little fat boy threw the fruit peel in his hand directly. As for Elizabeth, who didn't understand it, she also raised her right hand with the help of Ganetti. While they were cheering excitedly, Roland and David looked at each other, and both saw the satisfaction in each other's eyes. Roland was moved by David's concession. David was happy about Roland's promise. Note, Ben Affleck has been in rehab 3 times because of alcoholism. Meryl Streep bought a house in New York, just to pick up her children from school every day. Depp is a guy who goes out on the street with a marijuana pipe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 69 Projects on Hawaii Island. Traveling during Christmas is actually a very troublesome thing. The movie Home Alone can reflect this. There is a saying, show is not nonsense, adaptation is not random. The family in the movie was stranded at the airport and could not buy a return ticket. That was real. Because there was no advance plan. When Roland followed David and appeared at the Honolulu International Airport, it was already the night of the 26th. When they drove back home, the clock hands had quietly arrived at the early morning of the 27th. Looking at the huge bed, Roland didn't think about it and jumped on it directly. After a few seconds, he fell asleep as soon as he touched the pillow and snored tiredly. This situation also made the Olsen couple standing at the door a little emotional. Compared with the three Olsen sisters and Fat James, Roland was really exhausted today. Since arriving at the airport at noon, they were recognized in disguise. Although the news of star chasers these days is not well informed, they cannot buy the travel information of their favorite guys through social media, and they can't compete for the injection needle used by JJ, but who can't recognize Roland Allen if they have seen the movie Home Alone. As the hottest little boy at the moment, his appearance naturally attracted the attention of most people. Not to mention, next to him, there are the little daughters of the whole America, the Olsen sisters. So, when their identities were exposed, the roof of Los Angeles International Airport was almost blown away by the enthusiastic waves. A group of 7 people were surrounded by excited and surprised passers-by. Even if they couldn't take photos with Roland and the Olsen sisters, they could eagerly shake hands with them and ask for autographs. The Olsen sisters were fine. Because they were still young, those passers-by just smiled and greeted them, but Roland was miserable. Shaking hands and autographs were trivial matters. What made him most helpless was that there were always guys who liked to make moves. It was unknown which pretty girl started it. Roland only knew that when he was hugging a fan, he was suddenly attacked and kissed on the forehead. After that, seeing that Roland was not angry, the rest of the guys followed suit and directly painted Roland's big white forehead into the monkey, but of the senior brother. From the time he was recognized to the time he checked in and boarded the plane, Roland didn't know how many guys he had greeted. But he did know one thing. Those guys who kissed his forehead were all pretty girls. He would never let the ugly girls touch him. Of course, while communicating, those passers-by with unexpected smiles also hoped to get more surprises from Roland. In the face of their inquiries, Roland naturally made up a lot of nonsense. Only a guy with a broken brain would reveal his true information in detail. Masayoshi-san said that he read 4,000 books in 2 years. Are they really the successful books of Rockefeller and Konosuke Matsushita? Are you kidding? He himself will never admit that more than half of them are comics. Just like the first sentence of Tolstoy's Anna Karenina, all happy families are alike. Every unhappy family is unhappy in its own way. Similarly, there are only a few models of success, but there are thousands of reasons for failure. When Roland answered the questions of fans, the content of his words remained the same. Although he was very tired from communicating with fans, he was excited by the feeling of being liked. Even though he had fallen asleep, the smile on his face had not faded. David blew his nose while looking at the guy who happily fell asleep with his blanket. The strange smell of pickled cosmetics made him smack his lips. Hey, this is the price of fame. The more people like you, the less private space you have. Of course, while Roland was sleeping, everything that happened at the airport was also spread by the paparazzi who were guarding the scene. Photos of Roland surrounded by people were published in the entertainment section of major newspapers. The real feedback of offline popularity really surprised the guys who bought the newspapers. However, these contents were just idle chats after vacation. After seeing them, the public would at most chat with friends after dinner. After seeing them, their peers would at most envy Roland's rise in popularity. As for Roland himself, why would he care about these things? If people want to take pictures, they can take pictures. He doesn't fight grass, doesn't drink, doesn't drive fast, doesn't hit people, and doesn't like color. He is a good boy in the new century. Since he doesn't even create negative information, why should he be afraid of nature's porters? Because of this, the next morning, after the extremely broad-minded Roland finished washing up, he talked about the travel plans for the next few days at the dining table with the Olsens. Go to Dole Pineapple Plantation, take a small train into the hinterland, and visit this magical maze with a history of 150 years, which monopolizes the supply of pineapples and pineapple juice in the entire America. Go to Lahaina whaling town, board a cruise ship, and wait for the humpback whales that swim from Alaska. Come to the most beautiful and peaceful place in the Hawaiian Islands, the Valley of the Temples, and swim in the torched ginger sea with the cry of birds of paradise. Go to Waipio Valley, overlook the waterfall, and overlook the cliff. Stroll along Punalua Beach, experience the unique feeling of black sand, and take photos with the sea turtles here. Enter Volcanoes National Park to see Kilauea, one of the most active volcanoes in the world. Stop at the Big Wind Outlet, and listen to the roar of the dead who committed suicide by falling off the cliff nearly 200 years ago. Go into Dinosaur Bay, watch an ecological film, change into swimsuits, and under the guidance of the coach, dive into the sapphire blue seabed, and have a close communication with the small colorful fish living under the corals. Since Roland and his friends had plenty of time, the whole trip was very comfortable. Not only that, because they don't have to rush to change places like the travel team, the three little lalas who follow them will not feel tired because of the journey. After all, they are on vacation, not for tourism. They can go wherever they want like Mondo. As for money, many times, when you see something you like, just buy it. The money is not really spent, but it is replaced by another form and stays with you. Maybe it's because the colorful world outside is too beautiful, but it's more like the incomparable relaxation after leaving the cage home. Regardless of James, Ashley, Mary, or the youngest Elizabeth, they didn't complain or shout, but followed their parents and enjoyed it all happily. As for Roland, he had even more fun. He tried all the projects that could be played, such as diving, sailing, kayaking, sandboarding, paragliding, and speedboating. Wasn't the previous diligence and hard work for the present? If struggle is not for better enjoyment, what is the meaning of life? Although the house price is as cheap as onions, it is not urgent, right? While on vacation, you can enjoy yourself with people who know you. It is really great to feel that everyone in the world is your family and friends. Goodbye Jack, John, Tom, I'm leaving. Goodbye Roland, it's nice to meet you. I will definitely go to the theater to watch Terminator 2 next year. Oh, thank you. It is with your support that I can make more movies. Don't say that. As long as your work is good enough, I think we will always like you. Because the itinerary is very consistent. It only took 6 days to play the 8 attractions. Seeing that there are still 3 days before the return day, after spending the New Year's Eve at home in Honolulu, several people got together and thought about it and decided to go to Kualoa Ranch, which belongs to one of the top 10 American financial groups and belongs to the Morgan family. Kualoa was established in 1850. It is a 4,000-acre cattle ranch located in the northeast of Oahu, Hawaii, only a 45-minute drive from Honolulu. The ranch has a variety of landforms, from steep cliffs to sparkling seas, from dense tropical rainforests to open valleys, from beautiful white sand beaches to emerald cliff faces, and all kinds of winding paths. For this reason, it is called a paradise for outdoor leisure. The reason why Roland and his friends did not choose this place before was that many places could only be accessed by horseback, and Ashley, Mary, Elizabeth and others were not old enough to ride horses. If they played separately, wouldn't it be abandoning the original intention of the family trip? But now, since everyone has played almost everything, then, even if they walk, they can get together. However, for Roland, who has countless information in his mind, this place is actually Hengdian in Hawaii. Apart from those amusement parks, other projects are not very interesting. And what really adds points here is actually the real shooting locations of those works that have not yet been released. Since Roland and his team came in the wrong year, they didn't see the filming locations of Wu Beige's Windtalkers, the filming locations of Explosion Ben's Pearl Harbor, the filming locations of Monica Bellux's Tears of the Sun, the filming locations of Adam Sandler's 50 First Dates, and the filming locations of the TV series Lost and Heaven's Law Enforcer. But it doesn't matter. He just came here a few years in advance. If he wants to see it later, there will be plenty of opportunities. What's more, this place has not been overdeveloped, but it retains the original flavor of the original rainforest. For this reason, out of safety considerations, Roland and his team chose a project that was not very dangerous after they came in. Take a 6-wheeled Swiss military jeep and step into the beautiful Kaoa Valley. Follow the jungle trail through the riverbed and steep hills to explore the most primitive Hakip Mount. However, just as the 7 people were excitedly wearing equipment and taking measures to prevent mosquito bites by the car, they ran into a bunch of acquaintances. Oh, no. It was an acquaintance, and a bunch of friends of that acquaintance. Director? When Roland looked at the familiar figure and asked in confusion, the people who were choosing jeeps nearby all turned their heads. When the guy wearing frameless glasses and surrounded by a group of people cast a puzzled look in the direction of the voice, the Olsens, who wanted to take a few steps forward and apologize for Roland's reckless behavior, all stopped where they were. Roland? Why are you here? You should be in James' crew learning how to act. Director James gave us a holiday, so we came out for a vacation. There were only a few people in the world who knew that Roland was pestering Cameron to learn how to act, and there were even fewer people who could say Roland and Cameron's names without using their surnames. Among them, there was only one person wearing glasses. Yes, Roland never thought that he would meet Spielberg, his most wanted patron, in the holiday resort of Hawaii in early 1991, and Spielberg never thought that the truck driver who wanted to tie the actors to the crew for crazy filming would give the crew a long holiday on Christmas. James wants to rest? This is a strange news. Did you annoy him so much? So he gave the crew a holiday during the holidays so that they can go out and breathe? As Roland finished speaking, the woman with shoulder-length brown hair next to Spielberg raised her eyebrows and joked. There was no unfamiliarity between their words. As she spoke, the people around her laughed kindly. Of course, they knew Roland, and they knew what the two people's words meant. Oh, I should call you. Although Roland had recognized the other party, he still asked politely. Just call me Catherine. That's right, the lady who teased Roland was Spielberg's favorite producer, Catherine Kennedy. This future, the most powerful woman in Hollywood, no one else. Okay, Catherine, what you just said is wrong. After receiving the affirmative reply from the other party, Roland shrugged decisively and said, I didn't annoy James to death. I just asked him to beat me up. After all, when I squeezed him to watch the monitor on the set, he wanted to roll up his sleeves and have a real park with me. While speaking, Roland raised his right hand and waved it twice in the air. Ha 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 ha. Such a situation made those own people at the scene burst into laughter. Not only that, they also said, oh, Roland, you are more interesting than Kevin on the big screen. It seems that what Chris Columbus said before is right. You are a very open guy. Do you know how Joe PC evaluated you? He said that the best way to test whether his basic skills are solid is to come and teach you, because you always like to get to the bottom of things, and ask him very annoyingly. Although these guys used all derogatory words, the joking meaning in their words was quite obvious. They did not ridicule Roland for his troubles in the crew. On the contrary, they were very curious about the situation of their colleagues. However, now is obviously not the time to chat. After explaining the reason for his appearance here, Roland licked his face and asked Spielberg and others very naturally about the reason. In the face of Roland's question, Spielberg, who was convinced that Robert Zemeckis was hiding something from him, did not intend to hide it. While wearing a mosquito-proof coat in front of Roland, he said, our projects are one after another. James wants to shoot Spider-Man after Terminator 2. I have a new movie to start after Hook. Although Spielberg was talking about the secrets of the circle, the guys at the scene had no intention of stopping him. They all knew what Roland was like. Since Zemeckis taught him behind Spielberg's back, he had to accept this guy no matter what. It's like Francis Coppola brought George Lucas to the forefront. George Lucas helped Steven Spielberg to escort him, and the three of them participated in Martin Scorsese and Woody Allen's movies together. Once you enter this circle, if you encounter trouble, sometimes these guys will solve the problem in advance before you start asking for help. So, when Roland's curiosity was aroused by Spielberg's words, he wanted to get to the bottom of it, but he got a definite answer from Catherine. What project? Don't you know? Steven told me before that James talked to him for a long time with the condition of taking you into the crew of Terminator 2, hoping to get the screenwriter position of the movie. What? When Catherine said this, Roland's memory immediately returned to the day of the audition for Terminator 2. As the picture flashed, a definite logo appeared in his mind. It turned out to be Jurassic Park. Hook hasn't been filmed yet, and they are already working on this dinosaur movie. Note, many toxic chicken soups say that when Masayoshi's son was 23 years old, he was hospitalized for more than 2 years due to liver disease. During this period, he read 4,000 books, which helped him become the richest man in Japan. However, in 2002, Hiromitsu Kumada, director of the Department of Gastroenterology at Toranomon Hospital in Japan, Masayoshi Son's attending physician, and later the director of the Toranomon Hospital branch, said in an interview with a medical forum that every time he saw him, he was reading comics and didn't read any books on economics and business at all. The actual shooting of Jurassic Park was from August to November 1992, but in July 1990, after Spielberg obtained the film copyright, Industrial Light and Magic began to make dinosaur models, and Catherine Kennedy and others were selecting the shooting location. Jurassic Park was indeed filmed at Kualoa Ranch in Hawaii, and the helicopter in the movie was still owned by the Morgan family. After filming, it was abandoned there as a tourist attraction. Catherine Kennedy is the second highest producer in cumulative box office, with Spielberg being the first. Chapter 70 The Troubles of Happiness. When Roland traveled through time, Spielberg was still the only director in film history with a total box office of over 10 billion. Below him were the Russo brothers who shot Captain America 2, Captain America 3, and Avengers 3, Captain America 4. Looking at the entire director box office cumulative list, apart from the 3 extremely conspicuous Jewish directors, the most eye-catching ones are not hype promoters like the Russo brothers and David Yates, nor are they Hollywood's famous takeover hero Ron Howard, but the 27 films that are far ahead of Spielberg. Compared with the box office results of 6.798 billion for the Russo brothers 6 films, Spielberg's 1.0123 billion for 27 films is not good at all. Some people even think that he won by quantity. Of course, this kind of question that everyone has their own opinions on cannot be discussed at all. But there is one thing that no one can refute. Compared with the truck driver who spent 40 years and only made 9 movies, Spielberg is really a model worker in the industry. If James hadn't borrowed 8 studios from Sony, Hook could have been filmed a long time ago. Robert, Chris and the others should have told you, right? If the entire movie is shot in a studio, the more studios there are, the faster it can be filmed. Let all the workers gather in one venue to set up the scenery. After they have set it up, we can start filming directly. While we are filming, they can continue to build the next one. In this way, we only need to shoot in sequence, and we can finish filming all the content of the script in a month and a half at most. Of course, shooting this way does save time and effort, but it will take up a lot of space. Because we won't know if we need to reshoot until the post-production of the movie. Only when we are sure that there is no need for reshoots will we dismantle the scenery. Just like your Uncle David has not sold the house in the filming area to ensure that Home Alone can be reshot on time, we can't sneak over and dismantle his studio while James is filming, can we? If that's the case, then he's not playing a real-life park with you on the set, but rolling up his sleeves to beat me up. Spielberg is a very schizophrenic guy. When he is serious, he can shoot Schindler's List and the Washington Post. When he is funny, he can shoot Jurassic Park and Ready Player One. When he is strict, he can make Harrison Ford speechless. When communicating with children, there is no dispute. In the eyes of others, the film styles that are completely unrelated can be switched at will in his hands. Because of this, For him, launching several projects at the same time is easier than eating and drinking. Captain Hook can't start shooting for the time being. It doesn't matter. Let's tinker with the next project, Jurassic Park, first. When Captain Hook is finished and can start shooting, I have also selected the site for Jurassic Park and started setting the scene. And after Captain Hook is finished, can't we just turn around and shoot Jurassic Park? Just as Ganetti thought before, Spielberg is really busy. He used the flow operation of Hollywood's industrial chain to the fullest when he imitated the angry actions of the truck driver and explained the situation to Roland with a smile. The only word in Roland's mind was fuck. He felt that if the truck driver next door could be as diligent as him, then Avatar could probably be filmed to 10. Of course, whether Spielberg shoots Jurassic Park or not has nothing to do with Roland. In his previous life, when he was making the commentary video of Jurassic Park, he still remembered the reactions of the two children in it. Although the grandchildren of Dr. Hammond, who tinkered with Jurassic Park, occupied a lot of roles in the film, the two of them were more often just plot drivers. The setting of the naughty children, the ghost-like screams, the hysterical escape, the stupid behavior done to promote the plot, really made people's scalps numb. Especially the classic scene of the elder sister shaking with jelly. That kind of artificial performance has always been the object of complaints from movie fans and audiences. Of course, this does not mean that Spielberg has a problem with the portrayal of the two children. It is that the style of these two characters does not match what Roland has shown now. In the popular Home Alone, Kevin McCallister is a clever ghost, and in the Terminator 2 that is about to be completed, John Connor is a brave child who longs for his father's love. After playing these two similar characters in succession, if Roland plays a naughty child again, it will ruin his reputation. Don't say anything. An actor should portray every role well. If you can't even do these things, then what's the point of acting? In fact, portraying every role well is for adults. The style of the role played by child stars must be stable. Because the audience of child stars is very narrow, the first echelon of people who like child stars are their peers, and the second echelon are adults who want to instill truth, goodness, and beauty in their children. If in this case, they encounter the kind of villains on the screen, then adults will definitely instill in their children the undesirable aspects of the screen characters. To put it bluntly, if children do not play the kind of great and glorious roles, then congratulations, you are courting death, and you are the typical villain that every family resists. To put it bluntly, if a guy like Roland who has already played the great and glorious roles touches those stupid roles, that is to make trouble for his own money. As the famous British film scholar Richard Dale said in Star, the core appeal of celebrity culture is to sell dreams. This is a hurdle that all film and television practitioners cannot bypass. Only when everyone likes you first, you can have the possibility of transformation. None of those super first line big names can directly cross this line. Clint Eastwood was a heartthrob when he was young. Tom Cruise debuted as a pretty boy. Leonardo DiCaprio was called husband by countless people, and even Tom Hanks was the male lead in a romance movie when he debuted. These guys can touch the trophy if they cross the line, and even if they don't cross the line, no one is stupid enough to turn around and destroy their image when they just become famous. Things like transformation can be discussed after adulthood. At least now, Roland feels that there is no need for him to force Jurassic Park. What's more, since the emergence of the profession of child star, no critics or media will attack their honor issues. Whether it is commercial traffic or powerful actors, these tone-setting behaviors will never appear in children. Just like the original Jurassic Park in the previous life, even if the little girl in it behaves stupidly, it is only the audience and fans who are complaining and insulting. As for the mainstream media, they seem to be blind and turned a blind eye to it, because the naughty children represent innocence and kindness. Anyone who refutes it with hypocrisy is against the mainstream values, even if they are really scolded by the audience, and the audience is a basis for the survival of actors. In Roland's view, even if he goes to shoot Home Alone 2, a successful sequel under this business model, he will not shoot Jurassic Park, because he does not want to give up the audience's popularity that he has finally obtained. There is no way. This is the happy trouble Roland is facing now. If he was still worried about how to enter the circle a year ago, then now he has to think carefully about how to continue to maintain it. Fortunately, there are enough thighs around him, so he doesn't have to fight for a long time in the limited choices. If he still can't choose a script that suits him in front of such a luxurious circle of contacts, then he can just find a piece of tofu and die. As for asking Spielberg to change the script for him, isn't this equivalent to Wang Zukin going to Fu Wenpei? He deserves to be scolded. Spielberg was now able to tease him about the truck driver's preferences and never mentioned Robert Zemeckis, who was related to Roland. He was already very happy. Wanting him to change his mind, it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Of course, compared with the above, what excited Roland the most was that Spielberg still remembered his preferences. When the well-dressed guy looked at Roland with expectation, the touch that transcended time made Spielberg chuckle. So similar. Robert looked at me like this back then, hoping that I could help him pull back to the future. Since we meet, let's go in together. Your destination is Hackett Fog Valley? So are we. Spielberg clapped his hands, put on his gloves, and invited the 7 people who had successfully rented the car. He knew Roland's eagerness to learn. Normally, Roland needed to film, so he would not force Roland to come here for his apprentice Zemeckis. But now, since they had already bumped into each other, they might as well go in and take a look. It was just right that he could find the real scene at a close distance and see how much Zemeckis had taught him behind his back. Roland would be a fool if he refused Spielberg's invitation. As for the Olsens, when Roland turned his head to look at them, David, who had reached a consensus with him on Christmas Eve, did not object at all. And Ganetti, who wanted to train the Olsen sisters, would not jump out to stop them. Not only that, she was even more active than Roland. Looking at Aunt Ganetti, who was holding Elizabeth and chatting with Kathleen Kennedy, Roland smiled helplessly. After seeing his wife's actions, David patted Roland on the shoulder and whispered, "You'll get used to it." Yes, you'll get used to it. If David hadn't mentioned it to him specifically, Roland wouldn't care much about Ganetti's behavior. Moreover, even he himself now adheres to the principle that nepotism is more useful. Perhaps it was because Kathleen Kennedy's mother was a drama actress and her profession was a little bit different from that of Ganetti, or perhaps it was because Elizabeth was too cute when she was a child and her cute appearance made the other party overflow with maternal love. In short, when the two of them got together, the degree of jumping around in the topic made Roland look confused. From movies to drama, from Hollywood to Broadway, from fashion jewelry to family and children, from daily trivialities to school teachers. The ability to talk about everything that day really made Roland look at them with new eyes. And what about the Olsen sisters? The little daughters of this pair of America were constantly teased by the people accompanying them. In their previous lives, they were able to travel across the ocean and appear on the reading comprehension of major English textbooks, which proved that the popularity of the two was not covered. But now, even if everyone was divided into several cars, there were still drivers who controlled the speed of the car to try to attract their attention. The two little ones' cute eyes and expressions were what those guys liked to see the most. David, who was with the children, guided them and kept looking around. Compared with his mother, 3 sisters, and his own father, James was perhaps the one who was treated the worst among all of them. When Ganetti was chatting with Elizabeth and Catherine, and when David was holding Ashley and Mary, and playing hide and seek with the uncles in the car next to him, James could only sit there alone and watch their performance quietly. What, you ask Roland? Of course Roland couldn't be with him. From the beginning of choosing the car, Roland climbed into Spielberg's car very sincerely, actively, quickly, and briskly. Although the car on the left was chatting happily, and the car on the right had cute angels and death eyes, Roland was not afraid at all. Since he got in the car, he didn't care about the other people in the car anymore, because the storyboard manuscripts next to Spielberg's hand directly attracted all his attention, making him unable to move his eyes away. Director, your painting skills are much better than Director Chris's. Roland picked up the storyboard script very naturally and flipped through it with curiosity. Really? How about compared with James? Spielberg asked directly, not paying attention to the topic that Roland took the initiative to bring up. It's hard to compare because James's painting style is realistic, while yours is more like a comic. This dinosaur really has the feeling of DC and Marvel, while James, he draws real machinery. The serious answer aroused Spielberg's interest. While looking at the scenery along the way, he also asked casually, "Huh, you also know how to paint? But it doesn't show up in your daily life." Roland knows how to paint? No. But he can draw. Before, in the time loop, Roland used up more than 3,000 sheets of paper just for the young Elizabeth. In the face of such hard work, even if his basic skills are not solid, he still has no problem copying a landscape or drawing something. At least, he won't be like Marcus in Detroit, becoming human, who has a blank when he picks up the pen. For Spielberg, whether Roland can draw is what he is interested in. Because there is no one in their circle who doesn't start with drawing. Kurosawa Akira once said, "If you can really draw them on paper, it means that you have considered the specific arrangements of each part." The sketches to tell the staff this is roughly how it feels. As a diehard fan of Kurosawa Akira, Spielberg naturally regards this sentence as the truth. Film is an industry, and a simple director cannot take on the entire film alone. A good storyboard can show the director's ideas to all the staff in a more systematic and clear way. All the great directors can draw. Tim Burton was originally an animator for Disney. Tsuhak's main job is to draw comics. Truck drivers even held art exhibitions. Hitchcock was born into an art family. And the reason why Spielberg, the director who likes to shoot science fiction the most, did not take the Back to the Future project, was entirely because of Robert Zemeckis' storyboard, which was so beautiful. Without the storyboard, that could be compared with every frame, Spielberg could not have persuaded Universal Pictures to spend nearly $20 million on Zemeckis. So, when he realized that the child next to him might be able to draw, the desire to test him suddenly arose. "I have paper and pen here, draw one for me." You can draw anything you want. Portraits, landscapes, machinery, monsters. We may be a little shaky along the way, so draw what you are best at. Note, among the top 10 directors in the cumulative box office list, there are 3 Jewish gangs. In addition to Spielberg, there are Zemeckis and Howard. Howard's title of takeover man is not a derogatory term. He is a director with a very steady style. In many movies, the producers were not satisfied with the original project, so they fired the original director and called him to save the day. Spielberg called Kurosawa the Shakespeare of the film industry, and at the 1990 Oscars, he and Lucas awarded Kurosawa the Lifetime Achievement Award. The guys in the Jewish gang all drew their own storyboards. Robert Zemeckis' storyboard for Forrest Gump is very beautiful. He is a ruthless man who is good at lighting and shadows. Tim Burton is indeed an animator at Disney, but he was also fired because his drawings were too ugly. Hanks also debuted as a young actor. His first hit work was The Little Mermaid, directed by Ron Howard, but he was not included in the Jewish gang at that time. When he took the script of Backdraft, Spielberg's sister and Howard recommended Hanks to him, but he insisted on using his own people such as Harrison Ford, Robert De Niro, and Robin Williams. Later, when filming Forrest Gump, Howard recommended Hanks to Zemeckis, which made him a two-time Best Actor. At this time, Howard asked him to film Apollo 13. After a long detour, Spielberg accepted the recommendation of his apprentice Zemeckis and worked with Hanks on Saving Private Ryan. At this point, the two officially got together. Chapter 71. 072 Movie clips that have never been seen in my memory. In Spielberg's view, painting is a basic skill that everyone in the Jewish gang has. No matter how good your painting is, as long as the artistic conception in your mind can be expressed through the lines of the storyboard, that's enough. But for Roland, this is actually more like a test. Although he knows how much Spielberg and Lucas love painting, unfortunately, in the previous time loop, he did not learn anything about painting from Zemeckis. Zemeckis only taught him some acting skills and a set of camera shooting techniques, as well as how to find the erratic script roll. As for other aspects, he knows nothing. There is no way. This is the disadvantage of the time loop. Because there is no memory left, every time Roland gets close to the other party always knows him for the first time. In this case, how much knowledge he can find depends entirely on fate. However, even so, after taking the paper and pen from Spielberg, Roland, with his eyes rolling, still thought of other element, since it is no problem to copy the scenery and draw something, it is still a long way from creation, so why doesn't he pick up the materials at hand and use them directly? Spielberg's storyboard script has the prototype of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In this case, I first copy a Tyrannosaurus Rex with a bloody mouth and wanton roar, and then draw the most familiar Spider-Man standing opposite it. Isn't it over? The Tyrannosaurus Rex roars directly, and Spider-Man bends his back to the audience and makes a fighting posture. This picture is too simple. Do it as soon as you think of it, and write quickly. However, after Roland drew a few frames, he felt that there was something wrong with this picture. Of course, there is definitely no problem with the structure of the picture, but if it is turned into a shot, then the problem will be big. The image in his mind was a long shot. If this kind of picture is used for filming, although it can reflect the power of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, it relatively weakens the superhero Spider-Man. From the most intuitive visual perspective, after watching this picture, the audience will feel that Spider-Man is naturally shorter, and this is a useless shot for Roland who wants to create a sense of equal strength. So, after biting the pen, Roland changed it. He changed the long shot to a small panoramic shot. Spider-Man stood upright, and although the Tyrannosaurus Rex in the distance was fierce, the sense of the picture with only half of its body entering the door directly brought the size difference between the two sides back to the same starting line. Of course, although the body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was weakened, the half of its body that disappeared outside the camera could still leave room for the audience's imagination, and Spider-Man, who was facing it, was not shrunk into a child by the camera because of the opponent's huge size. Although Spielberg asked him to draw without specifying the subject matter, Roland felt that, if he abandoned the language of the lens, wouldn't it be a waste of the opportunity to express himself? As he made changes, Spielberg, who had been staring at the drawing paper, naturally saw his thoughts. When Roland wanted to draw a distant view, Spielberg, who was shaking with the car, raised his eyebrows with one hand on his chin. After Roland wiped off the traces of the painting and changed it to a small panoramic view, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Not bad. Although your drawing is not as realistic as James, nor as detailed as Robert Zemeckis, your style is quite similar to the comic style of my Jurassic Park. But there are some problems with your proportions. If I were you, I would not draw half of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's body. A head and a spine are enough. What you want to show is the raw and bloody mouth of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. In this case, wouldn't including half of its body just occupy the screen space for the raw? It sticks its head out and draws, and uses a close-up of its head to block the body, and uses the visual blind spot to cover up the details of the body. As for Spider-Man, your fighting posture is no different from those comics. Did you copy the Marvel storyboard directly? When Spielberg was holding Roland's work and commenting on it with a smile, Roland, who was sitting next to him, shrugged indifferently. Director, don't mention it, even if you see through it. Is it okay? I used to copy real objects. This is my first time to draw something like this. Of course, I use whatever I have. Haha, that's right, use whatever I have. Although Roland's words were full of plagiarism, Spielberg didn't care. Because in the entertainment industry, there are too many cases of mutual reference. Not to mention active plagiarism, there are many passive cases. You know, when Spielberg was filming Jaws, some people said that his shark shape was plagiarized. Roland is currently filming Terminator 2, and the same thing happened. When tinkering with the first part, Cameron was directly sued by science fiction writer Roland Allen, who accused the truck driver of plagiarizing the script he wrote for the 1963 TV series The Outer Limits, and the Skynet in the film was from Allen's short story I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream. Although an out-of-court settlement was finally reached, and in Terminator 2, Cameron is also going to add a subtitle to thank the other party. But what is the specific situation? Only the parties involved know. Not only that, disputes over lyrics also occur from time to time. Taylor Swift was jointly sued by Seton Hall and Nathan Butler, and the lawsuit alone lasted for 3 years. To this day, it is still a stalemate. Of course, no matter whether it is active reference or passive infringement, as long as it is not like the guy who I wish the wind would blow and blow away the 10 miles of peach blossoms, or the guy who belittled Kigo Higashino as a third-rate novelist in order to protect himself, then there is no problem. After all, the character movements and modeling are too limited. No matter who it is, no matter how awesome they are, they can only make so many movements. If even similar movements are considered plagiarism, then the action movie industry may not be able to eat. Of course, there is one thing that must be paid attention to. For things like modeling, you can copy anyone, but you can't copy Disney. To avoid trouble. So you like Spider-Man? After laughing, Spielberg was also curious about Roland's choice while clipping the drawing paper into the storyboard. Spider-Man? It's okay. Faced with his question, Roland, who had watched countless movies in his previous life, naturally turned his head and looked at the car where James was. It's mainly because that guy likes it. Although Roland can be said to like Marvel, compared with these native aborigines, he really hasn't read many comics. Rather than being asked by Spielberg and not knowing anything, it's better to put the blame on James' head. Following Roland's gaze, when Spielberg saw James's cannibalistic eyes, the guy with a child immediately thought of Maximum, the 5-year-old eldest son at home. Whenever he was away for a long time and met his child only after a few months, the guy would stare at him with such a complaining look, trying to show his resentment to him. However, unlike his son at home, after discovering Spielberg's curious gaze towards him, James, who wanted to transform into Cyclops and poke many holes in Roland's head, quickly forced out a harmless smile. And that awkward expression also made the great director see how good the relationship between him and Roland was. It seems that guy's named James like Spider-Man. Spielberg joked. No, if you go to our house, you will find that James' study is full of DC and Marvel comics. Roland shook his head and explained a fact to the other party. Really? Like the works of two companies at the same time. This situation is rarely encountered. Spielberg was stunned for a moment and then showed an unexpected smile. While he was surprised, Roland nodded and continued to affirm, yes, sometimes I am curious about what James should do if he meets the fans of the camp. Hearing what he said, Spielberg smiled wickedly. This is simple. Just put on Spider-Man's mask and Superman's underwear, so that even if someone thinks he is an art fanatic, they won't take pictures of his face. Well, Spielberg is not a serious person. Or in other words, he doesn't need to be so rigid in front of his own people. As a guy who can accept Chris Columbus's script and make a horror comedy like Gremlins, he has much more childishness than Roland, and after discovering that the other party has a lot of imagination, the two sides communicated more easily. Starting from the topic of the fans of the camp beating up the traitor, Roland talked and drew at the same time. Under his operation, one after another simple and embarrassing pictures appeared on the paper. If there were only these, it would be fine. When Spielberg asked him what to do if James, the fat boy, couldn't run faster than the fans and was about to be beaten, Roland drew a picture of the mantis shrimp. Roland's talent for painting is much better than singing. But even so, the sketch of the soul painter still made Spielberg laugh. There were no details or joints. The sketch drawn by Roland was really just a mold. As for the markings inside, they were all filled with random curves and lines. Maybe it was because Roland drew too well, but it was more like he was relaxed after seeing the graffiti. After arriving at the destination, he also gave Roland a sentence. If Francis sees your sketching skills, he will definitely be very happy. Because, finally, someone draws as casually as he does. Although Spielberg did not explain the meaning of his words, Roland understood what he meant. In his previous life, he had seen Francis Coppola's minimalist storyboards. Even though Coppola's style was not as sloppy as Jiang Wen's, it was still difficult to understand the main and secondary points compared to Spielberg and Lucas. Because it was really a mess. Of course, Spielberg said this mainly to complain about Big Brother. As for belittling Roland, saying that his paintings were at the same level as Coppola's, wasn't that flattering him? Perhaps it was because of Robert Zemeckis, but it was more like liking children. As they chatted along the way, Roland also found that the guy in front of him was not as difficult to deal with as he imagined. since the other party had no intention of getting involved in Roland's restricted topic, and asked him how he hooked up with Zemeckis. Roland's courage was even greater. Now he was the guy who dared to steal the director's chair of the truck driver. Under this circumstance, wasn't it a common sense thing for him to hold the storyboard he had drawn and follow him into the valley? As for James, just play with your parents and 3 sisters. There is no way. People are sometimes so miserable. Just like art and business cannot flourish at the same time, it is also difficult to balance family and career. Of course, if the truck driver heard this sentence 8 years later, he would definitely beat Roland's head. Can he speak? What does it mean that art and business cannot flourish at the same time? Did I get my box office record and Oscar for nothing? You little bastard, you forgot the kindness I taught you when you saw your own thigh? Apologize. Spielberg and his team said they were here to inspect the real scene, but in fact, all the filming locations have been finalized. He and Catherine came here mainly to make the final decision. If the scenery here is not much different from the pictures in the storyboard script, then the set designer who retired from Captain Hook can take a flight and move in here. Therefore, even though Roland followed them around the Hackip Fog Valley under the pretext of learning, he mostly just watched the beautiful scenery. Because all the buildings were drawn by Spielberg, the workers only needed to follow the drawings to build the background for the shooting. As for the rest, they didn't care, and they had no right to care. Because of this, it only took about a day for Roland to follow his thigh and run through all the venues. However, while running, he also found a problem. How come Spielberg's draft didn't seem to be finished? Moreover, many of the scenes in this storyboard were different from the movie content in his memory. For example, the velociraptor that broke out of the egg in the movie did not exist in Spielberg's storyboard at all. If you have to find a similar picture, the image of a triceratops breaking out of its shell would be a perfect match. For example, in the movie, the Tyrannosaurus Rex only appears at night, but in Spielberg's current storyboard, it is a daytime perspective throughout the film. Not only that, the stupid kid in the movie also rides a triceratops to avoid the pursuit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex. For example, in Spielberg's storyboard, the final battle is not a velociraptor, but a Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting a triceratops. Although the triceratops was defeated in the end, the hand-painted fighting scene was really so cool. Fuck. When Roland saw these scenes that were completely inconsistent with the movie scenes in his memory, he just wanted to curse. The cool scene of the Triceratops and the Tyrannosaurus Rex fighting alone was not reflected in the original movie in the previous life. Especially the scene of the child riding a Triceratops to avoid the pursuit of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was not in the original movie at all. Roland was sure that he was not wrong. Because anyone who has watched this movie seriously will never forget the stupid look of the child in it. Could it be that what he is watching now is the original first draft of the entire movie? Hiss. If that's the case, then it's going to be a lot of fun. In Hollywood, the script is the part of the entire film industry process that changes the most. In addition to Home Alone shot last year, there are also many shots in the plot of Terminator 2 taken over by Roland that have nothing to do with the original content. This is actually a very easy thing to understand, because Home Alone is the final draft agreed upon by the producer and the director, and in this case, the actors who have joined one after another are all from the director's side, so it is actually a more difficult thing to change the script. Unlike Home Alone, Terminator 2 is completely a one-man show by Cameron. He has the final say on how he wants to shoot and how many shots he needs. In addition, he can edit the movie himself, so no one can stop him from changing the plot. The same is true for Spielberg. Before the movie is released, no one knows what kind of work these guys with the final editing rights will bring to everyone. Their ideas are changing at any time, and no one can control them. As for asking a script doctor to diagnose the script, damn it, even if the investors wanted to ask a script doctor, no one would dare to diagnose Spielberg's script. No one would take this kind of business, and no one dared to take it. Under such circumstances, there is only one possibility, that the first draft of the movie and the final version will be very different. That is, Spielberg himself gave up the idea of the Triceratops, gave up the battle between the two dinosaurs, gave up the hearty fighting scene, and chose the Velociraptor, which is lighter and more agile. Why did he give up? Roland didn't know either. Ask. There is no velociraptor in this script. Where can he ask? Even if Roland found such a huge difference, he could only keep it in his heart quietly. However, although he couldn't immediately know Spielberg's mental journey, he could ask him how to shoot the cool scene of a child riding a dragon. This scene? Spielberg, who was inspecting the real scene, glanced at the storyboard in Roland's hand and said nonchalantly, "We have made a huge Triceratops model. We will use the model to shoot it when the time comes. This is the work of Stan Winston. You should know him, right? T800 and T1000 were completed by him." Spielberg's reply made Roland scratch his head. Although he was impressed by the whole film, it was only limited to two stupid kids and a mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex. As for whether the Triceratops had ever appeared, his memory was already fuzzy. However, he vaguely remembered it. In the Jurassic Park materials that he looked up in his previous life to make a video, it seemed that there was a photo of the other party in the Triceratops. Damn, if only I had the ability to remember everything I saw. Roland patted his forehead and stomped his feet in annoyance. Although he didn't want to take on this project and didn't want to play those stupid kids, but in the battle storyboard drawn by Spielberg, the scene of the Triceratops carrying the child and dealing with the Tyrannosaurus Rex was so damn cool. Note: Cameron was really sued for plagiarism. Coppola's storyboard script is not ugly, but it uses more lines. At first glance, ordinary people can't see the layering in the storyboard. There are obvious differences between the draft of Jurassic and the released version. The biggest change is the setting of the two children. In the draft, the two children will ride on the Triceratops. The scene of hatching dinosaurs in the movie is also a Triceratops. These contents have been filmed in reality, but in the end, they were still abandoned. The first reason is that the scenes of Triceratops and Tyrannosaurus Rex drag the plot too much, and the cost is too high. The second reason is that the young actors' acting skills are not good enough to control it. But since the model has been made, it would be a waste if it is not used. Therefore, the Triceratops shot that appears in the 50th minute of the movie is the guy that Spielberg originally wanted to shoot, and in the behind the scenes information of the movie, there is a photo of Spielberg taking a photo with a Triceratops. Source: The Art of Dream Catchers, John Alvin's hand-drawn movie posters. Alvin is the maker of movie posters. In those days, he made a Cloud Atlas poster of a Triceratops fighting a Tyrannosaurus Rex, based on the decisive battle. Stan Winston, who was in charge of the special effects, also admitted when making the sequel that due to funding issues, there were actually only 15 minutes of dinosaur shots in the film, and the battle was deleted. But at that time, they had actually completed the plot of the Triceratops carrying a child. The two children in the original Jurassic movie were really scolded to death, especially the older sister. The toy company made 6 people, but not her. Everyone knew that it would not sell. Chapter 72. Careful Stephen, Angry James. However, even if he is handsome, he can't make a living. Since there is no such thing as Velociraptor in Spielberg's storyboard, Roland naturally can't be stupid enough to ask how the representative of the late Cretaceous herbivorous dinosaur Triceratops was replaced by Velociraptor. After asking about the shooting method of Triceratops, Roland remembered the name Stan Winston in his heart. He planned to pester Cameron to take him to Stan Winston's studio after returning, and wanted to take a close look at what the model Spielberg mentioned looked like. After all, Cameron is very familiar with Stan Winston. This man is not only a visual effects master, a model special effects expert of industrial light and magic, but also one of the 3 founders of the digital field. It is precisely because Roland knows that Winston will be fooled out of industrial light and magic by Cameron, so he thought of taking Cameron's way. If the other party is a diehard fan of industrial light and magic, then it will be more effective to find Spielberg. At the same time that Roland set his goal, Spielberg also completed all the work. Seeing that the time to return to the group was approaching, both parties knew each other's intention to leave and return to Los Angeles together. Since this time they took Spielberg's private plane, Roland did not encounter the previous blockade when he arrived at the airport. When they parted, Ganetti, who had become a best friend with Catherine, greeted his daughter and said goodbye to them one by one in a friendly manner. As for Spielberg and Roland, the two of them were slower than everyone else. Not only that, when getting off the plane, Spielberg also cautiously instructed Roland, "Don't tell James anything about Jurassic Park. Although he can't leave Terminator 2 alone, and come to me directly, but for a short time, Jurassic Park can't start." Roland captured the cautious look under the lens clearly. The rogue skills of the truck driver who refused to let go of the things he liked have always been something Roland wanted to learn. "Okay, director, I won't say anything." Roland nodded and said, "Then let's meet when we shoot Captain Hook." The neat answer made Spielberg smile with satisfaction. Although Zemeckis was a guy he was very optimistic about, and he also loved Zemeckis, and was willing to take care of his students and even teach him techniques. But, this did not mean that he liked gossipers. For things like project secrets, it was okay for his own people to ask whatever they wanted, but if someone was careless and talked nonsense and leaked it, he would be really unhappy. Although Cameron was also his good friend, it was still far worse than the relationship of inheritance. He could safely hand over the camera to Lucas and let him help with the filming, or accept the suggestion of Big Brother Francis to modify the script, or even hand over the project to his fellow gang members for custody. But, he did not want people other than his own people to interfere with his creation. Since Roland was so sensible, he would naturally not be as worried as the gossipy woman. "No problem, you know where the crew is, just come over when the time comes. We will start shooting in February, and by then, James shouldn't have finished filming yet. But it doesn't matter. I've seen his schedule, and he's shooting studio scenes during the final period. If you want to come, just ask Sony's staff to take you over in the factory's electric car. It doesn't matter if I miss it." Robert learned by watching videos back then. Okay, if Spielberg and Roland had mentioned Zemeckis 3 days ago, he might not have known how to respond, but now, after getting to know each other, of course he knew what answer was the safest. "I've only seen director Zemeckis filming on Universal Studios, and he's answered some of my questions. As for systematic teaching, there has never been any. It doesn't matter, since you're interested, just learn slowly." Spielberg didn't care about Roland's words, as if everyone in the circle had seen the clues. That kind of skill imprint can't be stamped in a short time, nor can it be washed away in a few efforts. Without dwelling too much on this topic, Spielberg threw out one last question before leaving. "Oh, by the way, since it's a cameo, our contract only states that you will be paid $1. I haven't thought about your scene yet. I'll talk about the details when you come." "No problem, director," Roland answered without hesitation. "All up to you." To be honest, signing a contract doesn't really matter to Roland. It doesn't matter whether there are shots or not. What he is interested in now is not the movie role, but the whole process from nothing to something. From the initial Robert Zemeckis, to the later Chris Columbus, and then to the later James Cameron. The shooting experience with each director is his greatest wealth. The sparks of thought and the collision of inspiration that flash out of each director are more important than any money. Many people say that knowledge is wealth, and this sentence is the biggest scam. What 985,211 is not as good as demolishing 10 houses is even more regarded as the truth. However, when it comes to film creation, there is a difference between knowing how to create and not knowing how to create. The level of skills can be used to judge the difference. Even if you don't have enough artistic talent, after a long period of training in skills, you can at least be a steady Ron Howard. If you can have some inspiration, you can reach the level of Robert Zemeckis. If you find your own way and carry it forward, Tim Burton's box office status is far away. If you suddenly get the hang of it and can perfectly integrate technology and film, then James Cameron will be in front of you. As for switching between various styles at will, cough cough cough. This depends on how strong your artistic talent is. If a year ago, Roland needed startup capital to try to make himself a pig on the vent. Now, with the startup capital and the target project, you can put aside the matter of being the second brother. Anyway, it's still early, and there is no rush for these things. Because of this, with money and a strong back, for Roland who wants to do this business, the real shooting experience of those big guys is very important. And with the end of the holiday, Roland also got back into the Terminator 2 crew. Since it was a New Year's holiday, he naturally brought a lot of gifts to the crew members. When distributing them, the smiles on those guys' faces made Roland happy, regardless of whether the emotions revealed by the other party were true or not. When standing at the door of the crew to deliver things, Roland felt that he was no different from Zio Marja, who stood at the door of the Goose Factory building to hand out red envelopes every year. Isn't what he gave equivalent to a New Year's red envelope? It feels so good to be worth hundreds of billions. However, when the truck driver joined the group, he could clearly feel that the other party was not in a good mood. Not only that, this guy glared at Roland while taking the gift. Roland Allen, what are you doing here? Go in, put on your makeup, read your books, get ready, don't just stand there. We paid you to come to film, not to hand out gifts. Roland was confused by the sudden angry words. No, did you take the wrong medicine? I gave you a New Year's gift with good intentions, but not only did you not say a word of thanks, but you started to scold me? What does this mean? The point is, it's okay if you don't like it. You are the boss of the whole crew, but you have already taken the gift out of the bag, and then you started to scold me? Isn't this too shameless? If Roland was confused by the angry words when they first met, then he really couldn't understand the other party's rage on the set afterwards. Robert Patrick, who played the T-1000, just laughed, but with his helpless laughter, the truck driver became furious and rained saliva on him. This situation made Roland very confused. He even wondered if the truck driver had suffered a life blow in the past 2 weeks. Just when he was confused, Schwarzenegger, who was previously criticized by Cameron, helped him solve the puzzle. Sighing and rubbing his face helplessly, Schwarzenegger said, I heard that fighting may be divorce. A few simple words made Roland guess the cause and effect. If nothing unexpected happened, the quarrel in the future governor's mouth was naturally Cameron and his wife, the only female director in future history to win the Oscar for Best Director. And the story between them is really hard to explain. It is said that it is difficult for a judge to judge family affairs. After Cameron and Bigelow divorced, he has been moving towards the top. First, he filmed True Lies and then Titanic. Compared with him, Bigelow's life trajectory has simply fallen to the bottom. But 10 years later, Cameron, who broke his own record with Avatar, lost to his ex-wife's The Hurt Locker. This kind of imperfection in The Surprise is really a pity. Such a cycle has made the gossip between the two of them burst out instantly. When they divorced, did Cameron fall in love with Linda Hamilton, the heroine of the Terminator series, first? Or did Bigelow flirt with Tom Sizemore, who will star in Heat, Saving Private Ryan, Black Hawk Down, Pearl Harbor and Enemy of the State in the future? Who knows about this kind of thing? Roland doesn't want to know about gossip that exposes people's pain. After sighing, he shrugged and said, let's not discuss this kind of thing. Just pretend we don't know. HMM. Schwarzenegger snorted, without any intention of refuting. Since Cameron's temper is really bad now, Roland, who was clinging to him before, also fell silent. It's crazy to touch someone's bad luck when they are angry. Not only that, Roland also put away the idea of hoping that Cameron could make a connection with the old special effects master Stan Weston. Anyway, he still has to contact Spielberg next, and Jurassic Park can't be filmed for a while, so there is no need to rush this matter. In this state, the crew came to an abandoned factory, where they finished the fight between T-800 and T-1000 at the end of the film. While filming this part, Roland also discovered that in the future, the actress who used 140 barrels of mineral water to film was really wronged. In Terminator 2, was the last scene of molten steel in the steel mill a special effect? No, Roland watched the prop master pour buckets of milk into the sink. Finally, the place where the T-800 self-destructed was not a special effect post-production. The set designer just filled the sink with water and then used the headlights hidden at the bottom to directly emit a similar light. Not only that, the governor's action of looking up when he fell into the molten steel before self-destruction was also for a reason. Is it the love and responsibility of the robot? No, the light in the water is too strong. If you look down, you will be blinded. Such a situation really made Roland want to vomit. But, when he saw Cameron's unhappy face, he still held back. Even Roland, a cancer in the crew, has stopped, so the atmosphere of Terminator 2 during the sprint of filming is even more dull. Under the high pressure of the truck driver, everyone became unusually silent. However, even though Roland was surrounded by dark clouds, there was still some good news similar to the dawn. After entering January, Home Alone was hit by the new film and the decline became larger, but even so, it still took in nearly $260 million box office in North America. If it was postponed for 1 to 2 months, it would not be a problem to break $300 million. With the simultaneous release in many countries and regions, the global box office has reached $400 million. The bonus brought by the box office also appeared in Roland's account on time. As for the sequel, something that was previously tried by Fox twice, suddenly there was no news. This is actually quite simple. Chris Columbus' new film Marriage will be released in 1991. Joe Pesci's The Landlord from Hell and JFK will also be released this year. Daniel Stern's City Slickers has even been scheduled. Not only that, John Hughes, who has not been in touch since the filming, is also filming his new movie Kick-Ass. To put it bluntly, although Home Alone is a big hit, no one from the producers to the actors is worrying about the sequel. Everyone has left Fox aside, waiting for the final box office figures to arrive. However, this is normal. Waiting for the price. Everyone hopes that their own value can rise with the box office. Besides, Home Alone is not a special effects blockbuster in the future. If Fox abandons the main creative team, it will not be able to play with it at all. In this situation, whoever loses patience first will fall into a passive position. In the past, an investor like Fox might have contacted all parties to try to defeat them one by one. But the problem is that the main creative team now consists of 5 people, and they are a solid team. Roland is in the same boat with Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci, and Daniel Stern. As for John Hughes, I forgot to mention it. Chris Columbus has already finished filming Marriage, and the lead producer is John Hughes. In this way, with the 5 of them together, Roland is of course happy and comfortable. He hopes that everyone will be of one mind and leave Fox alone. You know, the negotiation time in his mind is after the filming of Hook. If nothing else, at least he should follow Spielberg and finish a movie first, right? In addition to this happy thing, the sudden invitation also surprised him, as he followed the truck driver's request, holding his breath, forcing himself to endure the exposure from the bottom of the water, watching the future governor fall into the boiling steel. His eyes moist, the light stimulated him, and he couldn't help it, and wanting to cry. His agent, who he hadn't seen for a long time, suddenly visited him, and personally handed him an envelope. When Roland opened it, he realized what the gold-plated invitation meant. The Hollywood Foreign Press Association hoped that Roland Allen would go to the Hollywood Hilton Hotel in Los Angeles on January 19, 1991 to attend the 48th Golden Globe Awards for American Film and Television. Because he, along with Jared Depardieu, Green Card, Johnny Depp, Edward Scissorhands, Richard Gere, Pretty Woman, and Patrick Swayze, Ghost, were included in the final selection of the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy. Note, although Stan Weston is from Industrial Light and Magic, he was Cameron's assistant director when filming Terminator, and later helped Cameron shoot Alien 2. The marriage status of Cameron and Bigelow has not been confirmed so far. There are reports that Cameron cheated first, because after their divorce, Linda Hamilton gave birth to Cameron's child. There are reports that Bigelow cheated first and had a scandal with Tom Sizemore for a while, because Tom Sizemore and Robert De Niro are friends, and it was Robert De Niro who recommended Bigelow to Martin Scorsese, and Scorsese helped Bigelow a lot when filming K-19, The Widowmaker, but so far, the parties have never responded to this issue. In Terminator 2, the last steel mill molten steel scene is just water, milk, and high exposure lighting, and then some floodlight effects and flames were added in the later stage. The cost is already very cheap. Chapter 73, an invitation to the Golden Globe Awards dinner? What the hell? WDNMD. When Roland opened the envelope, he couldn't suppress the power of the wildness in his body while holding the invitation. After carefully reading it several times, he was able to confirm with certainty that he recognized every word on the invitation. But if he put these words together into a sentence, he was shocked to find that he couldn't understand it. He was nominated for the Best Actor in a Musical or Comedy award at the Golden Globe Awards. Wow. This must be fake, right? In his previous life, he had been struggling in that unspeakable mysterious country for so many years. Not to mention the pheasant awards. Even those important awards were dominated by traffic. Just like Jay's face was dark throughout the whole process. Rintabang be forced to smile to participate in the Chinese Song Music Festival and looked helplessly at the trainee who won the annual Golden Song with wait. In the face of the situation that all major media commercial awards had to rely on operations, Roland didn't think he could stand out at all. But now, only 300 days after traveling through time, the American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards opened its doors to me. What the hell is this? Although the value of this award is not as high as the local Oscars, but the difference between having it and not having it is very big. Not only that, just a nomination is also an excellent qualification. And this qualification is now in front of me so easily? This is so too difficult. This is really? In addition to being surprised and shocked, Roland also wanted to ask his agent Samantha for the truth. But as soon as he said it, he wanted to give himself a big slap. This question is too stupid to ask. Who is Samantha? She is an agent of CAA. Not only that, the boss behind her is Spielberg. We are all family. In this case, is it necessary for her to use a fake invitation to fool me? Samantha, who was wearing a suit and skirt, wanted to laugh when she saw the confused little guy in front of her, because Roland's soulless look was so cute. Of course it's real. It has the signature of the president of the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. If you don't believe it, you can take this invitation to James and Arnold and let them authenticate it for you. But I don't think it's necessary. Home Alone is such a popular movie. If this performance can't bring you a nomination, then the Golden Globe Award, which relies on ratings, may not survive for so long. Samantha looked at Roland with a smile. Although she felt that Roland's reaction was a bit excessive, it was normal for a child to not have seen the world. Besides, only they would think that the Golden Globe nomination is not important, right? Exclamation mark. You know, as early as 1976, Spielberg was nominated for Best Director with Jaws. Over the years, he has received 5 director nominations alone. The same is true for Lucas. American Graffiti and Star Wars made him appear at the awards ceremony. Not to mention Scorsese, who will still attend in person this year. As for Coppola, he has already won 4 awards. And Zemeckis, who is always believed to have clearly taught Roland, also appeared at the gala in 1986 with Back to the Future. In the face of such a brilliant record, they really don't think the Golden Globe nomination is that great. As long as the box office of the movie is good enough and the performance is not a bummer, the main creative team will get a few invitations. After all, compared with the Oscars, the Golden Globe is more commercial in nature, and this award is ultimately for everyone to increase their value. The awards elevate the style of actors and directors, and reflect the good vision of producers. However, at the same time, they also give the winners the capital to ask investors for high prices. There is no way, because the Golden Globe Awards are organized by the Hollywood Foreign Press Association. What kind of comprehensive evaluation of skills and strength are considered? Very little. You should know that many of the members here are not Americans, and there are many elderly men among them. The way to retain voting membership is also very simple. You only need to publish 4 paid entertainment articles every year, and you can continue to stay in the circle and participate in the final selection of the awards. Even if the association strictly controls the number of members to about 90, it cannot cover up the filth and corruption inside. 9 years ago, in 1982, during the selection process of the Golden Globe Awards, all members were collectively bribed, and the awards were sold directly, and there are even more people who obtain membership as playwrights, and after obtaining membership, they switch to become photojournalists, and keep their membership through photo articles, and climb up to make money every year. In front of these guys, who have no professional ethics, the Golden Globe Awards is just an entertainment dinner held by a group of people to make money. They sit in a row and share the fruits. Those who get the awards are happy, and those who don't get the awards just smile casually. Only those fans who are influenced by public opinion will think that this award is very important to their idols. The group of people at the top of the pyramid look down on this thing at all. This is just a big show once a year. It doesn't matter whether you get it or not. Not only that, some guys are too lazy to participate, even if they are nominated. As for the status in the world, no matter how many Golden Globe Awards Coppola wins, it cannot change the real situation that Lucas and Spielberg are the two most powerful people in Hollywood. Since Roland has already embraced this thigh, is it necessary for him to be happy about being nominated? These nominations are just a ladder for people to climb better. Even if Roland received an award instead of a nomination today, he couldn't let the truck driver teach him with this broken ball, and he couldn't pick up the storyboard at Jurassic Park in front of Spielberg and watch it at will. But, it's different if you have a thigh. Since Roland has already connected with those big guys, what's the use of this nomination ladder? First, there is no way to help him get a film contract. The Jewish gang never lacks film contracts. Second, there is no way to increase his salary if Fox raises his net worth to $12 million because of the Golden Globe nomination. Fox will be crazy. Third, there is no way to improve his popularity. Now no one dares to stop him when he walks on the street alone. If he still wants to improve his popularity, how far will it go? In this way, this is useless. When Roland reacted, the original surprise and excitement disappeared without a trace. An invitation to the Golden Globe Awards dinner? What a crap thing. Isn't this just trying to take advantage of my popularity? Go away. Even if I use it as a table leg pad, I still find it uncomfortable. You want me to give up filming and attend the awards ceremony? I can't not go. Although for most people, the Golden Globe Awards is not as important as movie fans imagine, it is also a very good opportunity for exposure and publicity. Guys who are nominated for the first time will generally appear on the red carpet in ecstasy. Only guys like Roland who overtake others in a curve will not care about these things. After all, Roland's upgrade routine is different from others. Others start with a knife and rely on fighting for equipment. But what about him? One knife reaches the maximum level of 999. All equipment explodes to 666. Hey. How can you poor people enjoy the joy of Krypton Gold players? But even if you don't care, you have to give face. This is the ecological rule of the entire circle. Even though Roland is in a very similar state to Leo who refused to attend the Oscars, the nature is different. Leo was young and arrogant because he didn't get nominated, and he directly dissed the entire Oscar Academy. But Roland, he really didn't want to waste time on such a boring party because he had a big leg. However, the role of social experience was fully reflected at this moment. If Roland was really a guy in his teens, after getting all this, he might jump out and shamelessly accuse everything like the Swedish environmental protection girl, and resolutely accuse the sky, the earth, and the air. But now, he put away his complaints in his heart, looked up at Samantha, and asked in a calm tone, "Are you here to ask for leave for me?" Truck drivers are now in the stage of volcanic eruption. If Roland went to ask for leave at this time, he would definitely encounter a storm. The local kind. Of course, I'm here to help you deal with James. Although Samantha didn't know why Roland suddenly woke up from his joy, she had seen too much of that kind of calmness now. Don't think that everyone wants to attend this kind of dinner. Sometimes, many people even hope that they won't be nominated, just like Coppola's father. It's really a death sentence for an old man like him to come all the way from New York. As for why Samantha came to help Roland ask for leave, this is even simpler. Schwarzenegger knows that Cameron has encountered troubles, so how could other bigwigs not know? Instead of letting Roland be scolded by Cameron, it is better to get things done directly. Their agents don't need to look for any projects, just deal with these chores. When Samantha took Roland to ask for leave, Cameron, who learned the news, just turned his head and rolled his eyes at Roland, then waved his hand and approved the leave. Finish your scenes in the next 2 days, and you can go directly to Sony Studios on the 20th. For the next month and a half, we will stay in Los Angeles, and you don't have to worry about travel. Well, Roland can see that there is only one way to avoid being scolded by the truck driver. You have to be more awesome than him. But the question is, do you want to be more awesome than the truck driver? You might as well stick your head over there and let him give you an intelligence buff. Since the leave has been granted, it would be unreasonable not to attend on time. when the news that he was sure to attend the Golden Globe Awards spread, NBC, which was responsible for broadcasting the Golden Globe Awards dinner, naturally threw out this news. We have received the latest news that Roland Allen, the lucky child favored by good luck, will attend this year's American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards dinner. At that time, this guy who rose to fame at the fastest speed will compete with Jared Depardieu, Johnny Depp, Richard Gere, and Patrick Swayze for the trophy of Best Actor in the musical comedy category. Whether this guy who has leveraged nearly $500 million box office in the past few months can drive the ratings of the Golden Globe Awards is still unknown, but at least we know that the Golden Globe Awards may not favor him as much as those kids. The situation was roughly the same as Roland's own expectations. Many people also felt that the Golden Globe Awards were just trying to take advantage of Roland's popularity. After all, the movie Home Alone was aimed at all families in America, and once those families who liked Roland turned on their TVs to watch this show, the organizers of the Golden Globe Awards would have made money. But in this case, it would be a bit of a pipe dream to expect the Golden Globe Awards to give back. You know, even Shirley Temple, who had won an honorary Oscar, did not win a single prize at the Golden Globe Awards. Roland wanted to use the identity of a child to influence the judges? Dream on. Of course, since he had decided to come, things like taking advantage of and being taken advantage of were obviously no longer within Roland's consideration. Since he was not old enough to have a female companion, Roland stepped onto the red carpet with the invited crew members. Perhaps it was because the multinational forces led by America had just started bombing Baghdad 2 days ago, and the Desert Storm operation was officially launched, so the scale of the red carpet was far smaller than Roland had imagined. Not only that, he even discovered that even the fanatic fans on the edge of the red carpet were actors temporarily hired by the organizer's staff. There's no way, in this happy America, where gunfights happen every day, no one can guarantee whether there will be extreme protesters coming to attack after the red carpet is opened. If a wedding is turned into a funeral in front of the national live broadcast, it would be a lot of fun. However, hiring extras to act as fans is actually a pretty good choice. Roland had just walked onto the red carpet with director Chris Columbus, starring Joe Pesci, and Daniel Stern when cheers from the audience rang out. The shouts that sounded like a heat wave made Roland mistakenly believe that he had become an international movie star. If Chris Columbus hadn't been holding his hand, he would probably have made a tactical retreat. Anyway, in this era, no one would ask him to apologize. During the red carpet interview, when Roland was asked by the host how he viewed the still rising box office and everyone's love, Roland, who had already gotten rid of the buff of an international movie star, replied very calmly, "This proves that the idea of being alone at home is the dream of most people. As for the audience's love, I have asked Ashley and Mary about this question before. The answer they gave me is..." At this point, Roland made a bewildered expression, then suddenly shrugged and shook his head. Who knows? Oh, this kid is so cute. Wow, isn't this the classic move of the Olsen sisters? They are really a family, and Roland does it so well. Oh my god, his move is even better than the innocent shrug in the movie. When the audience at home saw Roland's innocent questioning gesture through the TV, they smiled knowingly. This is not only because Roland was imitating the classic lines and actions of the Olsen sisters in Full House, but also because, no matter which generation the audience is from, they all like children to be cute. As for whether being cute during the red carpet interview will affect the style of the award, come on, the Golden Globe Awards is just a show. Since he will not be paid for his appearance, and will not be awarded an award, if he does not take the opportunity to show off and showcase himself through the radio, so that the audience in front of the TV will not feel that they have come for nothing, wouldn't he really be using the Golden Globe Awards to gain popularity in vain? Roland would never do such a thing as working for nothing. Because of this, when the red carpet host asked Roland if he had anything to say to the fans who supported him in front of the TV, Roland, who was thinking about using the popularity of the Golden Globe Awards, slapped his thigh and asked the organizer for an electric guitar. After seeing Roland's skillful tuning, Chris Columbus, Joe Pesci, and Daniel Stern, who were standing by, closed their eyes instantly and wanted to choose death. Oh my god. Roland is going to sing and dance to Come and Get Your Love Again. Note, the value of the Golden Globe Awards is a matter of opinion. Groucho Marx, one of the 3 famous Hollywood comedy stars, once said, joining the HFPA made him feel ashamed, and his reputation plummeted. After his death, there was the Piers Adora award buying incident. The price of a Golden Globe Award was clearly marked. Last year, Gary Oldman, who won the Oscar for Best Actor for Darkest Hour, sprayed the Golden Globe Awards in 2014, saying that it was meaningless and just a collective self-destruction of 90 incompetent people. In the documentary Golden Globe Awards, Hollywood's Dirty Secrets, it was revealed how much the Golden Globe Awards valued ratings, actually the radio station's broadcasting fees, and explained how the selection tradition of Miss/MR Golden Globe became a springboard for the second generation of stars. The Golden Globe Awards likes to lick super popular actors very much, and can do everything to stretch the ratings. One year when Tom Hanks attended, the host would do 5 push-ups as soon as the camera was given to him. Chapter 74 The Weird Tastes of the American Public. Strictly speaking, this should be Roland's second serious appearance in public. Before, the talk shows and variety shows that she attended with Fox were all performed according to the general script, for the purpose of promoting the movie. All the topics were centered around Home Alone, and had nothing to do with Roland personally. And the first appearance? Not to mention, at that time, Roland was really riding on the popularity of the future governor, and the purpose was also for the movie. Because of this, throwing away the publicity of Home Alone, and showing herself in front of the public as Roland Allen, it was really a big girl's first time. However, there is always a first time for everything. If you don't do it, won't it always be 0? What's more, Roland had played music and sang in the crew of Home Alone before. The reason why he stopped playing music after filming Home Alone was not because he felt that he was not good at playing music, but because he had never really dealt with Spielberg. In his opinion, everything was the sequel of the time loop. He didn't know the real thoughts of these big guys, so he was restrained and didn't know how to approach them. And when he found out that these guys actually helped write the publicity draft and very naturally acquiesced to him looking through the storyboard script of Jurassic Park, then he still covered up his ass. This thigh looks very strong. He didn't need to wait for the other party's response so cautiously. What's more, he wouldn't do evil in the name of these guys. He just played a song on the red carpet of the Golden Globe Awards. This is always okay, right? But when Roland plucked the strings with a good feeling, and when the live images were transmitted to thousands of households through radio waves, the magical melody and funny dance steps directly made the audience, who were still discussing how good the relationship between Roland and the Olsen sisters was, stunned on the spot. Their eyes were as big as copper bells, shooting out lightning like gazers, and their ears were erect like antennas, receiving the funny signals from the TV. The expressions of those guys were just like the Iron Patrol officers in the TV series Red. What is this? Come and get your love? Oh, holy cow. Unlike what most Chinese people think, the Red Bone Band is actually not an unpopular band. They were active in the 1970s and were a famous rock band at the time. Not only that, the song Come and Get Your Love was also a top 100 hit song in the 1970s list given by Billboard. The fact that the song Come and Get Your Love could break through the long-term dominance of Elvis Presley, John Lennon, Aretha Franklin, Ray Charles, James McCartney and others shows how much Americans love it. James Gunn, the director of Guardians of the Galaxy in the future, a well-known loyal fan of hits, gave up I Want You Back by the Jackson 5 for this song. Not only that, the soundtrack that included this song directly became the #1 album on the Billboard album chart that year. Most importantly, even across the ocean, the melody of this song was copied by Let's Dance, the theme song of Chibi Maruko-chan. This shows how strong this song, which has been released for decades, is in terms of its ability to be popular across all ages. So, when the audience in front of the TV distinguished the melody of the song, the way those guys watched TV changed. You know, when the Redbones played and sang this song before, it was a serious rock and roll. When they were at the concert, they were holding guitars and singing seriously on the stage. But now after Roland changed it like this is so fucking weird. It's just a funny song. Wow. Redbone song can be danced like this? A young man who was watching the Golden Globe Awards at home widened his eyes. Like Dax Yang, he felt that Roland had helped him open the door to a new world. Oh my god. It is really cool. The middle-aged man raised his hands and twisted his body. Not bad. You dance well. Every beat is on point. A woman with flowery arms took a puff of cigarette, then stood up, took down the guitar hanging on the wall behind the sofa, and started playing along with the melody. Hey, why wasn't this scene filmed in the movie? After Kevin defeated the two thieves, he could have done this dance to celebrate. And then he was killed by the two thieves, which would have been a much funnier plot. Even serious movie fans were attracted by Roland's posture, and many people even thought that this song and this movement should be the funny movement after Kevin McAllister's victory in the movie. The reason why Roland sang and danced to Come and Get Your Love on a whim was that he thought the title of the song could answer the question raised by the host. What did he want to say to the fans who supported him in front of the TV? Of course, it was Come and Get Your Love. However, although his meaning was perfectly conveyed, the people who received the signal had some wrong ideas. Many people didn't care about the song or the lyrics, but were attracted by the magical rhythm and the showy dance steps. In their opinion, the extremely naughty Kevin on the big screen and the funny Roland in front of the camera perfectly overlapped. The funny style that emanated from the inside out really fits the funny comedy performance of Home Alone, especially when Roland was dancing. The meanness in his bones made many viewers twist their bodies to the music. Although this was the first time Roland appeared in public seriously, the cute and funny style made many parents who watched the show laugh. Unlike those female stars, male stars have so many ways to attract fans. What is low-key, elegant, and fashionable? What about fashion, jewelry, and makeup? Oh, please. Male stars never talk about this. Regardless of whether they are handsome and good looking, funny and entertaining, or decent and tough, or they switch between different styles at will, fans of male stars will not be like fans of female stars, who will go crazy when they change their style. Just like Leo, who will not lose his own image, even if he plays with water guns, and Tom Cruise, who will not lose fans, even if he jumps on the sofa. No matter where they are, people are much more tolerant of men than women. In the eyes of most people, it is no big deal for men to act up once or twice, and it is also a manifestation of their true nature. But if a woman's appearance is ruined, her figure is broken, she gets married and has children, then, sorry, men of all ages like young beauties in their 20s. Take Anne Hathaway for example. When she smiles, people say she is pretentious. When she sings, people say she is hypocritical. When she dances, people say she is showing off. Whether she cries, makes a fuss, or is depressed, or anything else, she is disgusting. Compared with her, Jennifer Lawrence is more down to earth. Even when she fell down while receiving her Oscar, the American public still thought that this was a manifestation of the straightforwardness of the cousin, which was much better than Hathaway, the White Lotus. This kind of strange brain circuit is really hard for Roland to understand. Being a vase, people criticize. Playing ugly and acting, people continue to criticize. Letting go, people still criticize. Perfection, people still criticize. Just like the New York Times can't figure out why people hate Anne Hathaway and still buy tickets to watch her movies. People can't figure out why people still think Jennifer Lawrence is very straightforward after falling down twice. Is it because the cousin likes to steal the spotlight when others are interviewed, just like Bosch? Or is it because she broke the sacred stone in Hawaii? That funny style and low quality are the true of America? But isn't it good to see Anne Hathaway riding a motorcycle as Catwoman? This is really puzzling. Although I can't figure out the chemical reaction here, as long as I know the result, it's enough. In this way, Roland doesn't have to worry about his singing and dancing on the red carpet of the Golden Globe Awards, which will have a negative impact. Americans are used to this. They will only think you are cool and fun. As for acting, accepting the interview quietly is called acting. Besides, he made his debut in a comedy movie. There are many exaggerated movements in Home Alone. Now dancing awkwardly will only attract those older band fans. There is no need to worry that his funny movements will drive those guys who originally liked him away from him. What's more, age is his biggest protective color. In this case, after the song ended, many viewers in front of the TV were twisting their bodies to the tune, and they still felt that they had not finished. If the audience was not the actors invited by the organizer, some of them might have excitedly waved to Roland, hoping that this cute and generous little boy would dance again. Oh, there is nothing I can do. This is the worst group of water army Roland has ever seen, and it is also the most reluctant award ceremony organizer he has ever seen. What about holding up signs to support plus 20 yuan? What about shouting and presenting flowers plus 50 yuan? What about bravely chasing plus 100 yuan? What about crying and shouting plus 200 yuan? What about fainting from happiness plus 500 yuan? You are adding all these things. There must be brave men under heavy rewards. You organizers are reluctant to spend money, so why bother to invite actors and stir up the atmosphere on the spot? I dance so well, you should at least give me some response. Hey, what a waste of emotion. However, it is not Roland's business to be angry. He only knew that after the singing and dancing, the fans, actors, at the scene all laughed like the Dragon Mother. Unlike those serious actors, the guys who can become red carpet hosts are all funny who have been strictly selected. They certainly know how to hype up the atmosphere and keep the audience in front of the TV. So, when saying goodbye to Roland, they did not hesitate to praise this kid who can let go of his body and cooperate with the organizer to stretch the ratings. He is rare in the world. In the face of commercial mutual praise, the audience who were watching the Golden Globe Awards red carpet also got to know Roland Allen again. Wow. Roland is as cool as Kevin in the movie. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect Roland to be able to play guitar and dance. He's really versatile. Hey, his dancing is quite interesting. I just don't know what style it is. It seems that the last talk show was purely for movie promotion. During the interview, Roland was just reciting a script. His suit should be tailor-made, right? But his style seems different from before. Why is his hair combed back? Is his forehead exposed? I still think he looks more handsome with half bangs. In the era without the internet, the speed of information dissemination was quite limited. Even if these guys were very curious about Roland, they couldn't get the relevant information in a short time. The doubts that emerged in their hearts could only stay within a radius of 150 meters around them. Because the guys next to them didn't know these inside stories and couldn't help them solve their doubts. And this is also a big pity. The reason why Star-Lord's funny style spread so quickly in his previous life was entirely because of the internet and short videos. What about now? Although many viewers think that Roland dances happily, it is just laughter and joy. When the enthusiasm is over, people will only remember the past funny things, and they can't spread all of this like a virus to every corner of the world. As for the awards, oh, come on. How many children who like him can explain what the Golden Globe Awards are? And those adults who are attracted to Roland will not care about these things. What's more, the movie Home Alone is making history. Compared with the first in history, what is the award that is given every year? What's more, don't you think that Roland's current dance seems more interesting? Although such thoughts are somewhat self-consoling, it also proves one thing to some extent. For most people, the money of child stars is far more important than honor. Although this idea is not very fair to those hard-working children, but Roland doesn't care about these things. The Golden Globe Awards is just a party, and he is just here to attend the party. After leaving the interview area, Roland entered the banquet area and was led by several companions beside him to greet many people, including Al Pacino, who was nominated for Dick and The Godfather 3, Julia Roberts, who will meet in Hook, Meryl Streep, who was later called the cancer of Hollywood, and the Japanese national treasure composer Ryuichi Sakamoto. Of course, in addition to them, Martin Scorsese, who had met at the premiere of Goodfellas, was also one of the guys Roland approached. Director Martin, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for the interview last time. Don't be so polite. What's more, your acting is really good. Hi, Al Pacino. Nice to meet you. I like your role as Sonny very much. Oh, me too. Kevin's wit and cunning are deeply engraved in my mind. Hello, Julia. As much as I want to say that I like your role as Vivian, Your Pretty Woman is an R-rated movie. I haven't seen it yet because they wouldn't let me in. Haha, never mind. If you want to see it, when you join the crew next month, I can bring you a videotape, the one that hasn't been released yet, a 125-minute director's cut. Meryl, wow, it seems like what they said is true. You're even more beautiful in real life than on the screen. Oh, Roland, you don't have to be like that. I'm very familiar with them. Besides, aren't you really here to ask me for my autograph? Yes, you figured it out. Unfortunately, when I came here, I realized that there was no place to put a notebook or pen. I see that too. I heard that your autograph book is quite big. But it doesn't matter. Robert Zemeckis and I are discussing a new project. If nothing goes wrong, we'll meet often in the future. You can just come to me directly then. Really? That's great. This is the benefit of having a big thigh. Although Home Alone made Roland instantly famous, it was those backers who made these guys lower their status and get close to Roland. You know, those popular child stars in Hollywood are like leaks, changing one after another, but Roland is the only one who can directly hook up with these big names from the beginning. And with those guys around, no matter who Roland greets, they will talk to him with a smile. Not only that, even if Roland doesn't know some guys and leaves them aside, they will not sit and wait for death, but will take the initiative to come forward and introduce themselves to Roland with a smile. The one who impressed Roland the most was Michael Caine, the butler in the future Batman. This old man who is not yet 60 is in very good spirits. If it weren't for the sparse and white hair on his head, Roland wouldn't even recognize him. However, what Roland didn't expect was that after communicating all the way, it was actually his own people who gave Roland an unexpected surprise. Note, there are two songs with similar tunes to those of the Redbones. One is Let's Dance and the other is Stand at Ease, both of which were composed by Tetsuro Oda. Sunny is from Al Pacino's Dog Day Afternoon, which I personally think is his best movie. In 2016, when she participated in the Graham Norton show to promote Passengers, my cousin revealed that when she was filming The Hunger Games in Hawaii, there were some local holy stones next to the set. Because her butt was itchy, she rubbed the stones with her butt, which loosened the stones and rolled down the mountain, almost killing the sound effects on the set. My cousin fell twice at the Oscars, the first time when she was on stage at the 85th awards ceremony, and the second time on the red carpet of the 86th. Chapter 75. The boss's friend is the boss. Roland, I don't need to introduce this person, right? Director Francis. Chris Columbus, who was walking Roland around the hall, nodded at the other party. After speaking, he turned around and raised his hand to Roland and said, Director Francis, I don't need to introduce this person either. Roland, the one you expressed your opinion on. Director Francis, I'm so happy to meet you. Looking at the Italian immigrant Coppola with a beard, who was always cosplaying as a mafia, Roland's face was filled with an excited smile. The Godfather trilogy is his favorite movie, no doubt about it. Marlon Brando's performance is impressive, and his ambiguous way of speaking is the object of fascination and imitation for many young people. The series of movies portrays sin, conspiracy, and intrigue to the core, and the family affection and love in it are also delicate and precious. To be honest, for Roland, meeting Francis is far more exciting than knowing that Spielberg signed him. That kind of excitement was like the satisfaction of a child getting a favorite toy, and more like the countless warm currents in his heart after achieving his wish. He extended his hand with joy, wanting to shake hands with the other party politely, wanting to feel this guy who made a classic up close. However, it seemed that he saw Roland's sudden burst of excitement, and it was like a mysterious contact of brain waves. After seeing Roland's face with a sincere smile, the bearded man with glasses squatted down very naturally, opened his arms, and took the initiative to give him a big hug. Oh, Kit, I can see that you are really happy now. As the final chapter of the Godfather series, The Godfather 3, which was released last month, was not well received, and the box office could not be compared with Home Alone, but it still received 7 Golden Globe nominations, including Best Picture, Best Actor, Best Supporting Actor, Best Director, Best Screenwriter, Original Song, and Film Score. Because of this, Francis Coppola, the director of The Godfather 3, also appeared at the awards dinner. However, because the other party was the last big guy to appear, Roland would meet him at this time. Of course, time was not the key factor that hindered the communication between the two people. The sense of distance when they first met also disappeared without a trace in front of the word one's own people. Although there was only about a quarter of an hour before the award ceremony officially began, Roland, who wanted to spread his enthusiasm, still talked a lot with the other party. For example, Roland told Francis carefully how much he loved Vito Corleone and liked his successor Michael. His behavior of knowing everything about him made Francis, who nodded and listened, smile even more brightly. George, Stephen, you two have taught students for a long time, but in the end you still like my work more. Although Francis has seen too much of Roland's fanboy-like behavior, and he himself does not like his own Godfather trilogy, Roland's nature is different after all. He represents the results of the duel between Lucas and Spielberg in teaching disciples, and once this disciple changes sides, he will be the one who is happy. Of course, no matter how secretly pleased he was, that was just something the brothers boasted about when they were chatting in private. Seeing that Roland seemed to want to continue, this guy who was already over 50 years old interrupted Roland in a gentle way. Oh, dear, if you like Michael, you can go directly to Al. But, when I came here just now, I heard that you and Al were talking about Dog Day Afternoon. Even though the facts were ruthlessly revealed by Coppola, Roland didn't think there was anything wrong with it. No, director, I like Michael in your lens, and I like his Sonny even more. Really? I didn't expect that you can treat the work and the person differently? Francis looked surprised. No, it's because you have too strong control, so I was surprised to find that there are two L's in two works. Michael is the Godfather in your lens, and Sonny is the unlucky one who is perfectly interpreted by Al. Roland's serious flattery made Francis laugh, and he raised his hand and patted him on the shoulder a few times. Just when he wanted to say something, the music of the invitation to enter the award dinner also sounded. Unlike other award ceremonies, the Golden Globe Award ceremony is called a dinner because the invited guests do not have to sit upright, but gather around a table in groups of 3 or 5, eat snacks, drink wine, and happily accept the trophy or watch others hold up the award. Because the entertainment is more intense, how to match them has become a big problem. If Roland was a few years older, or if he had no one above him, the organizer would definitely pair him with a hot female companion in order to consume him. But now, looking at the whole venue, only their table was full of black figures. Francis Coppola and Martin Scorsese sat in the center, followed by Al Pacino and Andy Garcia, who starred in The Godfather 3, and Joe Pesci and Lorraine Bracco, who starred in Goodfellas. Of course, Mario Puzo, the author and screenwriter of The Godfather, was also present, and Nicholas Pileggi, who was nominated for Best Screenplay for Goodfellas, also appeared at this table. In this way, with Roland Allen and Chris Columbus, the two leading actors and directors of Home Alone, the table full of 10 people was full of Jewish gang members. Compared with them, the people at other tables were not as important. Although Bernardo Bertolucci, who won the Oscar for Best Director for The Last Emperor, and Kevin Costner, the director of Dances with Wolves, were all present, even if they were added together, they could not shake the position of the Jewish gang leader. Yes, after sitting down, Roland realized that he was sitting in the best seat at the scene. Wow, it looks like I'll be on the headlines again tomorrow. Due to the previous communication, Roland was able to vent all the desires that had accumulated over the years, so when he spoke, he seemed extremely relaxed. Not only did he get rid of his fanboy status, he also took the lead in joking with the big guy at the table. Haha, get used to it, you will be on the headlines countless times in the future. Joe Pesci took over Roland's words and joked, you know, as long as I shoot a movie with Martin, the press releases will increase rapidly, and even the police will pay special attention to my house when they patrol. Why? Hearing him say this, Roland suddenly became curious. However, before Joe Pesci could speak, Scorsese, who had greeted him before, raised his glass and took a sip. He then smiled and said, because he often takes props from the crew home to keep in shape. Sometimes, when he takes those imitation guns, he really looks like a gangster. By the way, aren't you filming Terminator 2? You can imagine what would happen if the police found a real Gatling gun in the trunk of Arnold's car. Oh, my god. After hearing what Martin said, the 9 people at the table immediately laughed and shook their heads. What would the police do? They would definitely happily arrest the future governor for illegal possession of firearms. After all, T-800 is not John Wick. It is impossible for someone to help him deal with the police if he hands over a gold coin. Perhaps it was because the style of the Golden Globe Awards was too low, or perhaps it was just the way the awards were presented at this dinner. After the award ceremony began, even though the camera was right next to them, the guys at the table were still chatting. Everyone looked very relaxed, as if they didn't care whether they won the award or not. But it made sense. The guys at the table had either won the Golden Globe Awards or the Oscars. In this case, they certainly didn't care about these things. And what about guys like Roland who were nominated for the first time? The probability of winning the first nomination was still too small, so they would not care whether the host on the stage would call out their names. There was no way. After being around the big guys for a long time, everyone seemed to be very Buddhist about this kind of small award. And once you are Buddhist, you talk a lot. You haven't seen people talking about everything at such a formal award ceremony, right? Hey, Roland experienced it himself today. For example, Martin, how is your Cape Fear film going? Do you need me to help you edit it? Go away. Or Francis, after your Godfather 3 flopped, is there anyone still investing in Bram Stoker's Dracula? Go away. Or Al, when will your remake of Scent of a Woman be approved and filmed? If you think the director is not good enough, we can change him. We can talk about this later, when we get back. At first, after hearing the word Scent of a Woman and remake, Roland didn't react to what movie these guys were talking about, but when he contacted Al Pacino, he realized that these guys were talking about Scent of a Woman, which said, as long as you have good dancing skills, even a blind man can impress women. The classic movies of the previous life were like free money in the mouths of these people. However, Roland could understand it. After all, many movies became classics in the hands of those creators. What? This view is wrong? The original works of many movies are very good. If you say so, it's a bit unreasonable. Whether the movie is good or not depends entirely on the director. You know, there is a writer who finds the most suitable actors to play the characters in his works, and lets the director who understands the original works best to shoot them. He is not stingy with the production funds, does his best to meet the expectations of readers, and takes great pains to respect the original works. But despite this, everyone still thinks that the movies that were made are a bunch of bad movies. Not convinced? If you don't agree, apologize to GUOZIOC first. As time passed, the award ceremony continued, and those who did not win the award also turned the topic from movies to other aspects. They talked about the hottest gossip at the moment, the war outside the circle, the red wine and food, and the public relations. On the issue of public relations, they directly talked about Stallone. Although Stallone and Roland have no intersection, he did diss Home Alone last time. And when he listened carefully, he knew why Stallone boycotted their movie. Was it because of Arnold Schwarzenegger? Don't be kidding. Stallone is not a real fool. He is not crazy. He took the initiative to stand up and fight against the Jewish gang for a little box office. The reason why he stood up and criticized Home Alone was just to cooperate with the Home Alone crew to hype. If there is only one voice of praise in the market, the audience will definitely be suspicious. No one can be perfect. If someone likes it, there will definitely be someone who hates it. Only when two voices coexist can the audience go to the theater. When those critics did not speak, Stallone was the best mouthpiece. What new and old grudges? The existence of the future governor only made this criticism more real. After all, Francis' sister was in the Rocky crew, and not only that, she also starred in all the series of films. Stallone's criticism was actually the result of Francis's contact. Everything is for the box office. This fact made Roland unable to complain. The big boss who was blowing water and the black hand who was spitting out anger were all his people. Damn, this is simply absolute. Just when Roland was sighing over the bloody truth, Martin, who was talking about this, suddenly paused and cast his eyes on Roland. Speaking of Michael, I remembered something. On the red carpet earlier, Roland played and sang the songs of the Red Bones band, which was very unique. Did you learn it specially? What? Seeing that the other party shifted the topic to himself, Roland, who wanted to continue listening to gossip, suddenly felt embarrassed. Although he learned guitar from the guitarist of Spike Lee's band and danced from Ganetti, he had not practiced seriously since he left the time loop. Under such circumstances, Scorsese praised him, and he really felt ashamed of those teachers. I just learned it casually, I can play it for fun. Although Roland wanted to hide his not good skills, Joe Pesci didn't think Roland was just playing around. Martin, don't listen to Roland's nonsense, he plays it pretty well, and sings okay. When we were filming before, he played these things every day in the crew. Chris can testify. Yes, Roland likes to play a song during lunch break, saying it's to entertain us. Columbus also nodded in agreement. Listening to the words of the two big teammates, Roland's face suddenly grew. It's not that he thinks he can't play well, but his skills. In front of Francis, isn't it just Luban showing off his axe in front of Luban? Guangong showing off his sword in front of Guangong? He was born into a musical family. His father is a composer and flute player. Not only that, but also because of his son's Godfather trilogy, the soundtrack won the Oscar for Best Original Score. In front of such a brilliant record, they still said that Roland is good at playing, singing and dancing. Isn't this deliberately pitting him? However, before Roland could think of a response, Scorsese's follow-up words came directly. It's okay, I just asked. It doesn't matter if you haven't learned it systematically. I've seen your singing and playing, and it's completely useful. HMM. Hearing what the other party said, Roland, who originally thought that Chris Columbus and Joe Pesci were flattering, immediately sat up straight. From Scorsese's words, it seems that this guy has some project that needs him. Just when he was about to ask, Francis, who was sitting next to Scorsese, was suddenly startled and said with sudden realization, Martin, I also remembered that thing. Doesn't he need a famous white boy in his next MV? He mentioned it to us before and asked Roland if he could go. I was busy with the release of The Godfather 3 at that time, and I'd forgot about it. I wanted to ask Steven. Yes, this matter was mentioned in November. If Roland hadn't just been singing and dancing, I would have forgotten it. Scorsese smiled and nodded. The spirit of a man who refused to admit his age had been disappearing with the decline of his memory. However, while the two of them suddenly realized, Roland was confused. Francis and Scorsese's friend needed a famous white boy, and he was also interested in him. Not only that, he was going to be an actor in the MV. Wow. What project is this? Why can't he remember it at all? But, even though Roland's memory was already in danger, he was still very interested in the project the two bosses talked about. After all, the guys who can be friends with the bosses are all bosses. Just like Spielberg likes Kurosawa Akira. Can you imagine that the investment in Kurosawa Akira's masterpiece Shadow Warrior after 5 years of rest at home due to the failure of many movies was brought by Francis and Lucas? In order to prevent Kurosawa's creation from being interfered with, the two also co-produced as producers. To put it bluntly, if Roland hadn't been opportunistic, this class-fixed circle would not have opened its doors to him. The friends of the bosses are always the bosses. This sentence will never be outdated at any time. Because of this, although Francis and Scorsese were talking about the MV project, Roland was also interested in listening. Isn't it just to shoot an MV? It won't cost a piece of meat. It doesn't matter if there is no money. It's okay to promote style. What is the biggest feature of the Jewish gang? Isn't it just to keep warm together and share resources? Roland has been using the resources of the Jewish gang. Although these guys don't care if they need it, why doesn't Roland return the favor? You know, mutual exchanges are the long-term plan. So, before they started talking, Roland had already responded. Someone wants to ask me to shoot a music video? No problem. As long as time permits, I will definitely go. Of course, if possible. Director Francis, Director Martin, it would be even better if you can give me an autograph each. I have a hobby of collecting, but I couldn't bring the autograph book last time and this time. I hope I can make up for it next time. Such a happy deal made the two directors who were in annoyance laugh at the same time. Oh, no problem. You can have as many autographs as you want. Joe told me before that you are a very easy to communicate kid. Now I see that it is true. Scorsese nodded with a smile and reached a consensus with Roland very readily. Francis, who had talked to Roland before, also pulled his beard and said with satisfaction, "Since you are willing to go, I feel relieved. And I believe that Michael will be very happy after seeing you." "Oh. So the singer's name is Michael. The same name as Stallone." Roland, smiling, learned some information about the singer. However, the next second, he exploded. "What? The singer's name is Michael?" Before Roland could respond to the other party's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong. There are many guys named Michael in America, and there are many big guys, but big singers who shoot music videos are very rare. There are even fewer singers who can be friends with big guys like Francis and Scorsese. In Roland's memory, in his previous life, there seemed to be only one Michael who could be brothers with them. Could it be him, the Michael that Francis and Scorsese were talking about? When a figure tilted at 45 degrees appeared in Roland's mind, he suddenly became a little uneasy, and when he realized it later, and cast a puzzled look at Francis and Scorsese, the two old men nodded at the same time and said, "Yes, it's him, Michael Jackson." Roland, who hadn't taken the matter of shooting music videos to heart, immediately cursed in his heart. "It's really Michael Jackson. Wow. The friend of a big guy's a big guy. This sentence is really a truth." Note, Talia Shire, the heroine in Rocky, is Francis' biological sister. Her representative works include The Godfather and the Rocky series. Dursuusula and Tora Tora caused trouble between Kurosawa and the film company. No one was willing to invest in him. At this time, Coppola happened to visit Japan. After learning that his idol Kurosawa had no money to make a movie, he brought in another Kurosawa fan, Lucas. Together, the two helped each other get a $6 million investment from Fox, and then Kurosawa made his first color movie, Shadow Warrior. MJ has a very good relationship with the Jewish gang. In 1982, he recorded the theme song Someone in the Dark for Spielberg's Et. Although it was not used in the end, it was still included in the Et Story album in 1986. Francis and him shot a short film Captain EO, produced by Lucas. This was the first IMAX 3D documentary, 17 minutes long, and the production cost was $23.7 million. I didn't make a typo. At that time, the three of them also took a photo, saluting, and the short film bad in 1987 and the documentary The Legend Continues in 1988. The former was shot by Scorsese, and the latter also had him in the film. Francis Coppola's father is a famous composer and band conductor. He composed the music for the silent film Napoleon in 1935. Sylvester Stallone's nickname is Michael, the same as Michael Jackson's Michael. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.